right, hello and welcome to another episode of Flat Earth Friday. This is going to be episode 87. We're going to watch the intro here. I apologize for the delayed start. We recently had some snow, and there was a power outage as a result of somebody driving incorrectly in the snow. All right, here we go. Here's the intro that Proud made for episode 87. Let's go.
Where does a vacuum exist in nature?
In space.
How do you know that?
In the void of space.
How do you know that?
I don't personally know from my own experience, but because astronauts
So you believe it? So you believe it?
Well, of course I do. Yeah, it's logical.
All right, so that's it.
Blind
That's
belief.
it, bro.
It's something that you can't substantiate is a blind belief.
Wait, what?
Boys,
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
shout out to the level heads.
Back with like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop sports about that.
As long as you acknowledge that,
Government told you.
as long as you acknowledge,
Government?
as long as you acknowledge that it is a blind belief, that's something that you can't figure out or substantiate yourself, then that's cool. But you can't just sit there and say that this is proof of anything.
You said it's proven beyond reasonable doubt, and it's evident. It's so obvious that I just can't.
What do you mean obvious logical, though?
I mean, it is obvious. It is obvious to anyone except for flat earthers. And I think you guys think you're all dunking on people, but you guys sound it's just so crazy.
Bro, I believed in the globe for 39 years, bro.
Yeah, we all were globe earthers, in case you didn't know.
What happened? You guys all found your idiocy on with each other.
Also, we're idiots. Hold on. Okay. Idiots.
No, he gotta answer my
No,
question
I
now.
got this. Everybody mute up. You interrupt me, you dropping down. Idiocy. Cool. What gravity you subscribe to, Narc?
What gravity do I subscribe to? What?
Correct.
What do you mean? What does that question mean?
What, you didn't know there was more than one concept?
What are you talking about? What gravity?
Oh, I thought we were idiots. We are? So how come you didn't know there was more than one concept of gravity, Narc?
More than one concept of gravity? What are you talking about?
So you don't know. You don't know that there's a difference between Einsteinian gravity, Newtonian gravity, quantum gravity. You didn't know that there was a difference?
No, I'm not Googling shit. I know the different aspects of gravity, but we talk about subscribing. What are you talking about? They all exist. I know the different aspects of gravity, but we talk about subscribing. What are you talking about? They all exist.
Hold on, gravitons exist? Narc, does gravitons exist? Does gravity exist on a quantum level, Narc?
Gravity exists.
All right, awesome. That's our intro for 87. I'm going to join the panel now. Hopefully
Where does a vacuum exist in nature?
You're probably not gonna
In
find
space.
Wixit talking about
How do you
torus
know that?
fields
In the void
and
of
flat
space.
earth and
How do
all
you know
that
that?
stuff, but you're damn
I
sure
don't
gonna be able to
personally know
find all that stuff. That's pretty much okay on these platforms. Talking about that weird demonic, bro. Hey, listen.
They summon spirits.
Yeah,
They
man.
summon spirits. Like even like I mean, there's interviews with people who have worked in the music industry, and like they're just coming on and they just blatantly say like, so there's a guy like the major record labels who's like the come work through him before he goes and does any of his work on like editing the tracks and the music before they put it out. I mean, there's multiple people on record who've just described this in detail, saying how like 100% of the music that they're putting out, like this guy comes in and summons spirits of like the evil, and then like for like has like goes in there and they say things like oh like work through me, like the Satan work through me and like all this, and then they summon these spirits in this room. It's like a chamber. And this is at the actual like the record labels where they before they put this music out. It's wild, man.
Oh, that's
it's
cool.
so wild.
It shows
because,
the speaker.
All to make you docile.
Yep.
Affecting your
And people
energy
will just
and
deny
people's-
that. They first of all, they won't even listen to someone who says that. Or just
It might be too late for
starting
them. They
each-
might be trapped already, bro.
Yeah. Well, that's true. It's painful to think about. Like they can't. It's cognitive dissonance. It's too painful for them to consider like the truth, and so like their mind won't even let them do it. It's like it's not even their mind won't even let them consider it. It's the same with like with telling people space isn't real. It's like some people want so badly to believe there's like all these planets and galaxies out there, and it's so they're your space fantasies and they're Star Wars, and it's such a thrilling thought to them that they can't even consider it. It's like when you just blast information in their face, their brain won't even allow it. Like it doesn't matter how damning of information you show them, the thought in their mind is too painful that they're losing something they care so much. They might lose something they care about so much that they can't even consider it.
Bro, it's all they know. It's like, bro, if you shatter everything that I know, like that's how mental breakdowns happen, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we see it in like isolated instances, maybe in relationships or people going through stressful situations at their job. But bro, imagine like taking somebody's whole life away by showing them a photo with no curve. Like, it's like, bro, glitch. Like, nah, bro. Nah, bro. You see the curves right there, bro. You don't see it? Like, wait, bro. We looking at the same observation because that shit looks flat as hell, bro. But yeah, man, it's a lot of cockpits going on. But one other thing I wanted to double back to real quick was the Admiral Byrd thing. I do want you guys to just take that with a grain of salt, you know, because it does seem like he was a part of some type of Freemasonry or maybe some culty, whatever the case is. I'm not really sure. We got to be careful with some of that stuff. However, that did spark a memory of something that just happened this past week. I don't know if y'all seen that. I don't know if y'all want to call it a debate, but it was a pretty interesting, little quirky discussion between Jaren and that Space Force Colonel Lieutenant. Did y'all see that?
Yeah,
bro, y'all go check out. I think Wissett tweeted about it. I'm pretty sure Jaren tweeted about it too.
It's awesome.
Yo, that shit was crazy. He seemed to be a little bit more honest. So basically, there's this guy. He worked supposedly for the Space Force. Let me get his name for you. He worked for the Space Force. I think his name is Commander Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Lohmeyer. And according to him, he got fired from the Space Force because he was seeing some things that he wasn't really aligning with. I think he said more had to do with like political stuff. I'm not really sure. He didn't go too deep into it. But he did see some type of deception within that faction of the military government. I don't know what you want to call the Space Force. He admitted he never been to space, but is a lieutenant colonel of the Space Force. How the hell you a lieutenant colonel of the Space Force? You ain't been to space, bro. What? Anyway, so he just going along. Yeah, like, hey, you know, I do believe in some of this stuff. You know, I'm not working over there because there's some weird shit going on over there. But what's the one thing that caught my attention when I was kind of listening to it in the background is saying when he went south, and a lot of people that went south, and he said, I don't care about talking about this now because I'm not working over there. He said, when you go south and you go like towards like the ice, he said it's not necessarily an ice wall. But he said, he's like, there's ice mountains, right? He said that there's ice mountains. And then he said, there's signs where it says, hey, whatever you see past this point, do not speak about it. Now, look, I'm just relaying the information to y'all. Let me go retweet what we're supposed to. Y'all can go ahead and check that out. I'm just giving y'all the information. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know how trustworthy he is. He seemed to be pretty honest within his conversation. A little bit still on the globe indoctrinated side, but he was able to acknowledge some things that, you know, didn't really align. But that was one of the things that kind of blew me, bro, because I ain't never paused about it. I ain't never really hear nobody say no shit like that. Like, hey, there's signs that's not that says don't cross here. It says, bro, don't even speak about this sign right here. Like, I said, what? That's a different type of sign. Like, hey, I'm letting you know, whatever you see right here, you better not say one motherfucking thing when you go back over to the known lands, okay? And he said that shit, bro. And I'm like, that sounds a little weird. What you hiding over there? Like, it's an ice mountain, right? It ain't nothing but ice and just blizzard shit, even though there's really no precipitation. Like, it's just, why can't I talk about what's over in the ice mountains on this highest landmass, supposedly encompassing all of the water and known lands on within our realm? Hey, look, bro, it was really weird. A little bit enlightening, and I encourage you guys to go check that. I would call it more of a discussion because they didn't really debate too much. I thought it was going to be a debate, but definitely a discussion. I encourage you guys to go check it out. I'll go ahead and retweet it and post it up top. But That was crazy, bro. To say, look, don't talk about anything past whatever you see right here. Like that snowflake fall on that side. Don't even talk about the snowflake. The snowflake don't exist, my guy. Like what? Bro, chill out. Anyway, let me go ahead and share that with y'all. You guys go check that out a little bit later. Maybe we can have like a better build on that. Let's hear from KP while I get that out to you guys. What up, KP?
Hey, shout out to you, Sacred. A little bit disappointed that I didn't get to experience Flat Friday on Friday, but hey, y'all made it. That's all that matters. To piggyback on what you were saying about most of the Globers are atheists, right? But like if you think about it from that perspective, at least I'll speak for myself. I did not buy into any religious um like scriptures or any debates or discussions. I was all up in science fiction or in sci-fi's like butthole. Like give me all of that stuff, right? Like all the movies, all the documentaries and everything. But like when we saw the light, like why is it that we were able to move forward and like these like you said to most of these people we're literally shattering their entire knowledge base, right? Their entire um, floor like underneath them. And to me it goes back to what Matthew was talking about earlier, right? Like in order to kind of have a debate you need two parties that are able to discuss and rebuttal statements that are stated as facts by each party. But like it's so sad because I was in J space earlier. Shanku actually had a experience with one of the globe earthers. He actually started the question very respectfully, asking, "Please answer it yes or no." And I've seen you do the same thing. Why is it that they can never do that? But if they were given a quiz or an exam in universities or high schools, and it was a true or false question, do they ever go up to the professor and ask, "Hey, why? Like, can I answer it 60% yes, 40% no?" Like, it just doesn't make sense.
They're
And
allergic to
then
yes or
lastly,
no
I'll end it on
questions,
this.
bro. They're allergic to yes or no questions.
Yeah, no, and lastly, I'll end it. If anyone finds like I've been trying to look for the song that you guys started off with. I cannot find the link for it, but if you have it, can you please share it?
Hey, look, matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Look, guys, Proud is the maestro. If y'all looking for any tracks, any flat earth bars, y'all gotta go follow Proud. You gotta tap in so that way you can get access to the Flat Earth Friday playlist. You gotta stop hitting me, man. That's one key I don't have. I gotta tell y'all, I don't got it. Y'all gotta go follow Proud. Proud got the keys. Tap in with Proud, okay? There's a few of y'all on my DM. I ain't respond because I really don't got it, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Proud got all the sauce, so we did. Shout out to Proud.
Hey, do we have is there like any specific topics tonight we're trying to get to, or is it just kind of like open discussion?
Yeah, today we just gonna do open, flat earth for chill, open discussion. Ask me anything, recent topics, recent events, anything that happened in the community, you know, kind of just kicking it this week. We were really like information heavy the past couple weeks.
Right. No, I like that. That's cool. That's cool. I see
Yeah.
Alan's here now.
I was just about to say that. I see my man Alan pulled up. You good, bro?
Yo, what up? How's my mic tonight?
Perfect.
My man.
For now.
Nice. For now.
Right, for now. For now.
Yo,
I
what's
can
good?
hear you, bro, until it starts to do what it does.
Nice. Yo, what's good,
I
gentlemen?
can't hear Alan.
No, Proud. What's up? Mic check for Proud. Nothing?
Proud you don't hear Alan?
God dang it,
Proud.
Elon.
No, it doesn't show him as a speaker. I could drop and come back.
Yeah, drop down, come back.
I can hear both of them, but yeah.
Yeah. Dude, have you checked the timeline this week, Sacred? There's been a lot of discussion about a gentleman with a telescope and water.
Really? Hey, I was telling
Yeah.
my guys like fill me in because I heard everybody was real active in the field this week. But I don't know. It seemed like everybody that was pretty much active isn't here for the conversation. I wonder why.
Dude, it was crazy. First, Shane hit him with a little trigonometry. Nobody was expecting that. Like right out of left field, just an uppercut, right? With some trigonometry, dude. Straight to the dome. And literally a dome, you know, with in trigonometry, linearly, all, logarithmically, all of it. So anyway, we got and on top of that, you know, there was a heated debate about Airy and his telescope and what happened when he filled it with water. A lot of confusion. So
but what's the debate about it? There's nothing to debate. Airy's success.
Well, it seems that he failed, right? That there's this air of failure surrounding Airy, that he failed to detect something. So I'm here tonight, you know, especially, right? Because it is a AMA tonight, right? So one of the things that anyone can AMA me is about Airy's failure, his failure to detect Earth's orbital velocity. All right.
Hey,
So,
that's how I read it up.
yes.
I read it just like that.
So if anyone wants to get into the specifics of that and explain that as from the heliocentric position where the where the water carries the light from the star in the opposite direction of motion, you can tell me all about that mechanism and what causes it. Is it Coriolis? Is it are the absolute fixed stars involved? Somebody help me out. I'm super confused. Maybe we can get a reference frame change in here. I don't know.
Probably the same reason for the double stellar parallax going half the other direction, I bet.
Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah,
they're probably related.
Yeah, maybe we could talk to that guy or a brick wall for another hour and a half.
Maybe it's like some relativistic refraction. Is that like a thing?
Yeah.
Do we get to that part in physics?
Yeah, I don't think we got to that one yet, but that will be invoked at a certain point in time.
It has to be.
If all else fails, you pull the relativistic Doppler effect and you just pull the pin and fucking throw it.
Maybe it'll explode flat like the Big Bang in the universe.
Oh yeah, talking about the symmetry of the universe. Yeah, and the old flatness problem. Yeah, Shane, how did they solve the old flatness problem anyway? When they were mapping the old universe to the ground.
Yeah, well, they mapped the world to the ground. I don't know how they mapped the universe, but I guess they did the same thing because I don't know what you align to out there in the land of mysticism, nothing in space demons, but down here they applied geoastrodetics and they had this wonderful idea to map the celestial sphere right onto the geoid, and that's how we got all the maps we have today.
Wow! So you could just transpose the stars right onto the ground and then make corrections based off of that, and tell everyone that that the arcs that you're using to derive distance and location are actually based off of the curvature on what you're standing on and not the thing you're using in the sky to navigate to.
It'd be tricky to do it otherwise, right? If you're living on a flat plane and you have a sky that curves, but then you take you mark a triangle from a distance in that curved sky, and then you translate that curved sky arc to the ground, which is flat. I don't know, man. Seems like they could manufacture curvature.
So, well, so you're telling me that you could go around, take observations of take like physical observations on the ground, and then transform those to sea level, right, per se, right, and then see how much you've deviated from a star map, and then make corrections like I don't know, deflect your vertical per se to make sure that you're perpendicular with the gravitational potential of the geoid itself that you're presupposing to measure in the first place, and then you could
insinuating the point of geodesic surveying isn't to map the Earth. That is actually to mark when they make corrections to the celestial sphere and then actually correct points to the celestial sphere and then actually correct it with the correction table to the celestial sphere. Actually, there's a lot of celestial sphere going on, but that's not what they're doing out there.
Well, isn't it called astrogeodetic surveying? But most people just refer to it as geodetic surveying, completely dropping the presupposed astro that they're confirming to. So it's almost as if instead of you could say all great circle routes intersect the center of a hypothetical ball that no one's ever been able to get to the center of, that it's more actually apt to say that all great circle routes intersect a celestial sphere in the sky that they use to navigate on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. All roads cross at the celestial sphere crossing.
Huh. That's really interesting. So you're saying that everyone that shows a map and then says a flat Earth prediction of this distance is this, and then the globe distance that I'm referencing on my globe map that's derived from the stars, that's based off of arcs to the in that map system that perfectly matches the globe. You're saying that would be a completely retarded comparison, and you would be a fool to even, I don't know, put that out as a meme to like trying to dunk on people. You're just self-reifying
Absolutely.
yourself to infinity and revealing that you don't know shit about a map or
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah, you're actually advertising that you know nothing about maps, map creation, and longitude and latitude systems, what the Royal Society is, how projections work, or how mathematical coordinate system translations work. So if you were to say, put out a question like, hey, this flight path on this map and this compared to this map, what you're actually doing, of course, is comparing distances on different projections of the same geoid, let's call it a sphere, since all the maps from 1900 plus are all, the only valid map they let us have is the globe with various projections. So if you compare those distances on each globe projection and then declare the globe winner, you sound retarded.
Huh. Well, thanks for clearing that up, because I've always heard people say, "Where's your map, flat earther? Where's your map? We got this perfectly derived globe map that we don't know where it came from, or it has conflicting coordinate systems for how the longitude was derived. And don't mention how we got to the south and how we have a specific dude." So I've always heard that kind of thing. So thanks for clearing that up. Now, there was one more relationship I wanted to ask you about, Sacred, if we have time. Am I cutting into the intros, or are we into it now?
According to my time dilated clock, you are free to go. Go ahead.
All right, cool. We are cleared hot. All right, Shane, let me ask you this then. So say you're out there driving the old map situation, making the old Celesti sphere. How would you establish a relationship with the pole star that you're going to use to navigate everything?
Oh man, well, actually, you probably align everything to it, and then make sure you're always checking it, and then probably make sure that since it forms the latitude line, you probably align your perpendicular parallel called the longitude to that. So everything would be based around that, I think. But we're measuring the ground.
So if there was a deviation 1 degree per 69 miles as you go away from Polaris, how would you describe that relationship on a flat Earth, my good sir? Because on a globe, the linearity of that relationship seems to be mutually exclusive to a globe, and flat earthers can't have it.
I see. So what you mean is they've told us that we see linearly. So that's a linear relationship, and we can only apply, say, celestial navigation to get linear distances using trigonometry because of that. But turns out that if you graph it out and you actually do the numbers and you know what 69 miles per degree is, say over 90 degrees of latitude, that'd be equal like 6,200 miles. That's not 3959. But anyway, if you want to navigate doing this with your little sphere of vision, you actually have to look through your sphere to the sky and take a measure, but they only let you look above 30 and below 60 degrees, which happens to limit you to the area of this function, which is not linear, of the only linear portion. So really what it is a logarithmic function and a logarithmic relationship between distance and visual. And what they do is restrict you to the linear portion of that logarithmic expression to trick you to think that everything is linear. That's crazy.
So you're saying that celestial navigation, in reference to the North Star and then the other reference stars that they use, is done in a specific bandwidth of your vision where they can claim a linear relationship where it just happens to be in that optical range where they could do it. And then if you deviate from that, they actually don't have a map for that. There's no reference point for that. So it's exclusively derived from a point in where optically you would have the same relationship with curved visual space that you would have with a globe Earth that curves at 8 inches per mile squared to create the effect of deviation of 1 degree per 69 miles. Is that kind of what we're saying here, that there's a direct equivalence to your curved visual space optics and the 3959?
Exactly that. And also what they're forgetting is that they're now letting people think that that is a scale that applies universally, and say when they apply it to the horizon where things are not there or compressed into infinity, that makes no sense. It is not correct. When they apply it behind them to the other horizon, same thing, no effect. Directly above you, same thing, doesn't work, no effect, doesn't tell the difference. Essentially what they've done is they've let you take a portion of a formula and apply that to your whole life. And in reality, a logarithmic expression would explain the properties of our vision, right? If you see things in a sphere and they compress towards the horizon as you move away, then the objects that are no longer visible, which are there beyond your angular resolution limit, let's say past the Rayleigh criterion of your object's eyes to resolve, then they could in fact said to be compressed beyond infinity, meaning that a logarithmic expression would perfectly explain and and describe that. I wonder why they wouldn't just leave it like that. Why'd they have to specifically take the linear portion of the logarithmic expression of the way we see and they use that to apply to our navigation? That's strange.
So you're saying they gave us a specific set of equations to define our optics, and then told us that actually everything's disappearing behind the curvature of that graph. And then they just called the curvature of that graph the curvature of the Earth because we can't see behind it anyway. So it was really just a like we're just gonna call your bluff on that or whatever, like, see that telescope, dude? What's going on with that boat? It's disappearing behind the curvature of your optics, not the curvature of Earth. That's why when you get improved optics, you can resolve it and bring it back into oh my god, dude, this whole mystery this whole time. Okay, so anyway, so now that we know that curvature is a function of our optics, and when you plot it on a graph, there's a limit, and you could say that would be that the end of that limit would be like at the horizon, right? Like logarithmically, right? Like that's where you're going to get the most compression, right?
Correct. Absolutely. Yep.
Interesting how all that works. So you know what I read recently, that there's this thing called an azimuthal grid of vision, and it was described to me by the Royal Society of all places, right? Because that's insane. Like I've heard flat earthers talk about a personal dome, right? An azimuthal grid. What the heck? What the heck happened here? How is this formed, Shane?
So I think what you're talking about is how when the old astronomers, of course, from the Royal Society took their markings of the sky to prepare for the nonsense thing they would pull on the world later, called the globe. What they did was they first, they call it calibrated, right? They took their telescope, pointed at one end of the horizon as far as they could reach it, marked that on the telescope, flipped the telescope, pointed at the other end of the horizon, marking the other end of where the sky they could see, marked it on the telescope, and in so doing, denote for themselves a wonderful, exact azimuthal grid of vision. But they don't probably know what they're doing. They only look at the stars for several hundred years.
Hey, Sacred, I'm sending you some stuff to throw in the jumbo as well. So you're saying that they made an azimuthal grid by looking one direction in the sky and then turning 180 degrees and looking that direction, and then making a dome of vision, right, based off of that? Because as it turns out, we don't see in Euclidean geometry. You mentioned earlier that there was this thing called curved visual space. So can you touch more on that and how it relates to when you take two observation points and looking opposite to each other, how the convergence in the sky makes a dome? Like, well, I'm told that we see in Euclidean geometry, brother, and that there's parallel light rays. How the hell is the sky converging when I look up?
Right. So an aspect of your curved visual space is that it will curve light around you and or vision, right? So when when the astronomers denoted the maximum and minimum of their two ranges, they've marked the border of their dome of vision, knowing that's exactly how they would see. And what you have there is a portion which would curve, a portion which would curve linearly, the main of the vision. You have a portion that'll curve parabolically, and you have a bigger portion at the bottom that'll curve hyperbolically. But the point of the vision of space, the azimuthal grid of vision, is that it is spherical, right? So we see literally in spherical trigonometry, they're telling us that we see linearly. We watch our vision form a dome around us and wrap non-converging rays from the sun to a convergence point behind us on the opposing horizon. That's a weird phenomenon to witness until you realize that no matter what those lights are doing, your vision and the limit of your vision will work together to converge those beams behind you, because that just is the limit that you can see.
That's very fascinating. So you're telling me that if one were to optically, take the spherical excess of your curved visual space and apply that to the ground, you would get and use Gauss's theorem for that. You would get a radius of 3959 based off of the spherical excess. So you could actually map curved visual space to a, what would you call it, a celestial sphere, and then make deviation or correct any deviations from that, and then use the corrections themselves to get spherical excess, and then use that to reify the whole thing, because you can get back to the radius anyway with the theorem once you know how much you have once you have a radius in mind anyway.
Right. Yeah. Because if you do that out, then you could tell optically, based on the limit of the vision, how much a set triangle would theoretically curve. But then if you know what they're doing, you can pull that curve right out, and the resultant figure would give you the initial radius that they used to curve it at. So again, it seems like they knew a lot of things and then used them, let's say, less than stereotypically against us.
Now, I was told the guy Gauss that actually came up with that theorem and did some measurements for his country, he was actually hired by his government to make some maps and like figure out the curvature of the Earth. And he said that the curvature was not much different from zero. Now, what does that mean exactly to be not much different? Not, I'm sorry, misquote. I apologize, misquote.
Let's quote
Not
him, yeah.
not much significantly different than zero. So
Yeah.
there's zero, right?
Proud of you, Fleur. Cherry picking.
Dude, yeah. So there's zero, right? Where you got like nothing on one hand. And then on the other hand, there's not a significant difference in this hand than there is in the zero hand. So optically speaking, right, if you were to look across mountain peaks and take measurements to find the curvature of the Earth, right, and then you ended up saying that it was not significantly different from zero. What was that? What would that mean exactly, do you think?
Well, it means that there is no curvature except throughout the bottom of your eye. And if you're smart, you can know that amount it's going to curve and predict it, and then use that to say the whole world actually curves at that rate. Kind of a crazy suggestion to think of, though, right?
Wow, that's really interesting. So you're saying in as early as the 1850s, they started doing alley experiments where they were measuring the curved visual space on the X and Y plane of your depth perception to see if they intersected, to prove that we don't see in Euclidean geometry, and that they could actually take measurements of that to find the excess and then get a radius and apply that to the sky. Is that what and that was all done by the same guy that was hired to find some curvature that was not significantly different than zero?
Bro, no way. No way.
Hold on. I'm starting to see a connection here. You're telling me that there's a one-to-one equivalence between our curved visual space, how we see reality, and how we look at the stars, and how that was and how we literally see in a latitude longitude system. And you're telling me that they mapped that to the ground and then told us that all curvature is based off of that? Well, that's really interesting. If anyone here would like to substantiate that, that's a globularist. We're available all night.
Yeah,
it's Flat Earth Saturdays, dude.
That was a good on the prompt skit to go over all the stuff we talked about all week, dude. You're pretty good at that, Alan.
Thank you, good sir.
What do you guys think?
I think I'm tired of you guys appealing to critical thought. Stop appealing to critical thought. You silly flirts. Go ahead, Welly, and then we go to Mac.
Man, I think your invocation of poppycock is really just a deflection of tomfoolery, to be honest. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you know, if we want to be chilling in the haberdashery and shit and bring it back to old timey language, that's the way these fucking idiots sound. So I know we don't got a purple pill. I forgot I wasn't in, you know, not forgot, but like I'm used to having that pill in Jay's space. So I took a picture. I got a Garmin fucking Instinct watch that gives me moon phases and shit. And a couple of nights ago, I got into a moon phase conversation with with a couple people. I think Ghost Gone posted a fucking like a dope ass picture of the crescent. I'll just describe it as like north to south, right? Which is the way that I observed it. And, you know, for reference, I'm in fucking northern Minnesota, and what I've observed my whole life wasn't what I had observed then. And so I was getting gaslit by dudes. Oh, well, actually, the moon phases work. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at my watch right now, and it's telling me that it's a waning. Let's go back to it. What do we got here? No, it's a waxing gibbous moon, right? Okay, and it's showing literally like the moon would be if we were working north, south, east, and west, we would be looking at the moon actually appearing on the east. Well, mine was a southern. the moon is lit in the south, right? And so I just kind of was like, yeah, it's weird that, you know, I've observed it not being this for most of my life, and now it's turning to this. Because I pay attention to shit like that, and I just had people trolling me, and I was wondering, you know, since we got a lot of smart people up in this room tonight. Has anybody else noticed that or got any thoughts on that? You want to, like, I don't know, affirm them and correct me, or am I just tripping? Because it was wild. And I'm talking like I got obviously I still got family down in New Mexico. I got family in Texas. They were seeing the same thing, right? And we're over 1,000 miles away, 1,000 miles apart. So thought it was kind of weird. Oh, I see Bardic the squirrels in here. Somebody gave him a mic. That dude was trolling us. Just a heads up. That dude was trolling us up in Jay's space. Likes his balls. Anyways, yeah, I was wondering about that, man. If anybody's got some sauce on that, yeah, I was getting gaslit, dude. I mean, the trolls have been going hard as fuck this past week, dude. I had so many people, so many people that I've never even talked to, jumping on my post because I retweeted somebody with a lot more engagement and followings post, right? And they're they're trying to tackle me.
Hey,
But
not
yeah,
gonna lie, it kind of been like that ever since negative parallax, y'all.
no,
Hey, I'm just saying.
no, you ain't lying either though. And that's come up a couple times, man. That shit, that space fucking, that shit fucked me up. I know it fucked you up, Sacred. You were like, wait, what? You know what I mean? So I went through it with you, man. But that sauce was incredible, man. And Alan fucking did what he does, man. He laid it down in a way that a fucking third grader could understand if you just take the time to listen and, tuck your fucking bias back in your fucking suitcase. But no, I was wondering if anybody's knows anything about that with regards to the moon phase, because some of the trolls were like, yeah, okay, so if you're in the southern hemisphere, it should look like. And I understand the model, right? I understand the stupid globe model on the moon phases, but what I'm observing is something that is much different than what I've been observing most of my life. And so I'm not going to be gaslit by these fucking retards and just want to know who's got some insight.
Dude, respect, bro. Moon phases and stuff like that is not my forte, brother. So sorry, I can't offer any insights onto that.
Dude, let me interject something real quick. I just got to jump in. I've been educating people literally on two different panels on my PC right now in X and spaces, describing in detail what this means and telling them, one, like, well, wait, what? I thought you were just telling me the NFL was rigged. The thing I took off of Matthew's thing, it was like, whoa, wait, what? And then two other people pop in. Wait a minute, this is what? The world's not round? I mean, this is going to be an epic weekend. I just wanted to jump in, guys. By the way, follow me back, please, because I don't want to miss any of this stuff. Thank you.
Hey, we got you, brother. That's fucking funny. Yeah, no, Alan, I didn't know. Like, I wasn't suggesting like, I wouldn't even have assumed that like you got time for that type of fucking astrology and moon phases. You're into too much. You're into too much. It's a lot deeper, and I think more beneficial. But yeah, I wanted to throw it out there because I had some real fucking missiles coming in just from retweeting something going, yeah, that is kind of weird. It's not supposed to be that way based on the moon phase calendar and my location geographically based on your globe model. But cool,
Oh.
yeah, my eyes are lying to me.
Yeah, dude, the gaslighting comes in the hardest when observations in the sky directly refute their model, such as a man pointing a telescope at a star and filling it with water. All that kind of stuff. Parallax being negative, and then symmetry in the southern quote unquote hemisphere, sphere of your vision, if you know what I'm saying, right? So anyway, just anything that goes against the model, they're like gaslit. That's where you get gaslit the hardest, because that's how you have to defend it the hardest, because it's a completely hollow dog shit model. The guy dunked on it with filling his telescope with water. Imagine how easy it is to debunk your model, and all you have to do is fill a telescope with water.
That's
real,
insane.
For real, dude.
Oh, dude,
Nah,
and
man.
if you don't have water, bro, if there's a drought, no worries, you can use a crystal prism. Ergo did the same thing before Airy anyway. So if you could just use a crystal prism if there's a drought. No worries, bro.
Yeah, I mean, just throw some of the crystals from your fucking, hippie girlfriend's Crystal Garden in there if you're really fucking hard
Yeah.
up. I don't know, man.
Yeah, a
That
toilet
shit's
paper
wild.
roll and a crystal from your girl's garden, dog. You could debunk the globe, or the heliocentric model, rather. We'll start with that to be clear.
Right. Nah, man. All I was saying is I grew up like I was trying to tell this idiot, and I didn't waste a lot of time on it because I was fucking tired. But I'm like, no, dude. The moon plays this role, uh, from my observation point where I live on your model from left to right, and then the moon disappears for some weird fucking reason, which they don't want to get into either. And I said, where I am at geographically, based on your model, I shouldn't be observing what I'm observing, but you're telling me that I'm an idiot. So here's a picture with a timestamp. All right. Here's a snapshot of where I am on Google Earth currently, right? What's up? You know what I mean? And it's just fuck these people. I just wanted to throw it out there, see if anybody else was observing this. There's some weird shit going on with the moon lately.
Now that you mention it,
agree.
somebody was talking about that last night, how they were seeing something that wasn't aligning quite well. And I can't quite remember what it was, but if it comes up again, I'll take note and let you know.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I don't know how to raise my hand here, so I just wanted to jump real quick about the moon. I posted today where I'm at and how the moon, it was like visible almost all day. So starting from the one in the noon, the moon was visible like clearly. It was a clear sky. If you look at my profile, you'll see some pictures of it, and
Where are
it
you
was.
located?
Well, I'm somewhere East Europe, right?
Okay.
Basically Romania. So you can see the pictures on my profile. I posted it, and it was like it didn't catch up how the sun should have been lighting it, and then by the night the sky stayed clear, and by the night the moon basically rotated like 90 degrees, like not was changing position, but rotated
I was
90
just gonna,
degrees.
bro. I was just gonna talk about that as soon as you finish. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm done.
the
You can.
orientation, right? The orientation of it.
Yeah, it changed 90 degrees. Unfortunately I don't have a camera so I can photo the night moon, but it really changed 90 degrees toward the clockwise. It's weird,
Yeah.
and it's like, hey, I didn't learn that it's happening. And
I
today,
just looked at your picture, and that doesn't make any fucking sense. Not at
yeah,
all.
that's why I put the picture with also there's a building there, so you can kind of like see the shades for who has the eyes to look. But the sky was way on my right and way below of how should it be lit. I mean, if you would be and basically the moon was clear. I mean, I observed it at like around 1, but I'm sure it was up there like way earlier. So all day long, it was like very clearly visible on the sky. And I stayed and observed it like hour by hour by hour. And by the night, by the like, I don't know, like 10 in the night, it was 90-degree rotated, like clockwise.
Yeah, based
So
on your picture and what I've been told, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I gotta spit this out because based on what I've been told about the moon phases and started looking into, and based on like our
well,
current period where we're at today, it should not. Your shit is the wrong orientation. Basically 90 degrees, just like mine is 90 degrees rotated the opposite direction. So there's weird fucking shit going on with the moon right now. Not only to mention, like you said, there's no way based on the way that building's lit that, I mean, we know that it's not reflecting the sun's light, but it's just further proof your picture's fucking perfect.
yeah, that's why I put it there. I mean, and it's made with the phone. I wish I had a camera to also photograph it in the night to see that we're 90 degrees. Because I haven't noticed that ever. Maybe I didn't looked at it, but I was like, hey, does the moon rotate clockwise? Because I didn't know that. Besides its position, because the position was like it was there, and then it moved, but then with the movement, it also rotated 90 degrees. Basically, like the cut would be from top right to the left bottom, like the light cut. And in the day, exactly the opposite, like from top left to bottom right, as you see in my picture, or the other way around. I don't remember, but anyway, it switched 90 degrees. It was crazy. You can drop me off as speaker because my kids are here and they're making mess. I just wanted to point out this.
Hey,
Thank you
bro, I'm
very
glad.
much, and I'm listening.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I'll just go ahead and mute you. Just are you on? Before I do, are you on a PC or mobile?
Right now I'm on my mobile, but usually I stay on my PC, but now I'm chilling on my mobile.
I think on mobile you should have an option to raise hands, but it's all good, man. I appreciate you joining, and I'm glad you brought up that point because a couple weeks ago, me and Proud were looking at some observations because we do look at the sky. Proud got a telescope, and it wasn't within a day, I don't think, but it was over a course of like a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks at the most. And we noticed that the orientation of the moon changed. What I didn't realize is that it rocks back and forth. Now, look, we looking for some answers. So if you globe earthers have the mechanics of what motions are happening that will allow the orientation of the moon to rock back and forth like a wheel. So throughout the course of the month, it's gonna go rock like you said, 90 degrees one way, it's gonna rock back the other way. So it's like, what's happening? Why is the orientation of the moon rocking back and forth? Now, again, I can't picture it, so maybe there is some motions that they're saying is happening that I'm not considering. But it seems like it shouldn't go back and forth, right? Object in motion stays in motion. I mean, that's going back to Newton. We kind of debunked them last week, but I'm just saying it's a little bit weird. So if you globe earthers are in here that got some answers for us, please feel free to grab a mic and shed some light on this anomaly because it's a little bit weird to me, and I don't know why that observation is happening like that. There was one other thing I wanted to say too. But anyway, I appreciate you for talking about that, man, because that's a little bit of anomaly that we came across a couple weeks ago.
I thank you for your nice conversation.
Every single week, man. Feel free to pop back in and let your friends, opposition that may not agree with this, or some people who may not heard of these arguments or this side or this perspective, let them know that we here every single week. Let's slide over to Mac, and then we'll see what Sasquatch got to say. What up, Mac?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say I appreciate the family we got in here. Alan's last bit was a little bit hard to follow, but he wrapped it up nice at the end when he, said the curvature of sight relates to the curvature of your inner eye. I mean, that's fucking pretty.
Oh yeah, just let me say that too. So Alan has a list of papers on optics and how they've measured this curvature. They have the diagrams. I mean, I didn't even know it went back to the 1800s. That was news to me. I thought it was just like early 1900s. But if it's going all the way back like hundreds and hundreds of, like, this is crazy. And I've sent a few papers to a few Globe zealots, a few PhDs. I haven't heard a motherfucking thing back yet. So go ahead, man. Continue.
Yeah. No, it's just like the ideas we bounce off each other and we can get down to the bottom of it. I really appreciate it. And we're not getting called stupid or, you know, things like that. Because I do be on the other apps trying to like express my opinions, and people will be like, "Oh, I don't think you understand the experiment," or things like that. And I just can't wait until Agent Smith tries to come get me, and I'm gonna put myself inside Schroeder's box, and I'll neither be dead or alive. And they'll probably be like, "Oh, it doesn't work like that," and I'll be like, "No fucking shit, you stupid fox." So yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, no doubt, man. A lot of this conversation makes people uncomfortable if they're not open to it. Got to remove the emotion from it. You know what I'm saying? But appreciate you for trying to have a conversation elsewhere. I've tried having a conversation in other places. It hasn't worked out. As a matter of fact, I think I got blocked yesterday. Yo, I got blocked yesterday. Yo, listen. I'm on TikTok. I'm in the Globe Brothers Live. They spreading a bunch of propaganda. I'm correcting them. Dude goes, "Oh, it's my birthday too." And I guess on TikTok you could like send gifts. So I was just trying to be a nice guy. I sent them in a couple coins. Say happy birthday, Globey. Earth still flat though. Bro, I got blocked. He took my coins and ran, bro, and blocked me from the live. Y'all can't call me no grifter now. I'm paying the Globies. And they blocked me what? Proud. What's up with them over there?
Yo, I hopped in there, bro. I didn't even get a word out. I promise you, I didn't even type nothing. Immediately blocked. I'm like, damn. As soon as you seen me, you just knew to block me. Like, it could have been pure coincidence that I hopped in there 10 seconds after you got blocked. Nope.
Can't believe it. And it's funny too. Proud made an interesting observation. Like when you typing over there, they want you to come grab a mic, right? But over here, it's like they love typing and they won't grab a mic. It's like we trying to switch the audiences. Like I can't even chill in the comment section and listen to the propaganda without getting blocked. Insane.
They heard Proud talk. They've heard her speak. They've seen the clips, man. They were like, nah.
They
we
are,
don't want
yeah,
that
they
smoke.
know, you know what it is already. That's oh shit, Proud with a full clip, duck. Yeah, I know what it is. What else, Sasquatch?
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you to Alan and Shane for that dialogue. I mean, it's really, really insightful, and it's kind of mind blowing. I think probably, 6 months ago, I thought I knew, all the aspects of flat Earth because I've been, looking into it since COVID. So, but I'm finding out that I'm learning new shit all the time. So, and it's for people like Witsit and Alan and Shane and people that are just bringing in some insight that how things really work, and I really appreciate that. And if you think what their little dialogue was kind of mind blowing, and I don't know how strong Shane is on it, but he just recently put out a video that talks about toroidal fields and southern stars and star trails in the firmament, and it is really, really interesting and really mind-blowing about what is revealed in that video. Just saying.
Hey, yeah, man. We listen, we got some content coming. There's some clips that you guys probably haven't seen because it's on some different platforms. Man, when Winston get in his bag talking to some of these guys, I mean, the scrambling that happens, they get so flustered, they just start being truthful. Hey, I'm not trying to be fair. I don't care about fallacies. Oh, true. I don't want to look at that paper. I'd be like, bro, what? God, man, sitting there talking, I don't want to talk about physics. Don't you see my name is Hasselblad? Trust me, when y'all see the clip, y'all gonna get the inside joke. Oh my goodness. How you gonna sit here and talk in front of hundreds of thousands of people and say you ain't here to be fair and you don't care about fallacies and all this? Bro, what? I appreciate those dialogues too. And like I said earlier, in case you guys didn't catch it, we be in Discord and we talk about this on a regular basis. Y'all tap into Earth Awakenings and Ether Cause and come get that sauce. You don't got to come here only on Fridays, bro. We do this on what? They do this on Tuesdays. We got Wednesdays locked down. So Tuesdays, Ether Cause. We got Wednesdays, School in the Globers. We got Saturdays, Globe Busters. Man, like we everywhere, every day of the week with it. So pull up, man, tap in with us and come and get this. Yo, can you imagine, bro? They taking the mechanics of our optics and they're superimposing it to the sky, to the ground. And say, you don't see in the spherical manner, the earth is spherical. Bro, what? Can you imagine? Like that would let me believe that they're doing this purposely. So you know how we talk about this all the time, like, oh, y'all think that they know? So no, not the people that are navigating. I don't think that they in on that, but the ones that set up the whole framework, yeah, them guys know. The king that was like, yo, you can only use this coordinate system. Why? You can't ask why. Bro, some devious shit going on.
By the way, you can drop my mic. I said what I wanted to say. I don't. I'll just listen.
You good, man? Cooling up, chilling. Episode 87, Flat Earth and Chill. We got a few mics available. Appreciate you for pulling up.
Hey, Sacred, I think your mic is what is it like? It maybe like unplug it and plug it back in. It's popping a little bit.
Now
Is
yours
it?
does too, so maybe it's just Twitter.
Oh, bet. Okay, it's probably gonna crash
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah,
Alan, yours sounds the same.
you're a
Word.
little
See,
choppy. So mine's the same way as Alan's, or is it just Alan?
No, yours was. You're good now, but as soon as Alan was trying to let you know yours was doing that, his went crazy.
now his is doing it.
Alan,
No,
try to if you can't fix your mic, drop down and come back up. I got you.
yo, well,
At least you're not.
yeah, it's doing it for everyone now. Is it? And then it was doing it for Orwell when he was talking. So, can you speak real quick.
I could only hear Alan's like a little staticky.
Mm.
Everybody else sound good to me.
Yeah,
Say what's up to my man. Howdy, Bill.
How's it going?
Good to hear from you, bro. Hey, Bill's over on in the YouTube comment section holding it down, always showing love. He said he was going to.
Stationary Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Hey, about the one that was asking about the moon phases and stuff. I got some videos where the moon was in the east coming up, and the sun had just set in the west, and the highlighted part of the moon was pointing towards the north, or sometimes towards the northeast.
Where are you located, roughly?
South Dakota.
Yeah, so you're not far
South
from me, man.
Dakota.
I'm in Minnesota. Yeah, so you're not far from me. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's been doing some weird shit, and I pay attention to this stuff, man. I mean, for years now, especially with the chemtrail and bullshit and all that. I look at the sky constantly, but when the moon's out, I'm captivated by it and always have been. So when we get a break in the clouds up here and that moon's out, I'm staring at it, and it's been doing some fucking weird shit.
Well, it definitely ain't getting pointed at the sun during that time. I think Cammy and Karen over on Globebusters Tech, I think they're trying to figure out what's going on with the moon phases and stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Cammy. They do a really good job on Globebusters Tech. I think that's on Wednesdays as well. It might be on Tuesdays, but I think it's Wednesday.
Is that all on Discord?
I think
YouTube.
Globebusters is YouTube.
Okay, I can do the YouTube thing, but I got to get on that Discord thing, man. I got a lot of people telling me I'm missing a lot there, so I'm gonna work that out this weekend.
I'll put you on, Aurelian. Send me a DM so I don't forget.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
I got a question.
Right.
I heard a while back they were saying something like, "Oh, they made another mistake and they have another correction that the universe is billions and billions of times smaller than they originally thought." Did anybody hear anything like that?
I mean, unless it's a recent study, we were kind of covering that a couple weeks ago when discussing negative parallax. And if it's a geocentric position, then that means the universe is exponentially smaller than what we've been telling us, or what we've been told anyway. And that's coming from, I'm assuming, a globe earther. Now that's interesting if they're coming out with more studies, because I thought they just said that the universe was twice as big. So now it's small. Which one is it, SciComm?
This is like the number's going to coincidentally come out to be, the stars are just above us. Oh, around the firmament somewhere. Yeah, maybe a little further out, but just around there,
Hey Libra, if you see an article that says that, link it in my thread, in my pin tweet.
I'm just predicting that I don't know, just weird coincidence. But I'll definitely, if I see anything, I'll pin it.
The firmament is real. Why didn't the flat earthers do more to let us know? I can already see the headline, man. It's just like the fucking COVID shit. It's coming. It's coming, bro.
The gaslighting is crazy.
Testing. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Who's that, Bardic?
Am I coming through? Hello?
Oh, Bardic, you was the one on the timeline.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Can you hear me, Bardic?
Yeah, that's that soul. Give him the sauce.
I can, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you was trolling, Bardic. You got a mic and everything.
No, I'm not a troll.
How about some substantive specificity while you're here, bro?
Yeah, and you
I'm
got
not
a
a
you got a
troll.
mic. You got a mic last week. You went to the timeline saying that nobody gave you a mic.
Well, that was because I kept for like 4 hours or something, like right into the morning, early morning. I kept asking for the mic, and I wasn't getting it. But whatever, that's the past. So thank you for
But
accepting me.
did
I'm not
you
a troll.
did you hear us? Did you hear us saying that we was having issues? Everyone was
Well,
getting dropped out.
I saw the messages afterwards that you said that, and I mean, I guess I have to accept that as what happened. But I do. I guess it wasn't like you were trying to shut me out of the conversation.
And you tweeted your correction out, or you just left the narrative as is.
So if you, well, from my
no.
perspective,
Bardic,
I was being
no.
ignored, and you only corrected it through a DM afterwards, after the space had ended.
You're not gonna make me read them DMs right
So,
now, bro. Are you really gonna make me read them DMs right now? Don't make me read them DMs right now.
Do you remember how many
It
times you
happened.
got
I only saw
a mic brought up?
You did give me early in the space. I did get the mic several times.
Right.
But like I said, we can let that bygones. I'm ready to move on from where things.
We
If
can
you want to
let
make this an
bygones
issue
be
and we can go over the
bygones,
DMs and figure it out, and then I can apologize, we could do that too. But it's up to you.
Not an issue. We're just trying to see, like, because what we realize, and this happens with everybody, right? It's not just Flat Earth Fridays. Most of the time, when people have negative reviews, they have more, they're more motivated to leave negative reviews than positive ones. So we just like to see, like, kind of get a gauge on how many people run to the timeline for negative reviews, but when they get clarity or context, if they correct it on their own, or if they cool with just leaving it how it is, and then still coming to get a mic.
Well, if I am just trying to represent what I experienced, which was that I was given the mic a couple of times in the beginning, and then when things got a little hot, you shut me out. That's the way I experienced last Friday.
Yeah, that was the first part, and then you said it
I
was
hope to be proven wrong this Friday, and I hope that
and then you said
you're
it was a
proven to be
second
fair.
part. What was the second part?
What are you talking about? Second part?
You had mentioned DMs.
Yeah, the DMs. Like I only got the DMs about what was happening after the entire show was over.
So there was two
Even though I
parts,
had
so you only reported
DM'd you
on.
like during the show, asking you, "Hey, what's up? Why am I not
So you
getting
only
the mic?
reported on. So
Why am I not
you
being
only
given the
reported
mic?"
on the first part,
then-
not the second part.
So you want me to report on the timeline for last show that you followed up with me in DMs after the show?
Oh no, bro! I don't want you to do anything. I'm just getting clarity on your mindset. That's all.
Okay, because I feel like you're trolling me right now.
Oh no! I was asking you about your opinion and what you tweeted and your actions, and seeing if you got the whole story out or just part of it. And it just seems like you only got part of the story out.
So the story so far is that you were having issues. You were having technical issues.
Which you did witness, because you was in the space for 4 hours.
I was in space for way longer than 4 hours, and I wasn't given the mic for like 4 or 5 hours.
And you
The
witnessed
first 2 hours I was.
And you witnessed everybody having issues.
No, not really. People were going on and
You
talking.
got to
Obviously,
be
the
kidding
show
me.
went on.
All right, bro. Okay. We're not gonna have this
Every
conversation.
time I gave you a mic, Bardock, you dropped down shortly after. You were having issues yourself. So
Okay.
maybe there's
Yeah.
like a connection issue from your end to where everybody was muted and you wasn't even hearing the conversation.
Absolutely. I've been having issues even this one. Absolutely. So I'm willing to chalk it up to that, to them, to some of it being technical issues, for sure. which is why I contacted you through DMs. And then when I wasn't getting a response through the DMs, I believe I went to the timeline. But this was over the span. This all happened over like huge amount of time, like many hours.
I hit you an hour later, but bro.
Hopefully you tweet out your positive
After the
experience.
show. I only got any messages after the show.
I don't
Is
know
that
when
why
you
you were
checked your
so
DM.
hostile tonight in Jay's space, Bardick? Is that why you were so hostile? You were mad about what happened in the last Flat Earth
I
Friday
wasn't
space?
hostile at all, Orwellian. You called me a troll. I'm not a troll. You call anyone that comes back with a reasonable argument against what you're pushing as a troll. And it's not just
No,
me.
no, no.
You
No, I
do this
don't.
to many other people.
No, I don't. Not at all. Not even a little bit. But hey, man, it's your story. You can tell it how you want to. You know, frame it the way you want to frame it up. But that's not how it went down.
So can we move on? I have a question for Alan. Why don't you have anything written down, like a paper? Why don't you have like a response paper to all these scientific papers that you have issues with? Why is it only a list of videos? And this goes for Witsit as well. I'd really love to see like written PDFs from both of you.
Oh no, technical difficulties. I can't answer that question. Sorry.
Okay.
But real talk though. The answer is we do presentations on the papers that have been written about the subjects that we're talking about that back up our opinions, and those are largely ignored anyway. So what good would it do if I wrote another paper and cited all that stuff and put it in a neat package
It
for
would do a lot
everyone?
of good.
Well, it's already been done though, and it hasn't done any good. So I disagree with your
Someone-
assessment on that. That's why I'm making videos and presentations on it to spread the message, because the methodology that was used previous, i.e., writing a letter down and publishing it somewhere, hasn't been very effective. So your boy's going to step in and make video content based upon it. If you disagree with the method, that's totally fine, man. But that's just, and to quote the Big Lebowski, your opinion, man.
Okay, so in this conversation, you started off with a skit. You called it a skit. And someone later came in and said that it was hard to follow it. And I believe they were one of your own followers, like someone that looks up to you.
Mhm.
So what I'm asking is, you know, humanity has discovered that for clarity, it's important to have a procedure. So you write a paper, someone responds with their own paper about the paper, and you have it written down. The rap that you do is very hard to attack because it's poetry. So imagine if, you know, these great scientists, we would never know what they were talking about because they couldn't rap.
Mhm. So I do video presentations on these things, like, you know, segmented breakdowns, live Q&As, right? And then we do follow-ups, etc. So anyone can do that. So when I come here and we do a riff off the cuff off of stuff we've been talking about on the timeline all week, it's not necessarily the same thing as whatever you're
Something
trying to
structured, right? Like you're talking about a structured format
whatever you're trying to
breakdown.
put forward. Now, if anyone would like to step up and ask for clarification on any of the points made on either side, that's totally fine. Your boy can break it down on any level. That's what we're here for, right? The riff
Okay,
the
cool.
riff
So-
was just for the boys having fun. We're just
So
letting
you're-
off steam
you're-
all week.
You're
And
intentionally
they're
not writing
riffing.
anything.
They're riffing because they do this shit.
You're
You're not just gonna
intentionally
get
not
an
writing anything
amateur
down.
guitarist
Got it.
just riffing, bro.
Okay, so it's
Understand that.
intentional. It's an intentional tactic. Got it. Okay, so
I gotta call it a tactic, bro.
Yeah, dude. Like, I honestly don't really want to talk to you
I
anymore.
feel like you're
This
intimidated
is
by the fact that he
retarded.
can joke intellectually. Like that was a scientific banter back
Well-
and forth. Like why does that make you feel some type of way, Bardick? Why does that hurt your feelings?
Uncomfortable, exactly. Why
So-
does that make you uncomfortable?
Because there are times where some of the stuff Alan says goes over my head, and there are times where I catch it, and I'm like, wow, like I'm giggling too, and I'm like, wow, this is cool. Like I'm joking in science. Like I never saw that for
I'm
myself.
joking
and
in
it's an
science.
achievement
That's
to where
fucking-
you start to understand
that's
the
it.
scientific terms, and then you get the jokes. So the fact that you're like offended is I don't get it. I would love some insight to that.
Because it is offensive to treat logic and the shape of the earth and facts the way that they do, which is only through rhetorical tactics. So I want to have him and Witness actually commit to something on paper so that it can be discussed versus YouTube videos. A list of YouTube videos hasn't gotten us to this point in history where we have all these luxuries. No, you have to put it down. You have to have a principia. I want to see the principia of Alan. You know.
So we
Okay,
actually
so
have
that's
a
why.
real quick. We have a Principia. Shane, can you drop this link can you drop a link to the Principia, my man? Thank you for your questions,
Sure.
comments, concerns, and critiques. I'll definitely take note of that. Appreciate it, brother.
Okay, no problem, Alan. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate your talent, and it's not personal. It's purely like I want to get to the truth, but it can't just be through words that can shift around.
Yeah, it
and
can't just be through
voice.
2-hour long presentations and Q&As and citations and references and all that. It's definitely in regards to what we do on the Twitter timeline and joking around on Flat Earth Fridays for 20 minutes.
And you are
I got
not
you, bro.
allowed.
Super valid
You are
critiques,
not
dude.
allowed in that Discord either to go talk to them and ask them direct questions. All right, you are not allowed.
So what I don't understand, Bardick, and I'm gonna be completely respectful with you here, is you're asking for things to be written down on paper, correct? But at the same time, the things that Alan and Whitsitt do are documented. Like they're making videos, which is a modern medium in a format of documentation. So you disagree apparently with the method. So because it's recorded in a way that doesn't speak to your sensibilities, it's somehow not documented, not valid, or not reasonable. And that's something that I just don't understand. Like Alan was saying, jokingly, like, yeah, I only spend, 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night, like literally laying this down methodically, and it's recorded. Yet that's somehow unacceptable because it needs to be written down for you in an archaic form so you can put your fingers on it. I don't understand how the information is any less or more relevant, whether it is recorded in a format like we're experiencing currently or written on paper. That's an issue that you seem to have, but it doesn't change the content at all, not even a little bit. So I don't know, man, maybe you got to bring yourself, into our world and get yourself on our level. If you're actually serious about getting the information, debating, processing the information, and you are actually really serious and not trolling, because I don't feel like that, bro.
Okay, so Alan, does the
God.
Earth exist
Can we move on?
in a toroid?
Can we please move on to something else?
Oh, you see, this is a perfect example. Let's move on because you don't like what we're talking about.
No, I
Great.
just don't like you.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
matter-
So this is a
look,
perfect
no matter
example of
what
why
approach-
things need to
listen
be
me,
written
listen to
down.
me.
It's a popularity contest.
A popular look, bro. So what if he wrote like basically word for word what the previous guy wrote? So they're agreeing with certain parts to what they're discussing. So like, what would that make a difference? Say, hey, we're gonna highlight this part, and I'm going to acknowledge this part as being actual and true. Like, what
I
would be
would
the
be
difference of that?
happy if even the skit was written down somewhere that we could
Oh.
analyze the
See,
claims that are
that's a
being
lie.
made.
Because no matter what approach we take, you're not going to be happy. You're the type of person that'll find
Try
error
it. You
in
haven't tried it yet.
anything and
Try that.
everything.
Try writing your own
Yo,
paper.
it's
I've
our
been
Did you have a
listening to
question
you.
or what?
I've been listening to you. I heard you
Ask
in
a
the
question
last
about
one.
the skit that you
Yes,
didn't
I do.
understand.
I'm trying to
Okay,
get to
go
it, but
ahead. Well, hurry up and get to it.
I have a question. Yeah, hurry up, right? But if it's something about that you like, you can get 5 minutes to talk. Got it. Okay, so Earth
You
exists.
got
in a
way
toroid.
more than 5 minutes,
You are
bro.
grandstanding and insinuating and passive aggressively fucking setting your stage. Okay, it's not unnoticed. Just go faster, all right? Because you're not gonna last forever.
Yeah, so Earth exists in a toroid. That's the claim, is it?
Is that your question you got from the skit?
Alan, is that the
Hey,
is that the
Barty.
claim that Earth exists?
Yeah, that's my claim personally. I think so.
Okay, great. So how would I substantiate that?
So we have the directional flow of ether wind. That.
Wait, is he not aware that globe Earth has a toroid too?
Oh, dude.
So I can substantiate the toroid by
He has
ether
no idea
wind.
then.
You didn't already know
Is that the
that
claim?
you live in a toroid?
Did you not know the shape of Earth's magnetic field in your
Okay,
world as
you're
well?
just asking me questions. You're not answering my question.
Because it's a
How do
toroid,
I
bro.
substantiate that we live in a toroid?
Guess you have to
You
take
you
my
can
word
you
for
can
it,
appeal
man.
to your own science of the globe Earth heliocentric model.
What is an experiment I can
and they will
conduct
tell you that you also live in a
with an
toroid, although
isolated
it
variable?
doesn't work in their model.
It's funny because we went over why it doesn't work in your model earlier, Bardic. You know, when we got into the
It's not
fictional
an answer,
fantasy
Orwell.
core. No, it's not an answer because I'm not answering your question. I'm telling you that your model, okay, your model with a magnetic field doesn't exist and doesn't work because your core can't be magnetic.
So I just want to clarify that we haven't been able to substantiate a toroid with one of the most advanced ether thinkers besides Witsit, Alan. Thank you. That's all I had for tonight. Have a good evening.
Wait. Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, Bardic. All right. In your model, Earth has a magnetic
No.
core,
Don't start with
yes?
my model. No. Substantiate a Earth being
You
being a
asked a
toroid.
question. How can you
Bardic, you
Don't
said
start
you
with
were
my
done,
model.
man. Can I
Yeah,
say
you said.
something really quick, dude? Like,
Yeah, you
Bardic, you
did. Go
said you
ahead,
were
Toby.
done, and I really think we need to be done with you because your whole like point about
Yeah, just call me
you
a troll
not
and
no, you spent 5
don't answer
minutes
the question
complaining.
and just ignore it.
You're
Just
interrupting. Now
name
you're interrupting.
calling.
We gave you the floor for way longer than we should have, and now you're sitting here interrupting me. That's just rude. Now, Alan does what he does, and if you have a problem with the way he's doing things, then do things your own way. But the thing that's funny about it is that the PDFs that Alan reads or the PDFs that we read are out there. And you can go read them yourself. If you actually cared to do this research, you could go read the PDFs yourself. And every single time that Alan does a presentation, we list all the PDFs. He lists all the PDFs. On Tuesday, I gave a presentation. I went over 12 papers from Ruyong Wang and his patent. And all those papers are available on the internet. And actually, Ruyong Wang's papers are all available on his profile on his St. Cloud University site. So if you actually want to read this stuff, if you prefer the PDF format, the published PDF format, we'll give you a whole freaking list. We can give you 50, 60, 70, 80, however many PDFs you want, dude. We'll shoot them all your way. We'll give you the DOI numbers. You can dig right in. But I tell you what, you wouldn't, if you actually wanted to dig in, you would already be doing that. You wouldn't be sitting here telling Alan that he needs to stop making videos and that he needs to start putting out PDFs. And by the way, one last thing, Shane has actually put all these things into PDFs for you. So if you really, really, really got to have the PDFs, Shane spent like 4 days straight just putting all this information into PDFs. So go to his Shane SQL. I'm sure someone already put it in the Jumbotron. Go there. You can go through it to your heart's content and actually do some real research instead of sitting here and complaining about someone's choice of medium. All right, I'm done.
Did
Thank
I
you.
ask for a list of
dude,
PDFs
nice.
or did I ask for a PDF from you clarifying your position on these things? And I don't know who you are, Toby, but
To answer your other question,
you still haven't answered my question, Toby, about how to substantiate a toroid.
Well, I'm trying to do that for you. So what shape do magnetic fields take that we're aware of in all science?
You're asking me a question. I've asked you a question.
Okay. So magnetic fields take the shape of toroids. Now, do you agree or do you disagree?
I still haven't received an answer. Continue.
You have to answer my question in order for me to continue, brother.
Yeah, this is why it's
Yeah, if you're not
confusing to
going to
talk to you,
engage,
dog.
Bardic, then you could drop down, bro, because
You're
this
like,
is a conversation.
You're like, how do you substantiate it? You're like, well, you already accept that you live inside of one on the globe, and you're like, how do I substantiate it from your model? Like, I don't know what are you even getting at, dog? My boy's
Do you
breaking
have
it
an
down to you.
experiment I can conduct? Do you have something I can conduct?
Bro, you can't even answer the question of it's about the toroids. So like, I don't really want to further engage with you about toroids.
You can observe the motion of the stars and then plot them, right? You can observe the motions of the stars and then plot them and then see how well they match up with the motions of a toroidal field. There's your experiment. Good luck.
Motions of the stars line up and they show us that we live on a toroid. Do you have can you expand on that?
That's not
Do you
what
have
I
like
said. I said you can do the experiment and you can figure it out for yourself. When you do it and
So
you
that's
let us
fair.
know, then we can have a discussion about the verification of such things. Until then, if you're just gonna ignore the questions that I've asked to kind of try to answer your question, then good luck with that, brother. Take care.
So your attempt was to answer my questions with questions.
So your attempt is to say nothing, do nothing, and
I
then
need
point
to.
I mean, just I don't know if you like if why you're trying to find a toroid. Is there a reason? Are you like you're really into the toroid shape, or did someone tell you it has to be a toroid? Where's the
Yes.
toroid thing coming from?
Yes, I've been told by the smart kid that the Earth exists in a toroid, and that we actually can't see it. But so I asked him, how do we substantiate that we live in a toroid? And I haven't really gotten a really good answer. So far, the
I think
best
you.
answer has been that I can look at the stars, and that somehow shows me that I live in a toroid.
You're
Okay,
hearing
so
back
you've
from
already then
from
real
Agnes.
quick though. Hold on, can I finish my line of questioning here? Because you're already at that point. Then I take it you have accepted the fact that there is no curvature of the ground beneath your feet, and there is no measurable motion of the ground beneath your feet as well. Correct?
Irrelevant. Irrelevant to what I can do to prove that we live in a toroid. These are all irrelevant questions.
So
What can I do?
for some reason, you just really want this toroid thing. You don't want objective truth. You just want this toroid.
This is you're putting that on me, what I am, who I'm coming from, what I believe in. You don't know any of that. You're claiming that. A ton of people here claim all that. I haven't actually had a chance to state what I believe. But I actually don't even want to, because it's irrelevant to my question,
there's a
which
logical
is,
reason
how do I substantiate that Earth
I'm
exists in a
trying to
toroid?
hold on. Well, dude, you're being defensive, but what if I told you that to get to the toroid understanding, first you have to figure out the fact that there's definitely no curvature and there's definitely no motion. That's step one. That's the first part of the line of logic. I can't bring you to the toroid. I can't explain all that stuff until we first substantiate that. Until we first clarify for you, we unwind all this cognitive dissonance. We have to understand first, like, oh, the speed of light's not constant. When we actually we have to start doing real physics. And in order to start doing real physics, there's a lot of stuff that we have to clarify first. And it doesn't sound like you're really at that level. I hate to say
So
it.
none of that was be relevant. You should be able
But
to
it
show
is.
me
No, see,
something I can
just saying
do.
that it's irrelevant is not having a useful conversation. You have to say what your question is. You have to converse with me here. Just saying that's irrelevant is not a response to what I just said. You have to tell me why it would be irrelevant. Just try to at least respond to something that I said there.
So I
Do
don't
you
need
follow the
to
line that
believe what
maybe
you believe.
the curvature and the motion is important to this discussion? Do you understand how that could maybe be important?
I don't need to believe what you believe for you
Do
to
you
show me
understand
something
how
I
that
can
could
do.
maybe be
Please let me
important to the
finish. I let you finish.
conversation? Just be
Please let me
honest with
finish.
me.
Please let me finish my sentence.
Well, you're not answering the direct question I asked you that was
Neither are
very
you. You aren't
relevant to
answering
this
my question.
conversation. I'm
You aren't
trying to make
answering my
sure that you
question.
understand our line of logic, and it doesn't sound like you're allowing yourself to understand our line of logic. For some reason, you are putting up a wall, and you're not actually trying to
Wall is
understand
your
us.
own
It's a
logic.
very
My
simple
point.
question that I asked you. Do you understand how maybe the curvature and the motion of the earth and the ground beneath your feet might be relevant to this toroidal geometry that you're trying to talk about? Do you see how those things might be related within our line of logic?
Why do I need to follow your line of
So you
logic
refuse to
to
answer the question, huh?
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
No, because I asked you a very
You're gonna
pointed
keep
question. You
interrupting me.
keep refusing to
I
answer
let
it.
you
You're gonna
finish.
chant
You're gonna keep
the same
interrupting.
shit, then yeah, I'm not interested.
All right, hold on. Let's hear what Bartek got to say. Bartek, answer his question directly.
I don't need to follow your line of logic for you to give me an experiment or something I can do to substantiate that something is true. I don't need to go through the whole process, the whole PDF list. You can say this thing or that thing. If you do that, that will show you that you're in a toroid. The Earth is in a toroid. I can give you
I gave you an
examples
experiment, bro.
for other things. that I can do this for. Other experiments I could conduct to prove like water is wet or water is at a certain temperature, things like that. I don't need to embrace your entire worldview for you to come to me with something substantial to
Bardic,
substantiate.
how would you do it?
How would I do what?
You just been asking us the same question for the past hour, and I'm asking you, how would you do it?
I would buy some bees from Amazon and I would attach a very thin cord to them, something very light, and I would change the EMF fields around it to test if it has an effect on the bee. I would be able to do that. No one has ever offered me something like that. Now, how does that test the toroid? Well, I could take it to different locations. If the claim is that certain locations phase in and out of different types of the different phases of the toroid, like different strands of the toroid, then I could measure that based on the behavior of the bees over time doing a probability distribution. No one has come to me with anything similar to that. That's all I've been asking for. Do I need to believe in your worldview for someone to have said that to me? No.
So why didn't you lead with that? What made you
Because I
hold on, hold on,
want
hold
to
on, hold on,
point
hold on. Let me
out how
clarify. Let me
terrible your
clarify. Let me
arguments
clarify.
are.
Hold on, let me clarify. Let me clarify.
This is why we
Let me
write
clear. Hold on. I
papers.
said hold on. Let me clarify. You came in here trying to catch people in a gotcha. It seems like you thought this well out, like thoroughly. You had a solution or at least something to offer, but you rather antagonize everybody on mic, and you
No.
wonder why. Well, I'm not done.
Sorry,
And
go ahead.
you wonder why nobody wants to talk to you. Why not say, "Hey guys, I hear what you guys are talking about the toroidal field. I have an idea on how maybe we could test this. What do you guys think?" Why didn't you approach it like that?
I did. I did. I came out to you and I said, the way you're doing things is wrong. You're doing it by poetry and videos. I said you should do papers. Why don't you have any papers on this? I did do that. So
No.
I'm not trying to antagonize anyone. You guys think everyone's a troll and after you, so you get antagonized by yourselves. I'm simply asking a question and I'm pointing out how your entire discourse and the way you do things is not constructive.
So that's your opinion, but you have an idea to actually contribute, right? You have something of substance to
I
add. And
demonstrate
you didn't approach this conversation like saying, "Hey, look, why don't you guys take this into consideration to add to what you're doing?" There's a test that we may be able to put our minds to. You guys got the papers, you guys know how this stuff works. Let's see if we could develop a plan so we could test this. Why did you come in here try to criticize, keep your idea to yourself, and then try to frame everybody as if they were doing some weird stuff in this
because you're the
conversation?
first person all week who has asked me because your
Well,
process is
why are you
wrong.
appealing to that? Why are you appealing to, "Hey, pay attention to me. Hey, can you tell me what to do? Hey, can you add?" Why not just offer that?
Your
What is making you
process
approach
is
the
wrong.
conversation
You
in the
don't
way that you're
deserve it.
doing it?
You have to
Instead,
earn it.
I
You
won't have
have
to
to earn
earn
it.
anything, bro.
So hold on. So hold on. Wait,
Listen.
wait.
No, hold on, hold on. I'm not done, bro. You have a mic in Flat Earth Fridays, and you got the nerve to tell me that we don't deserve something, bro. You are in front of 100 people speaking your mind. I would, and I don't appeal to numbers or anything like that, bro. You're getting direct dialogue with some of the greatest minds in this conversation, and you got the nerve to say that we got to earn your respect, bro.
Some of the greatest minds who haven't
You
been able
need to be
to do
more
that.
humble, bro. You got to be more humble. You've been getting so much mic time. You've been popping shit on the timeline. These guys been entertaining you, as frustrating as it is, and you got a whole way that you could have handled this where we could have been more productive. And you're projecting your own ineptitude onto us, disrupting the conversation.
Dude, could have been so much more productive, dog. Your line of questioning to set us up was confusing and kind of retarded because you already believe you live in a fucking toroid. So it was like, what are you even trying to get at, dog? Thanks for wasting all our fucking time so I got ya. That's
So
great.
everything you're
That's great,
blaming me
man.
for is a result
Yes.
of your own process, not me.
No, it's a result of your process, bro.
No.
You came in here ass backwards, bro. You could have offered up what you were putting forward, and then gave us critiques on the back end of that. Would have been a lot more productive, and we could have seen where you were coming from, had an understanding had a productive conversation, but you wanted to waste everyone's time.
You're
And then
overestimating
no,
how
hold on, wait,
open-minded you are.
it's not, no, I'm not, dog, and it's not even that, it's even worse than that now, because now that it's all unraveled, you're now retroactively trying to act like this, like you offered that up the whole time, and no, but now you don't deserve it. Shut the fuck up, dog. Just get out of here.
Yeah, see, that's the attitude I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
you're
guys are giving him too
overestimating
much
how
credit
open-minded
because
your
he
entire
refused to
process is.
even. This guy refused to even actually like humor me when I tried to actually I tried to actually help this guy and lead him down the line of logic, and he refused it. Right?
So
Like
you're
Yeah,
that.
no
blaming
interest.
me
He has no interest. He's
Yeah,
just
no,
He
dude,
has no
yeah,
interest. Exactly. He don't.
for your own ineptitude, for your own lack of sophistication.
Don't take
No,
my
yeah.
no.
words.
You
That's hey, bro, you're not
expose
gonna do that.
you
This
expose
guy.
your inability to answer a simple yes or no question. So that's I don't know why we even continued talking with you after that.
Yeah, man, Bartek, your approach was just disingenuous, bro. And we just don't understand why you did that. Especially if you have something to actually offer. You just discredited yourself just by your approach.
I didn't offer anything. You asked me how I would do it. I offered a suggestion.
Yeah, but you're asking
I'm not
hey, how would
taking
you
on
do
the
it? Hey,
worldview.
Toby, Alan, how would you do this? How would you test the toroidal field? Knowing the fact that you have your own ideas on how to do it. So it's just like, what's the point of sitting over there? Oh, you don't have a way to do it? Oh, you don't have a way to do it? Like, what is the point of that? That
You
is
aren't making
not
any
productive, bro.
sense.
As a matter of fact, that's as childish as you can get. There is no scientific paper that operates like that. There's no scientific community, or at least in the real like credential, they don't act like that. You acted like that, and you're appealing to that, and you're begging people to tell you something that you already supposedly have an idea about. It's
How would you get the views
disingenuous.
to
Is
follow
it?
you?
I'm not
Say it
endorsing
again,
the
Prop.
idea I offered. I'm asking you guys. I'm not endorsing what I said. Okay, so I was asking you guys how you would prove we live in a toroid on the Earth, and for almost all day, and if not all week, no one's offered a reasonable answer. So I take care, guys.
Yeah,
Love
but
you.
that's
Much
because nobody
love.
gives a shit what
May
you
we
say,
all
though.
find the truth. I wish you all the best. Bye.
He don't wish nobody the best, guys. Hey,
Right.
Alan, Toby, man, we dealt with him for like 2.5, 3 hours in Jay's space. He does the same thing. At the end of the day, man, Bartek, real talk, man. If you were genuine, which you're not, you're being disingenuous. You would recognize and realize that your model is the one that's on trial. And what you like to do is you like to hide behind. I never even revealed what I believe, dude. We all know what you believe. He already rage quit. He skipped out. But man, we were dealing with this for hours. So what the dude doesn't recognize, and what a lot of these idiots don't recognize, but especially that dude today, because I mean Brian almost had him fucking in tears. Is that
But that's how you know he
model
wasn't really
ain't
here.
on trial, man. We're not explaining our we know
Right.
what we believe. We come with the fucking Alan, Toby, Shane, fucking Witsit. They come with the fucking receipts. They come with the papers. They do the presentations. I already laid it out for them. Like your beef is with the medium and the format. That already red flag, right? But we let him talk his way into a fucking hole. Dude, put the shovel down, right? But nah, man, we're not on trial. Your model that is accepted by the world for the most part is what's on trial, because the whole fucking thing is it don't make sense. We cannot replicate any of your bullshit. So why? Nah, we got questions, buddy. Like they come in here and they want us to explain the fucking everything about everything, and that's where they go, and then it's just deflection and so whatever. Anyways, I tried to warn y'all, but it was fun. But yeah, this dude 2.5, 3 hours in and out, in and out. Mike taken, let him back in. Mike taken, same shit. He would not answer a single fucking question. A single question, not even on his model, like anything. Like, dude, how old are you? Wouldn't answer a single fucking question, buddy. Bullshit. Fuck that dude.
Yeah, hopefully people see how both sides of the conversation happens. That's why I try to highlight the approach, because it's all about mindset and energy. Like, right? Like there was no reason to come in to disrupt the conversation the way that he did, even if he was genuinely trying to find a way to do it. It's just like it seemed like his whole energy is just polluted too much for him to engage on this, type of polarizing topic. And yeah,
Well,
we got to just be careful of that type of stuff. Go ahead, Adam.
yeah, it was just kind of confusing, the line of questioning, because it's like he already accepts that he lives in one, and it was like how do we come up with a way to measure it? Like I always thought he was talking about like what what mechanism do you like? How do you explain it on a flat Earth, right? Because they have their toroidal field from the globe with the with the convection currents of the rotating inner core, right? So it was just like what are we even getting at here, bro? We're both we're both already toroidal. Like, in you want to go? What did he say? Buy some bees off of Amazon or something? Like, dog, that's great, but yeah, just super disingenuous with it and a total time waster, man. I'm glad that was I'm glad we've all moved on now.
Yeah,
Do we
for
have
real.
any actual Globers with some real questions?
I don't know. We'll
I'd
see.
just like to make a statement, if you don't mind. So,
Just real quick, and then we'll get to the hands
all
after
right,
this.
I'll get out of it. So, I for one appreciate the media, the way it's being presented now. I personally don't have time to go look at all the PDFs and things. I do appreciate that there are people that are smart enough that have done all that, that explain it in a way that doesn't consume my time. I'm an old guy, I'm over 60, and I don't have much life left. But I really appreciate having my eyes opened and people to be able to articulate what's in the documents that they've researched. And so for one, uh, I just give you kudos for uh, everything that you guys do, and I love the format. I've learned so much in the last year.
Thank you, man. We appreciate that, and that's what we strive to do, is to just bring the heavy load the content, and then move on to the next one, and just keep it rolling, so we could have a cohesive timeline of breakdowns of actual physics and science of a timeline of history and the experiments that was done when when they were still manipulating independent variables and whatnot. And it's like we're just going over the interpretation that they've laid over top of us, and just breaking that down and making it available. Glad that you're able to get value out of it, man. It means a lot.
I know I learned a lot. Me and Proud talk about this all the time. It's like, man, where we was when we first started out is like nowhere close to where like all the things that we done learned having this conversation. It's so dope to be able to toss ideas back and forth and to get it in a way like in a time like we got the internet, y'all. Like we live in spaces, like sharing shit in real time, like lightning speed is crazy. So it's a lot, but my guys make it super digestible, and it's recorded for those who need everything to be written down. Write it down your damn self. Put on captions and write it down, and then you can go ahead and go over it and pop in Discord and talk about the things that you read that they already said in real life. The hell. Anyway, let's go to Bill and then slide over to Kumar. What up, Bill?
Hey, man. Talking about toroids, I just thought I'd talk about energy. It's naturally a toroid. It wants to flow naturally as a toroid. You look at water, you look at tornadoes, you look at whirlpools, you look at how a crystal, when it grows, it's in a spiral. Everything is a toroid because everything is energy.
Well, how dare you say that without earning it, or whatever that fucking guy said. You're going about
That's all I
asserting your
wanted to say.
toroidal views wrong. You have to write it in a PDF and publish it.
Oh, peer review stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Got to submit to the system before you can overthrow it, right?
Come on, guys. All
Maybe
PDFs
infiltrate
matter.
it.
Oh, what up? That's your boy Bill. I see you, dude. Okay. I didn't realize that was you from the chat. What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Going good, brother.
Bill
But
be holding
I'll
it
let y'all
down
get
in the
back with
chat.
your conversation.
Dude, Bill.
What?
What's up? Bill holds it down in the chat. What's up?
Might try to. All right. I'll let y'all get back.
Appreciate you, brother. Kumar got an interesting worldview. What do you think about these toroidal fields?
I was talking about the whirlpool thing, that toilet flush, when you add in the northern hemisphere, it just goes clockwise and
Yes.
anti-clockwise. I mean, this is the only thing I don't know if you guys are talking about that, but that is what I had in my mind when I came to the space. Is that what you guys are talking about?
Slightly different, but also kind of related.
Wow. See, I don't know. Every time I enter sacred space, although it is episode 87, nice to see you grow, man. And these Friday episodes are going on still. Nice to see that. And always, whenever I come to your space, it's like, seems like you guys are already on the same wavelength where I am with my question. So that is the only thing that confuses me with the flat earth concept. And my concern here is that how does that happen? If the earth is flat the way you guys suggest or the way I understand, how is this whirlpool like, clockwise and anti-clockwise? Do you have
Oh,
any reasoning?
Alan, Toby, y'all remember when I dropped that video in the Discord? Y'all remember that?
Oh, I vaguely remember it, but can
Oh, you're
you?
talking about the magnetodynamics, right?
Yeah, we
Yes.
never really double back to that. We should probably create like a little video so people could see.
Even the tornadoes and cyclones and these things are also hurricanes. All these things are like like in a different clockwise and anti-clockwise. Why do you think that happens though?
It's relative to the motion of the sun and the moon, which go through generally around the equator area, right? Especially the sun, and that's why the hurricanes and cyclones
So
are
how do you define
interesting.
equator as well on flat earth?
So it would be the center point. It's where it's the azimuth of it's where we perceive the inner circle, which would be where the North Pole is, right? Polaris. As you move out from Polaris, the circle starts to invert, and as you move outward, the further you go from the center point of Polaris, you actually start seeing a like a counterspatial expression is what I would call it, but it's some kind of inversely proportional relationship to the center point of Polaris, and as you move outward from that point, you're into what they would call the southern hemisphere. But the important divider line would be as you move past that center point there, which seems to be where there seems to be the greatest ether wind, and that's generally where the sun and the moon have most of their motion in that area there, and that's between the tropics there, and all other motion seems to kind of fall in line behind that motion. The cyclones and hurricanes, the pendulum, interferometry, everything kind of seems to follow that that racetrack through the middle there, between the tropics. Essentially, everything kind of seems to revolve around that.
Wow, this is why I love these spaces because I never paid attention to that before. But now, because you're bringing it up, I'm always seeing the same pattern. It is around the equator line. So there is something to do with that. Another question for Sacred, because do you ever feel that you could be wrong? I mean, I'm not saying that Earth is globe, but what if the model that you think, because as we progress, as we age, we learn new things, and based on the understanding of the reality of the actuality, we may change our views a little bit as we grow, right? Spiritually and everything else. So, do you feel like the model that you may be supporting could be somehow little bit of incorrect? Now you are just supporting it based on your ego, like because you have associated, just like these QAnon people or Trump tard people, just because they have supported it for so long, they have to go with the flow. Do you feel that way ever?
So flat Earth isn't just about the Earth being flat, right? It's really about, okay, what's being given us. You talk about this all the time. Yeah, the reality versus the actuality, right? So it's multiple components to the conversation. So, I'm of the, I take it as fact that we are not given the truth. Now, whatever it may be, hey, we just gonna have to figure that out. It seems like it's devoid of curvature where it should be. So from my perspective, it's flat. But me and Proud talk about this all the time. It could be a way bigger ball, but I mean that still will throw everything else off, and it still doesn't really make sense to be totally honest. But I'm
Does
open
it
to,
happen to you? Does it come across your
yeah,
mind sometimes that you could be wrong?
hell yeah, I've been wrong before. I had to update my position.
Okay, last question,
Yeah, we all make
technical one.
mistakes.
Technical question, because because April 8th we have a totality solar eclipse. Can you just help me understand how does it happen on a flat Earth.
You know, that's funny. We was in TikTok the other day, and a globe earther said, "Hey, Sacred, you know, I can show you the moon approaching the sun during the solar eclipse." I said, "Really?" That's funny because I've never seen that, and nobody that I know has ever seen the moon actually
Do you feel it
approaching.
is something else, not the moon?
I feel like it has to do with what the sky is. So I don't know if it's a different object, but I know that the sky is polarized. And if there's a specific medium, who knows what could be going on over there. Now, it
My
could be a third
speculation
body,
on that
but I
matter
still don't see anything approaching the sun. Go ahead.
my speculation on that matter is like, because that total eclipse happens in a certain line in a in the map of the world, of the earth. Do you think it is a possibility that it creates some kind of a portal in between, like, that darkness could be a portal to another realm or something?
It could be. That would be kind of crazy. Uh, there's definitely an immaterial world, right? And that's the thing that science doesn't acknowledge, is the immaterial. Um, there is something on another side. There is some type of absolute frame of reference, and if there's a portal, it will probably have to be related to that, in my opinion. I don't know though. That's getting like kind of far out there. There's really no
What
evidence
about
of that, but
planets like Saturn, I mean, or planet like Venus or Mercury? What do you think about them? What are they?
that's interesting. That's a good question. I'm not sure, man. Really not sure.
All right,
I
man,
do.
that's all I have. Yep. I'm
Yeah,
seems
there.
like the right
It's
place where
definitely
you
it's
guys also
definitely
don't have an
energy.
answer. You guys
It's
don't have an answer for the questions that I have. So it seems like I'm doing good.
one question.
Well, I got a couple answers.
So
I
you
say
guys don't have an answer for the questions that I have.
it's definitely energy. I know that for a fact. But I mean, even the globe earthers don't know what it is for real.
Exactly. But
We only
they
stand by
do have a
things that
reasoning.
we only stand by things we can substantiate. We don't make claims. We could theorize about what it could be. But unless we can test it, reproduce it, and falsify it, we don't really make no claims. I can't test Mars and tell you what it is. I'd be lying to you. Then you can call me a fraud. And I ain't built like that.
One thing I can tell you from my understanding, moon is not what they say it is. It is not a rock. It is transparent from my view, because those craters are not, if you see them during the daylight, in the evening or in the morning, you see the transparency, like, you can see the sky behind the moon. So I don't get it, man. Seems like I'm living in a lie, and more I realize that it's a lie that I'm living in, more frustrated I get about myself.
I would say it's more translucent. But yeah, it has been documented. Globers don't like talking about that. Y'all see the symbols, y'all see the star through the crescent moon. It should not be penetrating that circumference or that circle. You should not see no lights through a solid substance, right? Something to think about. Good questions, Kumar. Let's slide over to Dan Blue and we'll check out Esoteric. What up, Blue?
What up? Sorry I had to bounce earlier. I just can't deal with people like that. I can listen to a lot, but I can't listen to that. I just have a question because I've been trying to do research on other flat earthers, on their theories for all the activity in the sky at night, or 24 hours a day, I would say, but you see it at night. Because some of the stuff I pick up it's trucking, and it's going in every possible direction, like at all different speeds. And I'm just curious, what are anybody's thoughts on what they believe that all that stuff is, aside from the, prosaic explanations.
Oh, hey, sorry to cut in. I'll be AFK for like 5 or 10 minutes, Sacred.
Okay, yeah, you good. I'm just glad you're not dropping down. Elon leaving us alone. Appreciate that, Elon. Even though you speaking in code in your tweets when people asking about the moon landing. But I'm gonna chill up off you.
Not paranoid.
What up, esoteric?
What's up, my bro? You're right. It's nice to see Kuma in here asking questions. I thought he was God. And he's asking if the earth is flat or round now. This guy is running spaces for the last 4 years about
Hold on,
seeing everything.
we can't hear you. Fix
He's
your
aware
mic.
of everything.
Hold on, fix your mic. We can't hear you, Bang.
The guy's been running spaces for the last 4 years, fucking around with people's heads on here, influencing people in the wrong direction, and now he wants to join on the boat about flat Earth. Like,
Hey, Flat Earth bring you to the light, man. You know,
last
sacred
4
spaces.
years, you've
We
been shitting.
raise consciousness and energy over here. They can't help but release their demons before they come into this space. You feel me?
They just want to jump on the boat now because they can see that they're losing the war and they're not going to get nowhere. And now they want to jump on the boat with us. No, mate. Your
We
jins
cannot hear you,
is
bro.
under my jins.
Moving around over there.
You want a mutiny? You want us to push them off the flat boat? Once you wake somebody up, can you
Like
close them down?
you join their spaces, you try to wake them up, and then the ego that he had, because he thought he was God, and now he wants.
I think the ether is saying, hey, we don't want to dive into that energy. But I appreciate that contribution, bro. Good to see you though. Your mic is just messing up a whole lot. But it's all good. Let's hear from D3 and then we'll slide over to Bill.
Hey, the thing you mentioned earlier about the moon, it's something I haven't personally experienced with seeing things through the dark half and it being translucent. However, if that's real and that's the case, and this can be seen with a telescope, it gave me an idea for an experiment for people with telescopes. Now, I'm not sure how to do it. Um, it involves using the redshift blue shift that mainstream uses to determine how far these stars are, right? Because let's think about it this way. Let's say that it's not translucent, but we are seeing a light there. Well, that would mean that light is appearing in front of the moon, right? So if we can measure with this redshift blue shift accurately as they say we can, then if there is
D3 breaking up for y'all too or just me?
For me too. I posted the picture I took with my telescope of the moon being kind of like translucent. You can see through it.
something shining
We can't hear you, bro.
in the dark half of the moon, then we should be able to measure its. Damn.
You can't hear us either. You like roboting real crazy. Shout out to the robots and the cyborgs out there. All love. Run it back, run it back.
Hello.
Yeah, you way better, way better.
Okay, cool. So what I was saying is about the moon, and I could hear the whole time, by the way. But anyway, about the moon, if there's something shining through it, right? Let's assume that it's not shining through it and that it is a physical surface. Okay, that would mean that whatever we are seeing is in front of it, right? Either way, we should be able to use the mainstream method of using redshift blue shift to determine its distance. right? Now, if we did that, let's just say it's real. I don't know if it's real or not, but let's say it's real what we're seeing. Okay, then how far is that light that we are seeing? If we measure it and it happens to be behind the moon, then we know the moon is translucent 100%. If it happens to show that it is in front of the moon, then we know there's something extremely different about the stars than what they say. What do you guys think?
Is anyone else talking?
I
Lost
didn't
me.
get the question fully.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Well, does that mean that we have to assume their analysis with redshift and blue shift is giving the correct distances to apply to our celestial object, right?
Well,
I
it doesn't
rug.
mean we have
My
to.
bad.
It doesn't mean we have to assume. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying I rugged. I missed half of what you were saying. The last thing I heard was the red shift. Go ahead though.
Okay, so all right, real quick, just to recap, there's something people are saying there's something shining through the back half, the dark half of the moon. Okay, if that is correct, then we should be able to measure that light using the mainstream distances, which are derived from redshift, blue shift. If it shows that the distance is farther than the moon, that means the moon is translucent 100%, no questions asked. If it shows that it's in front of the moon, then that would mean the distances that they are measuring must be way wrong because it's showing that it's in front of the moon.
So, like,
More statistical error. Oh no. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Redshift and blue shift, like they say they deduce distances from that, but what they could really be and what they probably are in reality is when you move through an electromagnetic field, you have electromagnetic retardation, which is, affecting the wavelengths, and it could be shorting or elongating them, and that's left or right, essentially, what you go through, and that's probably what we see. I think Ken Wheeler did a good demonstration of that back and forth with a Thuracell over a magnet. But like, so then we
Correct.
couldn't use that
That's
to
exactly
determine the
it. That's
distance, right?
exactly it.
So we can only tell really if it's coming or going, not how far it is what I was going to say. I think safely.
Okay. Okay. So that would still mean something. So if they hold true to like, okay, well, it's at this distance, well then if it's behind, right, if we're reading it as far, then that would mean there's something there that's wrong with their assessment and what they speak about the moon. So either way, it kind of breaks down that whole distance thing, right?
I think not
You see what I'm
definitively.
saying?
Yeah, for
Well, it
sure.
can't be behind them. It can't be behind the moon if we're seeing it and the distances hold true. That's impossible. That would mean what they're saying about the moon is 100% false. So we would have that. And if it's not the correct distances, but we still see it, and they say that the moon is 100% a rock, well, then that would mean that whatever we're using to gauge the stars is completely wrong, as you're suggesting. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the idea. I like the initiative for sure. But I just don't think that that would be conclusive for even our side, let alone to prove to them, because they just, explain away the nonsense and their inconsistency like they always do. But as far as determining if the mood is solid, I think there are other tests. I think the fact that you see things through it at all is probably an indicator. That's actually cataloged on, like, I think the Royal Society, the Royal of Astronomy has an entry saying that that's been observed so many different times. So it's definitely like a fact, and they still don't even deal with that. So I don't know how much they're going to deal with whatever we can conclude from a test showing redshift and blue shift to determine that its distance is wrong.
All righty. That's my spiel.
I mean, you should probably do it anyway and tell show us what
Nah,
you
I
can
don't.
do.
I don't have I don't have a telescope or the other things. I was just putting it out there for other people who are equipped.
Yeah, someone should try it for sure.
Add that one to the list. We got a couple of ideas of doing some demonstrations. Keep y'all posted. Got to take away all their arguments, y'all. You know what I mean? Bill, what up? And we'll slide over to Flat after that.
Yeah, I'm just curious. The ancients say that they're all sentient. So why don't we try to find out if there's some way to figure that out? Maybe figure out a way to communicate with it. You see that each one has a different cymatic frequency that when you look at it, and maybe there's something to that. And even the ancients say that they came down here and they reverted to them as gods. So there's got to be something to it. Did I lose you?
Nah, you good, Bill. You good. My bad. I'm in the DMs. Let's go to Flat. Let's go ahead, Flatless.
Hey, so this is for Shane. I've been listening to you talk about this mapping the whole sky to the ground thing, and I get your whole conclusion, but I would just like clarification on two terms. The first one is, could you expand on what the astrogeodetic surveying is?
Yeah, sure. So, like within geodesic surveying, they have a process in their datum that they collect called an astrogeodetic. It's very specific. It's in the latter end of the process, and that's when they actually take a coordinate point. So, like say point T with a coordinate XY Cartesian coordinate, and they take one of those from the celestial sphere and one of those from the geoidal. So they have point T on the geoid at this Cartesian set, and point T on the sphere at this Cartesian coordinate set. And again, that's the sky. And what they try to do is literally put those 2 points together. And when they don't quite fit after they tried their hardest, what that's left when they measure it is called the deflection of their vertical. And that goes in the ephemeris table so that later, when they're trying to navigate and they look at the star, they know they have to correct it by that much to get back.
Okay, that makes sense because the other one I wanted clarification on was what the deflection of the vertical is. So you kind of went into that.
Sure, but that's a little bit more complicated. There's actually all sorts of papers on it. It's a part of geodesic surveying they do when they do land surveying. I first encountered it when I went through that 900-page American Arc of the Parallel when they did the first triangulation. And I was curious, at the time I was trying to discredit it to find ways why, it wasn't spherical. But what I found originally with that was they was correcting to the stars way too often. But when you look at what the deflection of the vertical is to them, they say that they're overlaying a geoid, which is supposed to be for main level, and then an ellipsoid, which is supposed to be for sea level. And when they intersect, that's where they measure it. And that's the same intersection where they deflect the vertical. So to me, honestly, that's just like the precursor. I don't think there's an ellipsoid and a geoid model that they're measuring. I think the ellipsoid is the sky and the geoid is the earth. And that's why they kept the two models together. Otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have two different models of the same thing, even if you're measuring different sea levels, as they say. But there's papers on it. There's all sorts of stuff. It's a huge problem for them. What they usually say is that when there's a mountain next to them, that the gravitational potential pulled it off. Like, well, no. I mean, if you try to align your planar measurement to a geoid, then you're going to have some issues. And they just happen to do that at the same time. They instantiated the alignment to the coordinate system for the first time in the Arc of the Parallel, 19 something, I think. And then that's the first time they registered this effect, this issue called the deflection of the vertical, which I think there's a story about them blaming it on a mountain. So definitely something to look into.
Gotcha. That's hilarious. So, and the ephemeris is basically like a correction table, right?
Yeah. Yep. So it's a celestial navigation correction table, right? So they only would use it when they're navigating by the stars. And now we know that geodesic surveying is specifically for that purpose, right?
Sweet, man. Well, thanks for that. I'm looking forward to the presentation.
Thanks, man. Much appreciated.
And if you guys haven't seen some of Shane's past work, man, it's crazy. We covered a lot of the sky stuff in a few episodes a couple months ago, but man, y'all in some for a treat for what's coming. I'm telling you. I can't wait for Shane to break that down. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know if I want to go into it yet. It's too much. But essentially, well, I figured out most of everything that works in the sky, right? They used to say that we can't use certain relationships, that 69 miles per degree they claimed is a linear relationship and can't be used by anyone living on a plane. But I think I've used some math to derive some other similar equations that definitely work, that all are either logarithmic, parabolic, linear, and or hyperbolic. So like I've used the way that we see to correctly predict from the way you would see, elevation angle of a star, and use that math to predict where it would be. But within the math, I use the unit triangle to simulate a radius, which is a concurrent radius of 3959, giving the individual that personal celestial sphere that I always use and see. And then I use some math to translate that. Use some basic trigonometric functions to approximate, moving, and essentially just modeled out someone moving from the equator to Polaris and how you would see it and where you would see it. And I have the correct actual usage, not the lying about where you can use, your celestial measurements when it's linear. I have the whole breakdown of that. So that'll, I think, be pretty dramatic when we bring it out.
Wow, that's insane. So this going to account for all the motions.
Yeah, everything. Yep. So like, it's always been a geocentric position, right? We already knew that it was equivalent, but we couldn't quite prove, how do they navigate without anything else? How do we see stuff from the middle of the Earth that shouldn't be visible, etc. So like, there's an issue with Polaris being visible from south of the equator, like 1 degree or 2. And the best way to test what I've done actually is going to be if my math predicts where that is, because the linear math certainly won't, but a logarithmic function will, since it approaches infinity but never reaches it. And right at the end, where Polaris would be right at the point on that plot where it's approaching infinity but not quite there. So that math would be mine. Like that would make the correct prediction. Linear would never do that.
Yeah, and that's insane because that's what they asked for. Oh, give me the math and show me the predictions.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Can't
Yeah,
wait. And then,
yeah, no, go ahead.
I think someone in the comments earlier today was like, "Frifs don't know trigonometry," and I was like, "Oh, save that. Put that one aside. That's gonna not age well."
Yo, Proud was telling me about that tweet. I didn't see it though. I gotta go through these threads, man. Y'all been in the field for real. Tell you, man, my squad's so strong. Psst. Shout out to the level heads, man. Tweet the space, man. Let's get it. Episode 87, Flat Earth and Chill. All-Star Weekend. Open discussion. Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. Tweet the space. What up, Kumar? We'll slide over to Jero after that.
Yeah, man, I wanted to talk about 2 more things. And before that, as Esoteric actually mentioned something, I just wanted to tell him, don't worry about it, man. I mean, I know Sacred simultaneously. I mean, we both created the accounts at the same time, almost December of 2021. He has been doing his own thing. I have been doing my own thing, but we have simultaneously joined each other's spaces from time to time. You know why I appreciate Sacred is because the information that he is sharing with the people on a very religious basis, it actually opens the eyes of people in a different way altogether, because I can only correlate with me. The journey of enlightenment that began in my life came from the flat earth, just an awakening that this is an option. What if
So what have you done in the 4 years for the people? That's what I'm trying to say. You still not
Hold
following no
on,
one.
Esoteric. Hold
Your
on.
ego,
Let him get his
your
shit off.
ego.
Hold
let him
on.
complete
Yo,
let him
Pang,
complete I'm
Pang,
not in that mood
chill.
yet. It's like
Chill,
I'm not
chill.
gonna get into an argument or trolling
Bruv, the
mode. Don't
guy's
worry about it.
ego is like sky high. He thinks he's fucking God,
Pang,
and he doesn't.
chill.
And now he's asking questions because he's fucking stuck, mate. There
Pang,
ain't no getting out of X.
Hey, let him
Pang,
let
you
him
Fucking
don't
run
hear
the
carry
me,
on,
program,
man.
bro.
mate. Don't worry.
Relax, bro. Relax. Relax.
Yeah, don't worry. I there is something called respect, right?
I don't respect the packet
No,
cut.
no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Sacred. I respect Sacred, right? And irrespective of certain differences of, maybe, I say certain things about certain things, and maybe other than those differences, there is no other difference, because I totally believe that once someone gets to a awakening that, that Earth could be flat, and we have been lied to from our childhood, about
And at the
everything.
process, when you're waking up, you're not the only one that's waking up with you. And when you are waking up, you think you're God when you're not God.
Are you done?
And
Are
you
you done?
still
So that I
think
can complete.
you're the most awakening people. Like you're the most awoken person, when you're in here asking questions about flat Earth or globe Earth. So
I'm just a student of
get your
life, man.
attitude right, get your balance right, and act properly if you wanna like jump on the boat.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Kumar ain't been wilding so far.
Look, go and follow
It's like you
Sacred,
I'm
trying
just
to
bro.
waiting
call
for
the
him to be
demons
done.
If
out,
you want to
bro.
beat your ego, go and follow Sacred. Yeah, because
Dang.
he's teaching you something.
I appreciate that, man. But we all just having conversation, bouncing ideas off of each other. I can learn from other people too as well. That's why I like to hold these spaces, because we all on our own journeys, on our own walks of life. And we're gonna share what we got, right? We don't gotta
Definitely.
take
And I don't even
everything
know
in.
this guy. So I don't
But
know.
you know what
But
it is? You know
I
what it
believe he's
is?
one of
I'm
the
gonna make
fans.
these
So he has
people
a
bow down
he's
to
one of the
us.
critics,
I'm gonna make them bow down to us because of their ego. They're gonna bow down. There's no way out of it.
We have
Four
to
years
surrender
he's
our ego,
been
right? And
like for
then
the last 4 years he's been saying he's the most awakening person. He's trying to like he's taking away the glory. He's stealing the glory. He's ate off the glory, and now he's stuck. He hasn't got no more
just let me know
nothing
once
to
you are
feed
done so
people
that I can
on,
continue.
and now he wants to jump on our boat to take the glory from us. No, mate, you ain't taking nothing.
But
Go and follow.
I don't know if I
Go and
look at it
follow
like
some
that.
people. Go and
Pain,
follow some people that you met on in
bro.
the last 4 years
And
that
let
you
him
met
talk, let
on
him
these
talk. I'm
spaces.
learning something from him.
The last 4 years, go and follow some people, innit? Like, beat your ego first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think he's done. He vomited his thoughts out. He was nauseated. So, coming back to sacred, I think we have always had a similar thought when it comes to the earth. I don't believe I ever said that the earth is a globe. I do believe it is a flat, it's like it's a ball. We are locked under the dome. That's what I believe in, and he knows that. And other than that, I posted a picture on Twitter about a year and a half ago, and I was that time it was not under Elon. So they took that picture off, and I received a violation that I'm spreading rumors. So the picture was of the moon and a star in between those crack. What do you call it? The craters. And I was not allowed to post that picture, and that picture was taken from my own camera, and I still have it. So I can share it with anyone in here. I can share it with Sacred outside this platform, definitely. But I can tell you one thing for sure: moon is transparent. It's something that can be seen across it. It's not anything other than that. They are lying to us about it. 100%, they are lying to us about it. And one more thing I would like to ask everyone to see during the evening time or in the morning time, when you are able to see the moon and the sun at the same time, right before the sunset and right after the sunrise, the moon and the sun are exactly opposite of each other, diagonally or horizontally. They are opposite of each other like a mirror. They are looking at each other like a mirror, and the size also is the same at that time. Why is that? The size is also same of the moon and the sun during the evening and in the morning, exactly opposite of each other. So something that we have to keep in mind, that they are actually rotating around the earth, revolving around the, it is like on the opposite side. I mean, just use your mind. I mean, I cannot be a fool, man. I literally start feeling like I'm hallucinating when I see these things. And when I discuss it with someone, like they're like, nobody wants to believe it because nobody even wants to see
Kuma,
upward.
Kuma,
Nobody wants to see upward.
have you ever split the moon and seen through it?
What do
I
you
Have
have
think
you
the
ever
seen
moon
through
is?
split
the
the
moon.
moon
I've
and
seen a
seen through
star
it?
through the moon in the night time.
Because in the Islamic
Oh no, no,
stories
no!
it
Wait a minute.
says
It's
in
not
the
just a
Islamic
the
split the
moon.
moon
I've
and
seen a
seen
in the night time.
because in the Islamic
Oh no, no,
stories
no!
it
Wait a minute.
says
It's
in
not
the
just a
Islamic
star. It was like a
stories
shooting star. It
no
was
in the
like a
Islamic
shooting star, and I
stories it
have a
says
video of a shooting star, and it goes behind the moon. So it covers the white area, covers the shooting star going down. All right. And then in between the, what do you call it? The craters, I saw that it reflected it, as in like, it was coming across that. And I have a small video of that, and I can show it to you. I mean, so how is it possible? So it was not in front of the moon. like the other guy was saying, that was the object in front. No, it was behind the moon. So I was able to see the shooting star going down from up to down, right behind the moon. And the crater was like a window, and I was able to see it through the window. So there is something that is happening in there, and that is what I wanted to say. And this esoteric guy, don't worry about it, bro. Not everybody. You're projecting your insecurities and your greed.
I'm not insecure. You know what I'm insecure of? People like
You are
you around me.
thinking
That's
that
what makes
I'm
me
jumping on
insecure.
this board.
When I see people around you, people like you around me, that's when I feel insecure of the future of generations, because I don't want no people like you around them.
Have you ever spoken to me before? Or this is the first time?
Yes, I've spoken to you. I've had many accounts, mate. This is my 10th account. I've been in your spaces. The way you treat people, the way you acted in the last 4 years, you haven't changed. You're still not following no one.
So what do I do?
We
Just
tried
secret.
to
Just I want to know
we tried to
his
lower your
viewpoint. What
ego.
do
You
I
know,
do
we
and what do
tried
I
to
need to
lower your
change?
ego.
Well, this became
Then
a
you
personal
created
bitch
your
fight. It
own
looks like.
account and you started following yourself. But I want
No,
to
no.
ask you
What do
one
I do
question.
wrong? What
I
have
want
I
to
done
ask you
wrong?
one question. I want to ask you one question. In the Islam, when you look at the Islam stories, it says
Fuck
Muhammad
Islam. I
split
am
the
not
moon,
Muslim.
right? Split the
Using
moon
again
and
secret. Just
see
one
through it.
question I have. He's not allowing
No,
me
no,
to
no.
ask the
Go
question.
on, go and
What
split the
is your
moon.
problem? What have I
No,
done
no, no,
wrong?
no.
What
Go and
is your
split the
complaint,
moon.
man? Just tell me
Go
what
and
I need
split
to
the
change.
moon. Go and split the moon. Yeah, this is about spirituality. Go and split the moon. See through it,
You
and
have a
then
lot
come
of anger
here
towards
and
me. I
tell
want
me
to know
who the
what have
fuck
I done
you
wrong
are.
to you? What have I done wrong to you? That is the question. What is your
No,
issue?
we're not gonna get into personal shit, bro.
No, no,
I
I
let
want to know because
esoteric.
he got nothing. They're just
Nah,
they
you,
hate
Thank
me
you.
for no
I
I'm,
let
reason.
I'm done. I'm done.
yeah, just settle it somewhere else, man. Start another space
All
and
right.
sort it out. It's pretty dog
yeah,
shit.
I'll let Kumar respond just because like I gotta be fair, but like yeah, we're not gonna be doing all that, bro. Like this is Flatter Friday, Stationary Saturdays. Like uh you you don't want him to be self-absorbed, but you give him all the attention, bro. It's like non-productive.
This is what I don't understand. Like, when people accuse somebody of something, he does not even have an accusation, or he's just saying that he's upset about my ego. Okay, I literally shake your, you feel inferior. I get it. It's all good, man. Just try to be a good man, learn more, have more wisdom. You will feel better than myself. You will feel better about yourself.
All right, let's get back to the topic. So I don't know, Kumar, did you want to respond to what he said about splitting the moon? I'm not familiar with
I
that
don't know what
term.
he was talking about, bro. And
Nah,
I can.
dog. Nobody wants to respond to that dog shit.
I just wanted to say that moon is transparent, guys. I can tell you for sure. And if somebody believes vice versa, it's not true. And I can say it because I've seen it myself. And moon is always on the opposite side of sun. Always. Always. Morning and evening. Just look at it yourself. If somebody can, anybody who follows moon closely, I'm a moon guy. I always follow moon. So I see it on the opposite direction.
Yeah, some funny stuff with the moon. Wish I would have caught that picture when you posted it, cause or that video. That's kind of crazy. Orwellian, what's up?
So guys, I'm just getting ready to fucking go to bed here, but and that dude, there's a little Flare Slayer down there. If he's still hiding out, yeah, that's his name, the Flare Slayer. He's listening down there. Incognito be popping up in the mentions talking shit. Y'all can
Oh
get him
yeah,
to
we
grab the
didn't
mic.
shout out the incognitos.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not incognito. His account's probably like a couple weeks old and shit. You know what I mean? But
I
Hey, we're
sent him
looking
a
for you,
mic.
Globy.
I
Go
sent him
ahead.
a mic.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
he don't want to take it. I just wanted, he's listening and trolling. He's like, hey, you can't. When the last troll left, Bardic, he's like, you can't deny the glow. When I said it's not our model, it's on trial, bro. Yours is the one that's globally accepted, right? But we can refute pretty much all of it. We don't hide our model. We're just not going to let you come in here and ask us to explain the whole fucking thing to you. It's documented. It's well documented. Okay. You got people like Allen and Whitsitt that pretty much make it their life's work. You might not like the way it's documented, but it's there if you care to look. These people don't care to look. But anyways, yeah, I got the kids this weekend and shit. So if I don't get some sleep soon, my 4-year-old is gonna be fucking stomping on my head before I know it. So if y'all are still doing it on stationary Saturdays, I'll be back. But yeah, if y'all can get that dude to grab a mic, that'd be amazing. I love y'all.
Appreciate you, bro. Hey, ain't Fleur Slayer the dude that we packed up last week?
Nah, that was Sir Flurfdom.
Y'all all the same NPCs.
They hate us, but
Different,
they love using our names.
different flurf, but also the same flurf.
Have they ever
Man,
spoken about anything, defended anything, asserted anything?
they need to
Hey,
come
bro,
up with
grab
some
a
better
mic.
names for real.
Right. These are so these are the people that waste all the time all week putting all the point in the
Yep.
but never come and like voice an opinion, have a conversation, have a disagreement, none of that.
Oh, wait. I see Fleur Slate. So he actually, I'm gonna be honest, he said that the earth is a globe, but he said he learned a lot of stuff last week from y'all.
Okay.
So
Nice.
I gotta shout him out. He did say, hey, it's some constructive conversation. So whenever I hear that from a globe earther or someone named Flurf Slayer, that
Ah,
means I was dropping some sauce.
dude, that's a different flurf then, I guess, dude. They usually
Hold
don't
on,
say that. That's what's up.
let me grab the tweet.
I feel like he only said that because he couldn't refute with it, but I digress.
That happens sometimes, but it's all good either way.
And by sometimes he means all the time.
Every single time, yeah.
I can get to the hands while I look for this tweet.
Heard.
Esoteric, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. You see the moon, right? It becomes transparent, and then at night times it becomes glowing. You know them. You know them fortune telling balls. Them uh crystal balls.
Crystal balls.
Yeah, that's what the moon feels like. A crystal ball. That because in the mornings, like if you look at a crystal ball and you shine light to it, you can see the other side. And then when you put something behind it at nighttime, it'll become glowing.
My thing with the moon
That's
is
what I think. It's like a crystal ball, but it's made up of oxygen or water, and it's holding shape because of some force.
I feel like it could be concave. I have
It,
some
it
illusions on my page somewhere where it's like you can't tell the object if it's convex, concave, spherical. Also even like there are some optical illusions that people have made to where you're looking at something and as you walk, it follows you. Like so you can see it from all angles. So I have to find the perfect example, but yeah, I do feel like I'm leaning more towards concave, especially looking at it through my telescope.
you see like a crystal ball, right? If you drop the crystal ball, it will have shatters on it. But and then you will still see the other side. You can still become transparent.
Come a little closer. But yeah, like when the fluid or smoke or crystal, whatever is inside, it's only on one side of the crystal and you can still see the other side. I feel like I know what you mean.
Oh shit, we got social in the building. Hold on, before we get to the social, let me just say what up to was it Always Rise Above? I don't think we ever spoke to you before. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays.
Yep, I'm gathering some stuff to bring to the table for you guys. I think it'll be very interesting.
Oh
But I'm
no,
compiling it right now.
we can't hear you, bro. You gotta fix that mic.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's like muffled.
You laying on the mic?
What about now?
There we go.
Yeah, that's way better.
All right. So I have some interesting things to bring for you guys. I'm just compiling it. It goes with the Bible and the shape too. So I think it'll be very interesting for you guys. But I'm bringing the notes now. But I am a flat earther. Don't worry. I'm not. I don't believe in that global eye.
Oh, we not worried about the globe earthers. We looking for them actually. So if you know some, let them know we live.
I tried to invite P Dubs. I don't know if you're familiar with that guy, but he didn't want to come in tonight.
Shout out to Pubes. All right, while you get your receipts ready, let's slide over to social. Good to see you again, bruh.
Hey, how's it going, man? Sorry I couldn't make it tonight. I'm a little bit drunk. I had a social engagement, and it's going to be a little disappointing. It's going to be a little disappointing because I can't actually stay on for hours and hours. So, but I did have a question. It's going to be an uncomfortable one. It's not actually Flurf related. I haven't been on Twitter very long.
Hold on. Let me ask you real quick before you ask your question. Did you read any of them papers yet?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, actually. Yeah. So the things between Whitson and I that I didn't know much about, like I now know way too much about friggin' ring interferometers than I felt like learning. But the bottom line is, I'm waiting for another time to get into that. That'll be more fun. But I actually I actually popped in because I haven't been on Twitter very long, but I saw this guy like Kumar pop in. All right, and I apologize for like jumping in here, but like I don't understand Kumar's deal. Okay, and I'll explain why. Okay, the first and only time I ever like bumped into Kumar and not knowing who he is or what's he about or anything like that is I surf all other spaces and whatnot. I popped into the Velt and just to hear like Kumar just fucking just
Bro, make sure
spouting.
this is flat earth related, bro.
Dude, no, it's not flat Earth related. It's fucking.
We're not talking about nobody else's spaces, man.
Just last guy on Kumar. Okay, yeah, continue, man.
No,
Sorry,
don't
what?
continue. We're not gonna talk about Kumar. God damn, bro. Y'all be so mad that he got fans and then y'all be straight fans.
Dude, no, that's not it at all.
I mean, you making a whole space about him. What, like, you don't got nothing else to contribute?
Let him give 1 minute. Give him 1 minute.
I would like to understand what I want to understand what the prelude to this was. Okay, so I logged into the Velt, just curious about the space, and all I hear is Kumar calling the host and everybody in the thing like N-word this and faggot that and all this kind of like bullshit, and I'm like, what? And then I see him like I see him leading a space with like this reptilian guy claiming to be this like guru, this fucking spiritual guy, and I just that doesn't really.
All right, so if you have any questions about him personally and what he do in his spaces and all that, you could go talk to him when he go live. I'm pretty sure he'll let you come speak. We here to talk about flat Earth, toroidal fields, your spherical belief. So if you want to contribute in that manner, feel free. But we're not going to be fanboys over here in stationary Saturdays, bro.
No, man, it's not a fanboy at all. I
well,
think
don't got nothing to do with the topic, bro.
Well, what's the topic? Where we're everybody? I'll give like
why don't you
20
sit
minutes.
back? Why don't you sit back, sober up, cool off, not going anywhere, and let's hear from Gerald. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
What's up, you guys? So this is for Alan. Alan, can you explain this to me like a glober that knows it all? Because I've been thinking about it and I can't explain it to myself. So I want to know how it's supposed to work. So supposedly we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward. Yet you can hover a helicopter in the same spot for hours and the Earth will not move. And they say that's because the atmosphere is also spinning with the surface of the Earth. Yet clouds can go in any direction, and you can fly a plane 500 miles an hour westward while the Earth and atmosphere is spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, yet it doesn't affect your flight time whatsoever. So I was just curious, how does that work on the globe?
Dude, they say that like you were saying, that it just is trapped with the atmosphere. It just magically works. They'll invoke conservation of momentum. They'll say, well, when it takes off, it snapshots that momentum, and it just rotates with the Earth. They invoke all different kinds of things, and then where it gets crazy is you say, okay, cool, bet. So it rotates with the Earth, got it. And then you'll be like, okay, how about a sniper bullet? Or how about a long distance projectile? And they're like, well, no, the Earth rotates under that. And it's like, what? Yeah, dude, it confuses me, man. It's crazy. So it's just one of those things where they need it to be multiple things that doesn't exist in reality, and they just kind of gaslight you. It's insane.
Gotcha.
How do
Okay.
you think these pilots are so retarded they cannot understand that while flying the plane for like so many years, so many decades, even then they cannot. If you ask them, do you feel the Earth is flat? They say that no, Earth is not flat. So are they lying, or they don't even get it, or
Well,
are they even
No,
flying these
well,
planes?
there's lots of pilots that say that it's flat as well, but no, they're not retarded. So in every flight manual, it says to treat the Earth like it's stationary, non-rotating, and all that stuff, right? So they literally train them to quote unquote fly it like it's flat and level, and they say that they just don't have to account for it, right? That it automatically any tangential velocity that needs to be made up for, they say that just by simply following the flight route, it automatically is conserved in perpetuity. So it's not necessarily that they're like retarded or anything. They're literally just told, "Don't worry about it, bro. It's all good. It'll conserve. It'll backwards conserve.
Common
It'll
sense does not work that way,
what's that?
because when I travel to India from America, there is a direct flight from New York to Mumbai, right?
Mhm.
And it takes the same time back and forth, you know and if the Earth is really moving on one side, it has to be little different, right? It has to take one side should be longer than the other,
Dude,
because the Earth is moving on the other side, and one side should be shorter, like, you know what I'm saying.
yeah, no, so that gets into the bullet projectile situation, right? Because they'll invoke that, but they'll say you have to account for the Earth spinning under the bullet, but not, but simultaneously, flight routes don't lengthen or shorten. Now, what's interesting though is that I've heard that a flight from New York to San Francisco is actually shorter, in the opposite direction of Earth rotation, and then vice versa, longer in the other direction. But I've never really looked into it myself, but I've heard that claimed from someone that I consider to be a credible source a couple times. So I think that's interesting that if there's cases where it goes in the opposite direction and they still make the claim that that there's an Earth rotation slash conservation component to it all. Not to mention the fact that, like, so take an aircraft carrier, for example, right? An airplane has to land in the direction of motion of that aircraft carrier. So, like, you can quote unquote land on a spinning ball, right? But you have to land on the direction of motion. Well, airports go in all different directions, dog. There's no, they don't have to align. They're not all east west uniformly and all that. And you would think that for like a matter of public health and concern, right, they would all be east west, and all the flights would correspond to that, because if you look at what happens when they try to land on an aircraft carrier, if they're slightly off on that motion, like, that's a wrap. So really interesting things to consider. And you just have to listen to what the globularists say, and then how you think it works, really, because once you start seeing the contradictions, it's the only way to get you back into line is to gaslight you and make you feel like you're too dumb to understand that a helicopter can take off, conserve its momentum, simultaneously not conserve its momentum, and and just do whatever it needs to do. It's just magic. Like, well,
Or
there
the
is
Earth
a
is stationary.
Coriolis force, but if you do the math on it, it cancels out because it's not really that much of an effect, and the wind is stronger, so we can ignore that. So we don't have to train the pilots to account for it specifically. It's just, dude, it's a nightmare, bro. Actually, I have a video on my channel. If you want to see a full rundown of plane arguments and this conservation stuff, like the exact argument you're putting forward, my buddy Dave goes through like a speed run with this guy who's just like, running through various arguments that he's kind of making up on the fly to explain it. And yeah, it's insane. So I'll link that. You could check it out if you
Bro,
want.
nothing makes sense, man. I have taken a flight from Tokyo to San Francisco as well. It's like on the opposite side. And I don't get it. Like, the time changes, and what is going on, bro? I feel like I'm living in a cartoon. I mean,
So
nothing really makes sense. And the flight is shorter, and the time changes in such a drastic way from Tokyo to from Japan to America. You know what I'm saying? Like on the opposite side, you're traveling on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, depends on what jet streams they take because you can fly at different altitudes, so you can effectively like lengthen or shorten a flight time corresponding to what altitude you fly at to make up time or
So in
add
a
time to the
shorter
flight
distance, in
essentially.
a shorter time, you are actually lagging 1 day behind. You know, uh, how does that work from Japan to America?
Think about time zones, my dude.
Yeah, I would have to look at the specific locations. But it is interesting because when we did our space on flights and flight pass, we realized that they all adhere to a coordinate system, and most of them like use autopilot anyway. So when we talk about like a simulation, like they put a specific coordinate system over a flat plane that conforms to a spherical nature. And then they base all of these different distances off of air speeds instead of ground speeds, which is different. That's why when Alan was saying they're catching these jet streams to get to certain locations in specific amount of times, it don't really account for how actually fast they're going.
But are you understanding my question here? That from Japan to America, you are only traveling in a few hours, and in those few hours, you are having a time difference which is a lot. You know what I'm saying is like from east to west, when you're traveling from east to west in the opposite direction over the Pacific Ocean instead of going through the Atlantic, how are we accounting that much of a time difference in between a few hours? I mean, how is this working? It does not make sense. I mean, if you look at, Japan is towards the very east, right? And then America is on the very west. But when you take a flight from Japan to America, it takes the other route, like, it goes through the Pacific. So how are we accounting that much of a time difference in like a few hours on that direction? And when you go in the left direction, left side, the time difference is different. Like, you see what I'm saying?
I'm trying to envision,
All right, let me come up with
but
a, just give me a few
I've never
minutes.
taken
With a
those
solid,
flights, though. I ain't gonna
yeah,
lie.
solid example. Yeah.
So the flight path from Japan to America goes through the Pacific Ocean and it doesn't go through like Europe, right?
Yo, Esoteric, can you move closer to your mic? I think it's coming in a little low. I think you're kind of far.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is better.
Yep.
Yes,
So
it does
so
not go through Europe. It goes through the,
Hawaii,
from,
Hawaii and Pacific Ocean, yeah.
exactly.
The thing is, the map that they give us and the flight path that they give us
They say
is like the
time
map that
zones
they
are
give us is
in
not
part the
100%
purpose
for
is
us
to
to
hide
say,
flat
oh,
Earth.
it's because of that. And then you've got the UK time thing, which they calculate the time through Greenwich.
And you got to look at the emergency landings. Like emergency landings, they only make sense on flat Earth. Like it was Japan to San Francisco or California, where, and the emergency landing went to Alaska. And there's like a dozen of these emergency landings that make no sense whatsoever on the globe.
Yeah, I would like to see a
Yo,
visual so we can
hold
give
on one
give
second. All
people.
the emergency flight routes from that book or whatever, they all make sense on a globe. They're equivalent. They're either equivalent or like yeah. Definitely don't argue anything from that book or emergency landings. Sorry. The problem is with that book, that guy didn't steel man the globe hard enough, and in the flat Earth depiction for the routes that he shows, it's not the route that they would take. So it's an inaccurate depiction of of it. And when you plot it on a globe, I think Ruhef has a video of it that you can watch. It's not a good argument to go down.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep, every single one of them. So the first one that they show in the book, That one's like a decent one. That's the only decent one. But every single one after that, the globe isn't steel manned properly, and you'll get if you try and argue that in real, like, to someone that knows, they'll correct you in real time, and it'll be super embarrassing. Definitely don't argue that book, because the issue, the real fundamental issue is that all these maps are derived from a star map, so they're all based on arcs and intersecting a great circle through the center of it, right? So it's all gonna be very globular when they plot it out. So, and if you try and argue that, you will lose.
See, this is why I always say look at both sides of the argument. I would like to see that video. I ain't get to see it.
Yep. I'll find links to it, and then I'll have put together something more. So yeah, if Riff doesn't have the video of it, I'll put something together and show it, because we need to stop using that, because that's just you're setting yourself up to get put into a meat grinder for someone that knows it.
Yeah, especially if they're depicting it inaccurately, because that's deceiving. And now I'm questioning their intentions. Anyway, let's get to some of these hands, though. Appreciate that, Alan. Let's get to was it the purple?
The purple Yoda. Hello.
Welcome to Stationary Saturdays / Flat Earth Fridays.
It's Saturday for me.
I just sent you a DM, Sacred. Just check it once.
I got you. What's up, Purple?
All right. Interesting conversation, lads. Enjoying it. First time I've been on something like this. What I want to bring up with, I was going to go back to the moon, if I may. It baffles me. It's always baffled me for many years. And going back to, God, how long ago was it? Maybe 15 years ago. When the moon's out in the daytime, it's crazy. Doesn't make sense. And one time was on my PlayStation playing Black Ops 2, and I'm in the living room, and I can see the I live in like a cul-de-sac, like a T junction cul-de-sac, and the moon is in the center for hours. It doesn't move, and I'm sitting there playing. I'm looking out the window because I'm smoking, and the moon never moved. It was out in the daytime, and it was constantly there until about 5 or 6 hours later, it disappeared. Have you experienced anything like that yourself?
You didn't whip out your phone and post it on Twitter, bro?
No, I didn't film it. I was playing the PlayStation. I wish I'd filmed it. But it's like, this is the thing with the moon. It's when it's out in the daytime, it's transparent as anything, as we all discussed. But seriously, there's moments like that. You just go, what the hell's going on here? How is that possible? Because it isn't, is it? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we just got finished talking about it. It's an anomaly. I haven't been able to see any globe earther reproduce what's happening in the sky.
It's weird, isn't it? But it's like you say, the Earth's supposed to be moving, which is bullshit. I think space moves. Or if that's, this is the thing about science. Personally speaking, all this science stuff, now I just tossed it in the bin. I go by what I can see with my own 2 eyes. And if I can see it, I use common sense. It makes sense. I mean, where I live in the northwest of England, and there's a beach, Southport. It's just near Liverpool. And the tide goes way out. You can go and walk this beach. You can even go up like a mile or two. And it's flat as anything. And that's the thing. You're trying to explain to people the flat Earth. They just can't comprehend it. It's like, oh, yeah, one of those conspiracy theorists and all that. And it does me head in. But I just find it kind of fascinating that you've got these people as scientists and all trying to give you, like you're just discussing about planes and stuff. If you go around, you can track planes. And if you look at the area around Australia, I think it's Australia. It's been a while since I looked. It gets all screwy. You watch all the planes. It just goes all crazy. It's like a glitch or something in the software or something. The planes don't seem to match that area very well. But if you look at nautical maps I think work on a flat Earth basis. Are you aware of that, or?
Everything assumes a stationary and flat Earth. You ain't know, bro.
I know. Well, like you got the what's it? The United Nations.
Bro.
The United
Secret.
Nations flag is a flat. The United Nations flag is a flat Earth concept, isn't it? You look at the United Nations flag.
Bro, listen,
That is a
listen.
flat
This
Earth.
is very
Go on.
important, man. This
Go
is
on.
very important. Nobody actually, this is a very fresh concern and a very fresh question when it comes to flat Earth. When you are having a flight from, like when you're traveling over the Atlantic or towards the left side, the time difference is about 8 hours, right? Let's say if you're going on an 8 hour flight, the time difference is usually 8 hours in a time zone. But when you are traveling across the Pacific, the time difference is huge once you are done with the travel, the destination. You know what I'm saying? Let's
Yeah,
say if you're traveling from Singapore, or let's say traveling from India to UK, right? 8 hours. Now the time difference between India and UK is also somewhere around 8 hours, right? So there will be a difference of 8 hours time. But when you travel from Japan to San Francisco and it's a 9 hour flight, the time difference is not 9 hours between the two. It is huge. Can somebody account for that? Is my question making sense?
Well, it's a thing of the direction, isn't it? I mean, again, if we look at the globe trajectory and to a flat Earth map trajectory, is a difference. And you lay out the flat Earth map. It makes sense in more direct. Everything. I think everything's been messed with. Everything's messed with. Everything's screwed up with. It's manipulated
Just
to
again,
give you to give the
this is a
impression
question
of
to
the
Secret.
globe.
Secret, does it make
Kuma,
sense what my question is to you?
Kuma, I think what you're thinking is when you're traveling from Japan to America, you're traveling west or east.
Traveling east.
Yeah, you think you're traveling east, but you're probably traveling northeast. So you're not going in a east direction. So you're not going like a round. You're not doing like a curve. You're going in a straight line. But the sun travels in a round direction. It travels in a curved direction. So you're not traveling all of Pacific Ocean. You see what I'm trying to say? Like you're doing like a cut through where the sun is not doing
No,
a
no,
cut
I'm just
through.
saying that keep in account just left to right and right to left. I mean, even in the like inside the Atlantic, you're traveling from America to let's say Europe. You're going right and left, right? Right and left across the
No,
Atlantic.
what? Look, you see the sun. It travels on the equator. So the sun, so the time is based on the maths. Let's say on the equator. So where the sun travels, right? So, but when you're traveling from Japan to America, you're not traveling on the equator. You're not going around like how the sun goes around the Earth. You're doing a cut through. You're slicing. You're doing a cut
Yes,
through
and
shortcut.
even then, the time difference should not be over 20 hours, man. About not 18 or 19 hours. It should be only nine hours difference, right? But it
No,
does
but
not make sense. You're not
you're
getting it, bro.
traveling through the time zones. You're traveling through the time zones. Like what I'm trying to say is there's lines, right? So so the gap between this line and that line is an hour, and then that goes all around the world. 12 hours plus that way, 12 hours plus that way. So when you're traveling from America to Japan, the time difference between America and Japan, you're jumping like let's say 10 lines. But when you're traveling, you're not traveling on the equator, so you're traveling in between the equator. So you're doing it. The time zone things are more shorter. The distance is not the same as the time distance.
I think it's
I
all
kind
made
of
up.
see what you're trying to say, but I might not be able to explain it as good as what I'm trying to say.
I think the idea of it is to make you baffled and mixed up. The way they put out the science or whatever they call it. I don't believe in science anymore. I think I'm done with it after the last few years. Listen to the science, believe in the science, my ass. I'm done with it. Just go by what you see and what you know. But that's the idea, I think, to give that manipulation, to confuse you, and the way to lay things out. It's because you go with a plane, go in the cockpit of a plane. You've got the what's it called, the horizon thing. Your plane is always, if it was adjusting to the curvature of the Earth, you'd feel it. You'd always be constant alterations at the speed they're going at 500, averaging 500 miles an hour. There will be alterations on the flight, but when you've all probably taken a flight, it stays flat, doesn't it? So there's a lot of crap, really, isn't it? What they tell us.
We would see planes in the sky curving their flight path with curve. You'd see the contrails curve. It's there's so many holes in the story.
Well, it's kind of the perception of view, your eyesight. You can only see, what is it, about 5-8 miles. If you get a pair of binoculars, you can see further. It's like when a ship goes out off. You're watching a ship go out on the ocean, and it goes out of view. Everyone goes, "Oh, it's gone over the curvature." You pull out a pair of binoculars, it's still there. It'll go out the sight of binoculars. You pull out a telescope, you can see it. So it's always constantly flat. There's proof of how you can do it. So the curvature thing, what people say, oh, the horizon is the curvature. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, isn't it? That's why we're here talking about flat Earth. That's how we debunk people. And that's how you do it. You want to do a test. If you go from, like I say, with Southport beaches, there's another coastal area called Blackpool, which is about, from the beach, if it was a straight line, you're talking about 10, 12 miles. You could get one of those laser pointers on Southport Beach, hold it, have someone on the other end with like a board or something. It'd be just a straight line. So, we were told one thing. Of course we know not to trust who make up the rules. I think we've all figured that out now, haven't we?
Not all of us. Most
no,
of us.
Well, some of us are clicking. It takes time. I've been down those rabbit holes for bloody God knows how long, 20 years, something like that. It's a bitter pill to swallow. But you mentioned before, when you learn all these things, like you wake up from this nightmare, this dream, you think you know everything. But it's just you're scared. It's this freak out you have, like, oh my God. So, it takes a while to get out of it. Very much like the Matrix movie.
I feel you. We talk about it all the time. The truth is shocking.
It is.
I got the flights from Kumar, so probably gonna look at it this week to kind of see what that look like. But the time zones do get real wacky in the Pacific, though. We still haven't done our space on time zones, proud.
Well, look at
I'll go take a look at that. But hold on, I do want to make sure we get to the hands because they've been real patient. I'll let y'all chime in. Afterwards in just a second. Go ahead. Was it predominantly Bavarian phenotype?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I have a brother-in-law who I've been trying to turn into a flirt, and I finally got him to when he came at me with moon rocks about 4 or 5 months ago, and I finally turned him off to that. And so I send him all my stuff, when new information comes. And the problem is that he's ex-military, and when he says stuff, I can't refute it because I don't have the XP in it. So I was wondering if I could read you a paragraph that he sent me, and if any experts or if anybody knows what he's talking about.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Yeah, please do. Let's see what he got to say.
Okay, so every single pilot that flies in a fighter jet can take a max altitude of 50 or 60,000 feet and see the Earth's curvature. Every single U-2 Dragon Lady CIA spy plane, Lockheed Martin SR-71, and the brand new SR-72 all fly above 70,000 to 85,000 feet, which requires scramjets and spacesuits with oxygen. every single airline pilot that says the Earth is flat, it's because they've never seen the curvature. They're correct because you cannot see it under 50,000 feet. They don't ever go above 40. So what I'm telling you is that every single pilot that flies a jet, either from the Air Force or the Navy or even the Marines, as well as all experimental aircraft divisions and NASA divisions, all have the capability of flying up to 50,000 feet. They can prove the Earth's curvature with their cell phone or digital cameras, as they have for me personally. I used to send pilots up with my digital camera all the time, and they would take all kinds of pictures above the clouds. And every single person who falls for flat Earth is a sucker. So I can repeat those numbers again. I think that's what I was.
Yeah, not necessary. I got you, Brody. So there's a link to a paper, and I've had this cited by a bunch of academics, right? So it's cool that what would you say that was your brother-in-law?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it's cool that your brother-in-law has his own interpretation, but the official narrative that they've put out is that it's totally possible to discern Earth curvature at 35,000 feet, and all you need to do is just put your camera to your plane window and then compress the image later when you get home, etc. I have a paper on that. Now the references on it are extremely shoddy. It's actually a joke of a paper, man. So they give 6 references. One of the references is they say that, well, Picard saw the curvature of the Earth, and then they go, well, actually, that's just a story. We couldn't corroborate that. Oh, that's cool. And then on the second citation, they say, well, there's a brass plaque at one of these facilities at NASA, and it says that guy saw the curvature of Earth, the pilot that the plaque is about, but nobody could substantiate that. There's no records. Cool. And then there's a contact email address that you can email this guy to ask him if he can corroborate the story that he talks to pilots and they all see Earth curvature. So this is like the highest level of academic research. This paper by David Lynch. It's titled "Visually Discerning the Curvature of Earth." Right. This is archived on Harvard's archives. This is the highest level of academic Earth curvature that they could manufacture to tell people, if you put your camera to a plane window, you can see Earth curvature. It's not. And then
Could I get that name one more time? David Lynch and what?
Absolutely.
So I can save this.
Absolutely. I'll send it to you directly, bro. What was your name? Yeah, the predominantly Bavarian. I got you, bro. I'll tag you in it.
Oh, I was just
gonna Glover tried to send me that paper the other day.
Yeah, how do I profile post? There you go. Yeah, you just read this paper. It's a complete joke. And then what they do though is they say, okay, well, another way you can do it is through lateral image compression, which isn't real, right? So you can compress a horizontal line and it'll get Earth curvature. I've got some videos on that I can link. I mean, not Earth curvature. It'll compress a flat straight line into curve, right? It's all based on the optics of the lens. So when that dude's like, when we go to altitude, right? And keep this in mind, right? We have a near field, a far field, and even something that's further than that. So we see at 3 different levels of optical compression. So when you have a guy that's 70,000 feet in the sky and he could see all the way out to the maximum rims of that arc of vision, the optical compression is insane. You're not gonna see a fucking flat like what does that guy think that you would see? Of course there's gonna be some curvature optically. You're looking through a fucking cockpit window that's curved, right? You got your helmet on. These guys are in astronaut suits, right? They have a full fucking face shield helmet on to look through. Dude, the camera lens obviously like, dude, there's so many factors in it. It's like you couldn't make a case for that either way. Like honestly, like that's the way that your brother's holding on to it and representing that argument. It's actually, look at how empty it is and just nothing of substance in it. And he's like, he goes as far as to invoke the flight specifications to add to it. Like, yeah, they're flying in a low atmosphere condition, bro. Like, obviously they're gonna need vacuum suits. If their plane, if the seal fails, they're gonna die immediately. Like, that's not what is like the way, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's just trying to include all these things to emotionally sell it to you. And but the whole thing is actually based on optics, which we went over earlier. You see in 3 different levels of compression, and when you factor that in, I mean, it's literally equivalent to what you would call Earth curvature. It's 1-to-1 relatable.
Is this paper you're gonna link me to gonna be my gotcha to him or no?
So that'll definitely help, and I'll link you an optics paper that will be the gotcha, because that 1-to-1 relationship that I just talked about and how we see in 3 different fields that have different optical compressions, that'll be your gotcha for him. Let me send you that to him.
When you say we see, does that mean with the human eye?
Yes, sir. We all see in what's called curved visual space. They tell us that we see in Euclidean geometry, parallel lines, and all this dog shit. But train tracks converge in the distance, and then if you flip those train tracks vertically, they also converge, similarly. So if we see in Euclidean geometry, that wouldn't be possible. And then in addition to that, there's something called the alley experiment. Break that down real quick before I give you the papers. What they did for the alley experiment, they had a bunch of lads in the dark, and they had a row of candles, right, that were lit, and then on the other side of a wall, you would have people trying to match up those candles on the y-axis. So like think about it, you're facing forward, and you're just trying to place it parallel with something on a wall with no way to perceive depth other than just optically, right? And then on the other axis, you're doing the same thing, but it's up and down on the same plane. So when you plot those out, they show that those axes always intersect, meaning that we don't see in Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry would predict that those axes, when plotted, would never intersect. So if you're, so your brother-in-law, right, he's not going to know all this shit, right? But when you put this forward to him, it's a 1-to-1 equivalence. So he can't, if he wants to continue on and say, oh, with camera and the cool, man, we have a 1-to-1 equivalence that the angular excess from our visual space is equivalent to Earth curvature. What's say, it's like that's what I would call a GG right there.
Well, I look forward to. I'll at least look it over. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, bro.
That demonstration sounded interesting. Go ahead, Freedom.
I just want a side on the moon topic. Have we completely disregarded the possibility that the moon is the sun shines through the firmament and the moon is simply a reflection of that? Is that never talked about? Or is that just completely stupid?
I mean, how could it be substantiated? Like, it could be anything really when you're invoking stuff in the sky. It could,
A lot of people still believe in the moon map and how it's
They
a
do?
projection. Yeah, a projection of the continent. Who's the guy that comes in here and talks about it?
I certainly don't totally write it off.
Circular.
Because if we have it correctly, we see the same face of the moon no matter what. So it suggests us that it's not a 3D object. So at the very least, you might be able to assume you couldn't even tell if the sun's 2D or 3D then. But if it is 2D, then you could equivalent to that would be shining a flashlight. But you don't know what the firmament is, so you don't know the substance of it, so you don't know how the reflection would work anyway. But it was just a thought. Like, I'd never hear anyone go with that. Like, it's just simply a reflection, dude. And then you have to theorize on what causes the crescent, and I don't know. All right, thank you for the time. Thank you for the paper that you're gonna send.
Yeah, no worries. I sent him, and I'm going to send you a video we did last night. We actually read that paper live and gave some commentary on it. So if you want some additional ammo to put in the arsenal when you send your reply to that guy, you could definitely hit that video up to kind of get some further elaboration on some of the stuff that's referenced in it.
Cool, man. Thank you.
Y'all go sub to Alan, Toby as well. Big
like
sauce.
this whole concept of 90.
I think social was next.
Hey, oh yeah, sorry. There's been a lot of stuff talked about since the. Oh yeah, the first thing I wanted to talk about was we were talking about the air and why isn't the Earth moving against the air, and there is a west to east bias in the jet stream. In other words, in the direction of rotation, and it is true that, like, irrespective of weather, that bias does increase. Like I fly to Toronto from the West Coast pretty regularly, and it always bugs me that it takes like pretty quick to go from Vancouver to Toronto. So going with the jet stream and then coming back basically adds like an hour. So it's a modest bias. Obviously, there's other things that can affect the weather. You have high and low pressure wind, wind effects, like most of our weather is created by high and low pressure from, the sun shining in one area, heating things up, creating a little bit higher pressure that then moves into low pressure areas and stuff like that. So that's kind of where like wind goes and stuff like that. One of the interesting things about that jet stream, and this is like, this would be interesting to try and map on a flat map, is that the jet stream is like it's going in the same direction whether it's in the northern, like this jet stream bias is going in the same direction in the north and southern hemisphere. So it would be like it would be hard. I don't know. I couldn't look at it from the flat earth map. So that was just one thing. And then the other thing was I was curious about the person that raised the question about the moon appearing stationary for a long time. Are they still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey
Yes.
there. I'm just curious. Whereabouts were you when this happened? Are you in the UK?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. So at the time, I was in Southport, which is the northwest of England.
Okay.
And like I said, where I live, it's a cul-de-sac. So it's basically like an inverted
It's a
T.
cul-de-sac.
So basically,
Yeah.
it's like
So
a driveway, like a T junction, like a T.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm dead center. So basically, the drive that comes in, and the
Yeah.
moon was right in the middle. So constantly it was there. This is just daytime. So it was around
Oh, it's
probably
daytime. Okay.
daytime as well. So it was out in the daytime. So midday for
Yeah.
about 5 or 6 hours. It didn't move. I kept popping it out because I said it was smoking. It never
Okay.
moved, and then it disappeared. I'll
Okay.
tell you another phenomenon which was weird. A few years ago, driving back home down this long road, and the sun was massive. You can see it was huge. I can't explain it. It was massive. Never seen it like this in my life. Get to the end of the road. I turn left, go round a bend. I'm facing the same way. It's gone back to normal size. How the hell?
Yeah. That's a really tricky one. That's actually there's actually like quite a few references as to like weird tricks of perspective that depending on what was in your field of vision, between those two spots, like effectively the only way to they always tell you to do this trick, which is like, like if you ever experience a situation where like 1 minute like the sun or even the moon looks like bigger than the other time, just hold up a quarter to convince yourself that it is the same, like it fills the same space, right?
But it took up. I mean, I'm not joking. It took up. It was huge. But like I said, get to the end of the road, I turn round the corner, it's literally 20 yards go around a bend, shrinks back to it shrunk. I should have reversed and gone back.
Yes, yeah.
I was going home for dinner. I was on my way home for dinner. So
yeah, 100%. Yeah. I've experienced the same. I'm not going to lie there. That I've experienced all kinds of stuff, but I have even done that funny little trick, which is like, why does the sun look absolutely massive, and then you hold up a quarter, you're like, well, actually it's the same size. It's just a weird trick. So by the way, I didn't want to leave that moon thing. So where in the UK was this?
Southport, which is the northwest.
Southport.
Yes. So we found Liverpool. Go up north. It's only about 15-20 miles up the road.
Okay.
And the coastal region now, yeah.
Okay, Southport, and then and you said it was midday. Do you recall roughly what the day was or what time?
Midday onwards. So
midday.
12,
okay.
Midday. So the moon was out in the daytime. 12-ish.
12 to 5 or 6.
Something like that.
Okay,
I'll say about
then
12 to about 5. This was how
Do you
long
remember
ago? I'm trying to remember how long.
Yeah.
This was when Call of Duty Black Ops 2 was out.
I actually have that one.
Yeah. So that I got. Go on.
Oh, sorry. No, I was actually going to ask the season more than anything. Like, do you remember what month it was?
Oh, no, I can't. If it's going to be out, I mean, it's got to be more or less middle of the year, isn't it? So, April, May. So, would it have been come out of spring, summertime?
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
April, May. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious myself if there's ever like an event or a kind of like a trace in the sky where either it has to reverse course, or I don't know. I don't know actually the effects of like daytime reflection. So I'd be curious myself. And then
transparent as well. You got that especially in the daytime.
Yes,
you get that transparency. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another that's something that's actually really weird as well. You're right. It has like this very like kind of almost like ghostly effect. Okay, what was the other thing that was coming up here? Oh, the other thing was the in terms of like the high altitude jets, like I don't know, like has your brother-in-law ever shared like flight paths, because like effectively these things have to move very fast in basically like as straight a direction as they can, and typically the flight path will show if it's not just tracing the equator, it will show some kind of weird parabolic, like if you trace it on a flat map, it'll trace like a weird parabolic shape, and that's kind of an indication like, well, why would they travel in a parabolic shape? It's actually because it's the closest distance between 2 points on a globe. So I don't know if he's allowed to like to discuss like flight plan stuff or like, yeah.
Are you talking to me?
No, sorry. Sorry. No, I was switching to I think predominantly Bavarian, which yep.
Can I just bring in something someone mentioned before about looking through the window of a plane? So basically, you're the passenger of a plane.
Yeah,
the planes are built. The planes are built with they got that fisheye lens in the glass, and when you see a lot of videos of from space looking towards Earth, you give that curvature look. Again, those cameras they use have the fisheye lens, and you'll find a lot of like GoPros. Even though like you have the doorbell cameras, they have that. Or when you look through your door, you got like a peephole. You get that fisheye lens. So a lot of those are used to give the impression that the Earth has curvature. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. So so I don't believe that. I haven't read the paper, but I certainly just based on sort of like what I've seen from like the progression of the curvature, even from either like simulation where people like literally show you kind of like they basically take a ball the size of the Earth and you can zoom in and out and basically create like your virtual distance or virtual height, right? And it's like, and we're talking about a ball that has no weather on it or anything, so like the idea that you could like see curvature when you're flying at 36,000 or 35,000 is like, I don't believe that at all. And by the way, the windows they're not fisheye on airplanes. Like they're actually two panes of glass that are actually like, they're flat. They're basically like it's like one is like the kind of exterior pressure window, and then the internal one is just it's so that might, maybe that causes some effect, I don't know, but
it does. It does.
So for me the best correlation has been the correlation between those cool simulations that show you like what the perception would be on like a perfectly like smooth ball at different heights, correlated with the what I would call like reasonably trustworthy photographic evidence. In other words, like there are like, there's been, so the ones, the most striking pictures that I've seen are at around that 50 or 60,000 foot range. So there does seem to be like a very, very, very slight, but the most striking is where like you kind of have to hit around 100,000 feet where you actually see a parametric curve, and then that compared to the ISS, which is an order of 10x above that. So like the ISS is 250 miles up, which is 1.3 million feet. So that's like pretty much a perfect order of 10. and so that shows kind of like the progression between those two is very, very kind of like pronounced. I can't speak to the lensing stuff that Alan's talking about. I do know that there's all kinds of optical illusions that you can manifest, and that also that our brain. Part of the reason why there are all these optical illusions is because our brain kind of processes the signals that we get through our eye. I don't know that we have a curved bias. I mean, again, I'd have to look at something that would say that. It certainly doesn't feel like it. If it does, then how come, like, that would sort of be flipped back on the flat Earth side and say, well, therefore, if you're standing on the beach, how come you don't see, like, that's what everybody's saying, is that everything looks so incredibly flat, right? So, yeah. So I hope does that answer?
I kind of guess so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got another thing to throw in there. What's people's opinion on the sun? Is the sun flat?
I can't answer that one. I've posted on my Twitter account. I've posted like real time lapse pictures that amateur astronomers, so like somebody who's using equipment that's not particularly like powerful or whatever, but he's taken some pretty awesome time lapse pictures of the sun. I certainly I couldn't be asked to say that it's flat. Yeah.
But that's it.
The sun does look like it go through some type of cycles. I don't know what that means, but
when you see those images, you can watch them kind of with the solar flares. I mean, there's a lot of videos out there recently. So you're seeing something moving. You're seeing the sun, the fire, and all that. It's moving. So I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty spectacular. You need a very a very, very dark filter. Otherwise you'll burn your eyes out. I did it once. I didn't have anywhere near like the resolution that the guy who posted it. Like stuff has gotten substantially better than when I was a kid. But I had a telescope with a solar filter, so I could see the same thing. Like just like, you can see the spots, you can see the occasional kind of like burst, flare, ejection, all that kind of stuff. So, which is pretty cool. I definitely recommend it. It's pretty cool light show. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that was like talked about that I couldn't cover. Somebody was saying, actually, this was actually really great. Somebody said, like, who was it that was saying like you only have a sight distance of 10 miles?
Me. That was me again.
Oh, that was you again. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So actually, that I'm glad you said that, because that is actually something that like repeatedly comes up in conversation, that like people sort of forget that we have limitations, like in terms of like realistic distance that we can observe, because like lots of people will say like, I saw this thing and it was 200 miles away. I'm like, no, you didn't. So basically, like, so the only thing I want to say is that you will not see, if you're anywhere but at the beach, like the Earth curvature, so that 8-inch per mile squared, that curvature works. The estimate works on both sides of the parabola. In other words, you can go, rather than counting miles and then the amount of feet that it has to go down, what you could do is you could say, let's say you're like 267 feet above sea level. That actually adds 20 miles to your viewable distance, which actually exceeds the distance that you could see with your own eyes, possibly with binoculars. So like when you say like, oh, you see this boat and it's still, you can still see it, it should be way down, it should be like 300 feet under the whatever, that's because it hasn't actually reached the top of the parabola and started going down again. So you really have to, like, this is the one thing that I keep asking is like, if you're going to post a picture, post the metadata, post like where the picture, like where the person taking the picture was located versus the thing that they're actually taking a picture of. So far, like anytime somebody's posted something with scale, it's been a very easy calculation to say, no, that's completely reasonable. The picture is absolutely showing
Only with
relative.
refraction, bro. Stop it. And
No, not with
most
refraction.
people, yes, absolutely. Most of the
The
time,
most
it is with refraction.
no, the most recent one was the one where somebody posted that they can see like a mountain 168 miles away, except that they were actually like at like I don't know, like something like 1,800 meters above sea level.
If you don't know, how
So
you
if
gonna
you
make
do,
the
if you actually
claim?
no, because they added the scale. They added the scale. So if you look at 1,800 meters above sea level, that takes away basically it took away 100 miles. So the only thing that was left of the 70 miles, which was a like a 3,000 foot drop on like a 48 foot on a 4,800 foot mountain. So and that's why you can only see the top of the mountain. So like
Well,
again, like and
you have to reference the exact observation so we know what you're talking about.
That makes sense.
Sure,
It makes
yeah.
sense what you said. It makes sense what you said.
Yeah.
The higher you are, the more you can see because you're above it.
Yeah, that's effectively what it is, and basically it's like it's just like the only thing I'm saying is like, and I mean like I know a lot of people on the flat Earth side is like, you know, why do you need scale and all this kind of, I'm like come on, let's do this
Literally
honestly.
nobody says that. It depends on what
No,
you're talking
lots
about.
of people do. There's so many pictures posted without scale.
This is not the topic that
No,
people
this is
cry
not the
about scale.
space.
No, I said
Yeah,
the
this is
topic
not
the topic. No one cries about scale when we're talking about long distance observations.
I talk about scale. I'm talking purely about pictures, just general pictures that are posted. So I would say that there's a dearth of information whenever there's a picture posted with a flat Earth title. It's often like a picture and go, see, it's flat. And I'm like, wait a minute, like we need to have some information, right? So anyway, that was just my comment.
I'll tell you what I'll do actually, because I've kind of debunked myself a bit. I'm going to say,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
No, I'm about to debunk myself. No, where I am in Southport, you can see Blackpool, which is about the straight line, about 12 miles away from the beach, Southport Beach, to Blackpool, and you can see that clear on a clear day, clear as anything, because you've got Blackpool Tower, it's very much like the Eiffel Tower. So it has that there, so you can see that as clear as day. Okay. So again, I've just put myself out there with the vision of 10 miles, for like 8-10 miles, but you can see that. So if it's a good day
how
today,
high is the tower?
We can actually see the buildings as well. So I'll try and get out today and take a good picture if it's clear enough. It's a bit overcast today.
Yep.
And
if
you'll see it for yourselves really. But you get that, you can see the house, basically the houses, the towers, things up. So it's very clear. You've got Blackpool Fairgrounds. They've got the big ones, the biggest, one of the tallest roller coasters in the world.
For sure.
There as well, so you can see all that.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that refraction does play a role, but in general, like I'm always curious, like whenever you can kind of you can actually kind of guess what the you can actually calculate it, but you can based on the amount of sunlight, like if it's a blazing sunny day, and depending on the position of the sun, you can kind of infer whether the lensing will be either in your favor or out of favor, kind of thing. And so but in any case, if you do that, so like the only thing I ask is like drop a pin where you took the picture, because that will have the metadata for like if you're actually on the beach or if you're taking the picture from town, and that'll tell you how far above sea level you are.
Okay. Best like I say, it's a very flat beach. I mean, when the tide goes out at Southport Beach, it goes out for like a mile, 2 miles.
Goes out forever.
And some idiots have tried to drive from Southport to Blackpool. You'll see them in the paper, stranded, standing on top of their cars.
Oh my God, that's really funny.
If you look at, you'll probably find them online. These idiots are trying to do it. There's always one every year.
That's actually quite funny, because especially when you have like a really long shallow tide, it comes in really fast. So
when it goes out, it goes out. But when it comes in, it proper comes in. You get some. And basically, Southport's built on a marsh. To be honest, it used to be marsh ground, marshland. So it's a sinking town. technically.
Yeah.
Subsides a lot. So there you go.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah, I'll post those pictures.
Appreciate the appreciate that this is like a chill open dialogue kind of time. It's kind of cool to have like a flat earth chill time, because I have like definitely like gotten the sense that it can get pretty heated, all this kind of stuff, and I actually was gonna like
only when you don't listen, bro. Only when you don't listen.
You know me, I'm belligerent the only things that make me belligerent are like are naked disingenuous kind of like statements. That's literally the only thing. I like, and people say like, oh, you're not acknowledging this. I don't think there's a single thing that I haven't acknowledged as true that a flat earther has said. If it's true, I've acknowledged all of it. So yeah. But yeah, do appreciate a more kind of chill evening.
Well, no problem. It's the way to be.
We kicking this tonight. Hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure we get to the hands, because I think we was waiting.
I was just gonna say, I'm too blasted for a hard one.
Always I'm trying to jump in here, and then we'll slide over to Pang after that.
No worries. I'm going to drop out now, so let everyone have a say. Thanks for listening to me.
Appreciate you. Always on fell asleep and Flat Earth Friday. What the hell? Oh, there you go.
Oh man, I want to see how am I going to present this. Like I said, these are my thoughts. I just present them, and so not trying to convert, but this is how they are. So I'm going to use some Bible passages that explain some things and kind of then. Oh, come on. Come on, Proud. I haven't even started yet. But yes, okay. Let me start. Hopefully this explains all your guys' questions. All right, so I'm going to read from, let's see. I'm going to read from Enoch, chapter 77, right? And the names of the sun are the following. The first Argeus, and the second Tomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Osandras, the second Ebla, third Besna, and the fourth Isra, right? These are 2 great luminaries. So all the objects you see in the all the objects you see in the sky that are said that are stars are luminaries, which I'll get to later, right? So their circumference is the same circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumference is both alike. So both the sun and the moon, of course, we know, are the same size, right? In the circumference of the sun, there are 7 portions of light which are added to it more than the moon. And in the definite measures, it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter portals of the west and make their revolution by north and come forth through the eastern portals of the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises, 1/14 part appears into the heaven. The light becomes full in her on the 14th day. She accomplishes her light, and the 15 parts of light are then transferred to her on the 15th day when her light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year, right? So, of course, they have the 364 days. So that kind of explains a little bit about the sun and the moon. I'm not going to read too much more because I don't want to have it's going to be like a documentary where I go more. I'm just trying to do a summary. All right, so let's see. So over the stars, right? So they have basically angels that watch each layer of all the stars, right? So, and the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the years and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service to the world stations, one in the first portal, one in the third portal of heaven, one in the fourth, and one in the sixth portal. And the extractness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations, which is the amount of days we should be having on the calendar. One of the signs and the times of the years and the days of the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of all glory hath set forever and ever, and the luminaries of the heaven. So basically, it's reflections off the firmament. So the last part basically is going to be the positions of when it revolves. All right. So their positions, and I wrote down, let's see. All right. I wrote down their months as they were, that appearances of their light till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7 parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in the single 7 parts accomplishes all in her darkness to the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun, and in those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth, she goes forth for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when she goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all her light. She then recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal for which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days, and all the days which in the sunset, which accrue to it of those 5 years when they are full, amount to 364 days. So kind of explains the rotations and stuff. That's why I like the Book of Enoch. It's very cool. So let's talk about how the shape of the earth. So
Hey, real quick, always, what do you think it mean by when it say 7 parts of light? Was that what it was saying?
yeah, like reflections from the sky. So the moon is basically a reflection. That's why when you look at the moon, then you see those like patterns, or the descriptions on the moon. Those are actually reflections of what the earth looks like, all the continents. So if you map all the continents and put it against the moon, it'll map, or well, it'll match exactly.
Okay, so you subscribe to the moon map. I said you're familiar with the moon map.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And the moon revolves. So here's the other cool thing. So if you take your eye, right, your eyelid, your eyes, right, if you turn it horizontally, that is what the earth basically looks like, and the bottom part, is, what all the different religions say is like hell, right? Which I'm not getting into, but so if you look at your cornea, right, you have a small black pupil in the middle. You have a white outer face, or well, around that you kind of have a little brown part, which is where the land masses are. And then outside of that, you have the white part of the cornea, right? That's where the ice wall is. So just picture your eye basically as what the Earth would be like, which is pretty interesting because if you go to and in Job 37:18, it says, "Can you join him in spreading out the skies hard as a mirror of cast of bronze?" So basically, he basically shows and explains how the Earth is basically a reflection like your eyelids, right? So when you tear, it's basically, you think of like, it won't be like the rain, but it's basically cleansing, sky. It's just pretty cool. I don't know how religious everyone is, but so that part. So the next part is when I mentioned about the stars being the luminaries, like it says, each of those luminaries has a frequency, right? Frequencies affect us, music, certain music frequencies either exhibit you to be angry, some sad, some, which I don't know, that's a whole nother topic to get into how they're affecting us with frequencies. Talk about this in another space with Damien, he's down below. So some of the stars have 88 hertz, some 90, some 92, some 108, 110. So when you're looking at these with the telescope, it's like looking through like pretend like you're underwater, right? And you're looking at light through it, how it kind of flickers. That's basically what it is. You're basically looking at stars through the firmament, which are basically flickering because they're just frequencies of light. And sometimes, when you zoom in with the telescope, you can kind of zoom in and see like a object, but it's really just a, like I say, a reflection. So if we look at the, so like I explained, so now we get to the revolutions around the sun. So I don't know if you guys have heard of this notion of like when they say, you have a solar eclipse and the moon is not in the sky, and then you have an object that goes over the sun, right? And then, it eclipses the sun and goes away. So people are like, well, that can't be the moon because we should see the features of the moon as it eclipses the sun. So what actually eclipses the sun, and a lot of different, ancient, uh, civilizations, depict this on their, hieroglyphics, structures. Main people is the Egyptians, so they have this thing called it's called the black sun, right? It explains in the Enoch, but again, I didn't want to go too much in that. So it follows the sun. We can't see that with our eyes because it's in the spectrum of light that basically, we just can't see because we can only see a small portion of the visible light spectrum, right? So basically it follows it, right? And at some points it matches up and you'll get the eclipse. But depending on where you are while it's revolving around the Earth or the plane, you won't see a full eclipse. You'll see a partial. And so that explains how, why everyone doesn't see the same and how that notion of them saying the moon causes or they said the sunlight does a cross and does like all that BS they say that causes an eclipse. It basically disproves that and shows like, yeah, NASA, you've been lying to us the whole time with the crisscross and sunlight 7 degrees. Yeah, it's so the moon actually gets its, phases from, remember how I said the center of the eye, the little pupil, that reflection actually is what causes the moon to go into its like, waxing gibbous, waning, and then, all the different phases. So basically, like I have a picture that I drew basically. So as you see, that shows all the revolutions. If you guys want to read into Enoch more, that's why I feel like they hid that from people, because if we read that, it basically explains what the earth actually looks like, why everything in the sky looks like how it is, what causes eclipses, how the sun rotates, how they're equal distances from each other, and how close they are to the earth. And lastly, if you look at, you've heard of the Gleason map, right? 1892, the one that they decided to hide and put this new map that basically eliminates them. So there is a rock formation up there, right? You know how they have the company Black Rock. So I want you guys to research the Rupus Negro, because it's a big rock. There's a couple of islands around there. Some people say that could have been where Eden is. That's why they don't want you to go there. But that's why all the compasses point north. So that rock is what causes all the different currents and, the, Indian Oceans to rotate counterclockwise, Pacific clockwise. So this rock is what causes, it's like that torus that you guys were talking about earlier, the magnetic. This is what causes that. And so that explains what causes all those, magnetic things, the charges, why things rotate the way it is. So that part is basically what causes that. But yeah, if you guys look that up, you see why they erased that from that map and basically tell you, oh, well, there's nothing up there. But, and if you see that, you'll actually be able to prove to a glober that if there's a mountain that high that protrudes through, the clouds, that won't happen on a globe. There's no way. So that's another way that you can show globers that, like, everything that, Bible says, I don't want, I'm not trying to say 100%. I don't know how much of you guys believe in it, but it basically shows that, like, this was no random thing that happened from no big bang or anything. So I have videos of that as well. But ending that, basically it explains how the shape of the earth you would show to a glober, why they have that little rock thing on the map of the Gleason. And if you look at the Freemason symbol, it's actually a compass. So the thing I said earlier, right, with the pupil, if you look at the bottom and line it up with Polaris. Yeah.
The symbol is a divider. It's not a compass.
What? Say that again?
The Freemason symbol is a divider, not a compass.
No, it's a compass. Like if you lay it down onto that Gleason.
Go on Google and write maths equipment, set, and then you will see the one at the top that you're talking about is a divider. Masons are dividers.
Yeah, as above, so below. The top.
You're you know what it is? You're reading too much and you're saying, I'm not believing the science book that they give me, but I believe the other book that they give me. Where you're getting your knowledge from is from the books. And it's like you're saying, don't believe the science book, don't believe the Scientologist, believe the religionist, the Masons.
No,
like you're just
no, I never said
diverting the knowledge from one place to another.
I
Like
never said
some things
anything
that you're
about
saying are
religion.
good. Like some things that you're saying are good, but some things that you're saying are like you're jumping the gun too much.
I've never said one thing about religion, though.
But you did. You started from the Bible. You started giving
Yeah,
us
that's
verses
not a
from the
religion,
Bible.
though.
What is
Yeah,
that?
that's not a religion.
What is that
That's
then?
just it's a book. It was attached to religion by the Catholic Church,
Yeah.
which
Like, who wrote this book? Where did this book come from?
well,
So
it's
you
up to
don't know
you.
where the book comes from,
Well, it
and then you're
was
saying, "Oh, believe this book. This book is 100%." It's the same
well.
thing as the
I'm,
scientist.
no, I'm not gonna. It's up to you to believe where the book comes from. I'm not going to.
No. Tell me where the book comes from then. You tell me because you're talking about it. You know the book in
Well,
and out.
if you believe
You
in the
know the
Dead
book
Sea
in and out.
Scrolls,
It looks like you're the author of the book. Are you King James?
if you believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and those tablets they found that were in
So
Aramaic.
like you're just diverting my. You're just like saying
No,
if you
I'm
believe
not
this,
diverting.
like what do you want me to believe?
Well,
Is your point
I'm
of
not trying
view
to
at the
force.
moment? It's not a fact. It's your point of view, which is you want me to
No,
believe. If you look at the Bible, it says this. If you look at the Bible, it says this. If you look at the Bible,
yeah,
they fucking killed Jesus at the end, and then you lot all worship him. And
I have no idea why you're. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm saying parts of the book that the Catholic Church took out because if you see this and people read it, you'll actually be able to understand why science twists stuff. They only tell you what they want you to know. They use parts of the Bible, right? Because they know what it is. Same thing with the Masons and their little book. They all know, but they don't tell you the truth. They want to keep us dumb and blind. So that's basically, I was reading from one of the books that they took out. If you go look in the Aramaic, right, Bible, right, Dead Sea Scrolls, not the King James Version, which was written by a pagan guy. I meant the actual ones that came from the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the only complete one is the Ethiopian Bible, right? Same thing that the amount of months and days that we follow is wrong, but I'm getting too far into this idolatry that indoctrine stuff we believe today about leap year, 12 months. Yeah, that that all that BS that they pulled over our eyes to, of course, blind you from the truth. So all I'm giving
I
you
agree.
is the truth. Whether you want to take it, believe it or not, it's
no,
up to you.
but the truth is only truth to you that you think
No,
is true because you read it out of a book. We're trying to give the truth to the people by observing the skies and saying, look, mate, this is what happens at
yeah,
this. Not because it writes it in a book. It's a difference. You're trying to direct people's view to the Bible is no good. There is good information in the Bible that they give us, but how do you know it's 100% true?
because it matches with everything that I've mentioned.
No, they've made it an illusion. They've said, "Oh, look, this is what the sun is," and then
how
at
is
the
it?
background they said, "Well, this is what this is," and then because you can't research the thing at the
You
background, you believe the thing what
you
they tell you and the thing at the
you know
background.
this came out 3,000 years before any modern thing they found it, right?
Yeah, but this is point
No,
of view. This is not factual view. This is not a fact. I could write a document and say, oh, this document is 5,000 years old because I've carbon dated it. I've done this to it. Do you know the amount of people, the age group after World War II, the age group that was left in this world?
I have
So
no
if
idea
you
where
don't
this
know
is going.
what was the average age group in this world and what did they believe? What did they know?
So
What kind of
I
education
feel
did they
like
have?
now I'm getting attacked just like a globe earther would attack someone that's a flat earther.
No. What it is you're coming up with the book. You're
No,
referencing
I'm
every
not.
knowledge to the Bible, but you're not
I'm
saying to the fact that these people lied to us. There was World War One, World War Two. The amount of
Wait.
time between World War One and World War Two, how long was it? What was the age group that was left after World War Two?
Do you know all these
So if
wars?
World War One, look, if
Wait.
World War One was fight, if the fighting people in World War One was 50, age group 50, 50, 40, 30, yeah, by the time they got to World War Two, what was the fighting age group? 30 and below. So what was left after World War Two, the age group, is the people that you think the dividers. You know them people that you said the compass, the dividers, them cunts were left to trick everyone to believe what they wanted them to believe.
Exactly.
Do you get it now?
Oh, that's exactly what I'm saying. They changed the map.
So no, but the thing is, you're coming up with their Bible and you're saying everything what they say is right.
No, I'm saying they changed stuff, just like the history that you believe, that not you believe, people believe, for Christopher Columbus, indigenous people being in America, all that stuff they told you in the history books and classes is all lies. They make this up so people get divided. They fight with each other. They're like, no, this history's true. Oh, my people colonized America. No, this was here. All of this is done to create and divide people. If you really look into the history books and look at ancestors, which is why COVID, they gave it to older people first, because if you kill off the older people, you won't know about the generations before. All the history, that knowledge that these older people know will be gone. Because, and when you don't know your you don't know your history, if you don't know the past, then how are you going to understand your future? This
I
is
say
why they
that all the time. I say that all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is why they went after the older people. Because look at the people today that are on their tablets. Imagine them taking control of the world. They watch Taylor Swift. Oh man, she's voting for Biden. Oh, let me follow her and I'll vote for Biden too. Half of them don't even know what politics are. The real people that run the world, right? I don't want to get too much into that, but I'm sure you know the real people who run the world. They created all the wars. All of these wars you see are created by them. They're not done by one country hating the other. All of it's done either for oil, control, power, or money, right? You only have 3 states, city states that run the world. You have Washington, D.C., right? The rest of the country is just a Confederate Republic, right? You have Rome, the Vatican, and you have London. Those 3 city states run the entire world. So you can research that and see if I'm telling you the truth or not. Those are the ones who created all the lies, bastardized this book that I'm reading from to make it look not factual. But like I say, you can look into these, I'm not trying to persuade you it's the truth, just like this channel, it's a flat earth, right? You can do your research, like I've done, right? Took me a while. I was like, nah, this can't be. Once I read this stuff, looked into the way the constellations is, makes sense why the Egyptians were so accurate. If you think, with all the technology we have today, we can't comprehend and understand how the Egyptians, which is mentioned in that book too, were able to accurately map, design, and have their pyramids align with all these constellations and stars that I just mentioned and read, right? There's no way they could have done that. And so, also, in the book, I didn't read that part. There were these giants, right? That's why they find all those big skeletons by those pyramids. But history doesn't tell you about that because they don't want you to see that, man, this book that I'm reading from, man, it's more truthful than what they actually have you think. So I'll just end there and just say, hey, I gave what I want to say. I kind of knew maybe I shouldn't have done this because I probably were going to get some lashing back. But
You're always gonna get pushback, man. It's all good. I do want to ask Pang though. Pang, do you find any value in anything that he read over the past couple minutes?
No, 100%. I do find value, but it's just the fact that I don't want him to put 100% into everything. You need to question everything in this world. So it's like that. We do get information from there, but we need to question it all and to not rely just on one thing. Like double check everything. That's the only thing I was just
If
scared
anyone's
of him.
talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
No, we can hear Pang. Purple, you got to drop down and come back up.
Okay.
Yeah, I have done research. Devon Island is where they go to film their little Mars stuff. You can see they have a little base there and a little Mars rover, and they do a color filter. It's like they're so smart. NASA puts on their website. This is done. It's a media, well, not center, media corporation, right? Why would they put that on their site? And also, they have documents on their site. You can go look that basically prove, and you can take these documents and prove to a glober that NASA actually shows that the Earth is the way it is, but they lie. It's kind of funny and hilarious that they put the documents for people to download and read, but we don't look at it because we believe what they say. So it's kind of sad. It really is.
Always rising. I have I have a little pushback for you on that
Yeah.
Egyptian thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you do your research, but I got some more research for you to do, right? Because you're giving the Egyptians, in my opinion, you're giving the Egyptians a little too much credit. The Egyptians never claim, the ancient Egyptians never claim to have built the pyramids, and we found them under sand, basically, right? So they never claim to have built the pyramids, nor do the other cultures where the other pyramids are located around the world. So do some history on that.
Oh yeah, I know who built them, but I don't want to keep pushing more into it because I don't want to get too far into the Bible because this is not a Bible space. It's flat Earth. But yeah, you are correct.
I
They
appreciate that.
didn't build the pyramids. Yeah.
We do want to do a
I
flat
got
Earth religious space sooner or later, but we haven't done it yet. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. No, they didn't build it. They
I
were
got a
there.
question, right? Because we're talking about Egypt and the pyramids, right? So it's well documented that the measurements of the perimeter or height or something like that of the pyramids, when multiplied specific ways, equal
The
a
speed of
certain.
light. The speed of light.
Yeah, I think it's either
Yep,
I think there's a multiple. There's speed of light, and there's also the so-called circumference of the Earth.
that is
But
correct.
that circumference is according to mainstream. Yes. So what
So
do we all think about that correlation?
is open question for everyone?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, actually, that might dovetail into one of the questions I had, which is actually, so first off, love your profile photo, always risen. Super cool pic, like kind of different perspective, whatever. But what I was gonna say was kind of cool. So like there, when you were reading at the beginning all the description of what was observed, by whoever wrote that passage or those passages. Um, one one experiment for, I guess, you know, determining whether the model that we have is just bunk or not bunk, is you can actually roll back the clock and see if it actually matches the the luminaries or the behavior of the sun and the moon at that time. In fact, I think they actually had to do that when, like, so for example, they didn't determine that the pyramids actually aligned with any kind of celestial kind of with anything to do celestially, because you actually have to, the sky was a little bit different 3,000 years ago, so you actually you already have to kind of roll back the clock to even identify those properties of the pyramids.
You're saying that the sky was different 3,000 years ago. Can you prove it?
Correct. Yeah, like Polaris was not actually the North Star at that time.
Well, then how come they named it the North Star long before it was supposedly at the North Pole?
Because I mean, it takes, like we're talking millennia, right? That you get these shifts.
Yeah, they named it millennia before they say it was supposedly at the North Pole when it was like 20 degrees off that they say it was.
Well, so yeah, so one of the tricky parts is that it's like when they talk about the North Star, it's the star that stays put while everything else is spinning around it, right?
It stays put. It hasn't moved ever.
So it's not necessarily above it's not necessarily above, depending on where you are when you see Polaris. Um, your viewing angle, it's not necessarily above the quote unquote North Pole. You'll have to, depending on which latitude you're at, you have to correct. I mean, this is like the foundational element of
Where exactly it at up there, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that it don't move much more than maybe a millisecond of a degree tells you it don't move, period.
Yeah, it doesn't move, but it did move over 4,000 years. It
But you can't prove it.
Can you prove it? That's a good question.
We've got holes that line up perfectly with it
No,
for
the
over
simple
40
answer is
years.
no. Okay,
Well,
so
did have.
D39, D369, you have you've looked into this?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You can't go back in time, right? Therefore, we can't go back and prove what the sky looked like at then. The
No,
best
but
thing that we
people,
have to answer Bill's question,
yeah.
the best thing we have is computer models based on the observations we've had over the last few hundred or 1,000 years or whatever they have, right? They have this model that they use for that reverse engineers the movement, and that's all it
Correct.
is. It's a it's a computer model, so it's mathematics. We cannot literally prove it, Bill. That's the closest we can get, though.
So
But how old are the pyramids?
Yeah.
3,000
Also, we
4,000
don't
years
know.
old.
but yet they got holes that point right directly to certain stars.
Well,
every single time.
because the weird thing is that they're not actually aligned. So like in terms of like today's celestial events, they're not aligned with there's nothing particularly interesting or that's like aligning with any either like winter or summer solstice. Like
that ain't what they told me in school.
It's literally like, yeah.
Then you got the Georgia Guidestones.
So yeah, Georgia Guidestones. What are those?
You never heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
No, I have not.
Some guy named R.C. Christian ended up making a monument that had all kinds of stuff on it in all different languages, and it had a hole in there that pointed directly to Polaris. And it stood up for over 40 years until Austin Whitsitt went out there and pointed out that North Pole don't move. And then guess what? They blew it up.
Okay, so we're talking about modern times.
About 40 years, yeah.
Yeah, 40 years. Okay, yeah, that I understand.
They should have moved about at least the moon's width during that time.
Yes, yeah. What I was going to say was, I lost my train of thought. That there are like that the Bible is not. I mean, frankly, there's a lot of records of constellations and observations, stellar observations that not just the one that was referenced by Always Risen. So you can roll back the clock a certain amount of time. In fact, I'll find a reference. I'll find a concrete reference to
Solarium
say.
does that for you.
I'm sorry.
Solarium does that for you.
Solarium, the app.
Yeah.
In terms of identifying Polaris as the North Star.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it
no,
takes
I know.
you all the way back, even all the way back to Christ time. It'll show you the whole dance and everything that the three wise men saw in the sky.
So yeah, so like I'll dig up a reference to back up, because like there's no point in me saying this without having like something to point to. But
it's
that
not
app.
It's not just the pyramids in Giza. It's the pyramids all over the world. The ones China, Mexico, and the ones in the Grand Canyon that they don't tell us about. Every single one of them line up with the same
There's
constellation.
a bunch in Illinois too.
Mm-hmm. And
I want to know. Sorry, I want to know if Trump Tower is aligned up with any sort of star. Like all them buildings, they're all lined up with certain stars. 100%.
Probably to their star gods.
Yep.
Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto.
If someone in America can observe Trump Tower and Saturn lining up with it, then that's your answer. Or it's definitely lining up with some stars.
That's why they worship that black cube. It's the Saturn. That's what they worship. We already know. We know who the black cube represents. But like again, I said, I don't want to get into a Bible thing because it's flat Earth. But yeah, just check the solarium and see how they line up. They didn't want us to know that the pyramids in the Grand Canyon are actually Egyptian pyramids as well. And they line up, like I mentioned. There's 3, and there's some in Memphis. I can't remember the others. Not Kansas, but yeah, there's a bunch of pyramids in the U.S. that they don't tell us about. Just changes now the history now about who actually was in America first. history doesn't really tell us that. They tell you Christopher Columbus colonized or came here, and there was just Indians and Native Americans. But if we look at all the sculptures and stuff, we see they were more advanced than what they tell us. But like I say, just look at history. KP had his hand up. I don't mean to take the whole floor, but let's let KP go and then go back to this part.
Yeah, because when you want to get into scripture, that's where I get into it.
No, thanks for that. Always present. Just to kind of piggyback, I saw Kumar left the chat, but I was trying to post some content. I don't know why the thread wouldn't let me, but I think he had the scenario backwards when he was discussing the flight patterns between San Francisco and Japan. I tried posting that, Sacred. I don't know why it wouldn't let me, but I think I tried to tag you in it too, and proud of you as well. So.
Did you put it in my thread on the pin tweet?
I think I did not do that. That's probably why. Let me try that.
Yeah, it'll only share to the top two as well if you grab a mic. I don't know if you knew that as well.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's when I dropped down to listener, and then when Kumar came in, I wanted to hop back in, but I wasn't able to at that time. So that's probably why. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, link that so I could check that out as well.
So, so I have a reference here. I mean, it just I'll just read it really quickly here. Talking about the pyramids in Giza, says the tombs are aligned north-south with an accuracy of up to 0.05 degrees, which is really accurate. How the Egyptians did this has been unclear. Today, you could align a building north-south by pointing the sides towards the pole star, which sits true north. However, a wobble in the Earth's axis of rotation, called precession, means that the position of the stars change gradually over time. In the 3rd millennium BC, no stars sat at the North Pole. Instead, all stars in the north sky rotated around an imaginary point marking the North Pole. Experts thought the ancient Egyptians might have watched a single star circle this imaginary point, align their pyramid with the circle center. Alternatively, they might have measured north by tracking the path of the sun. Either way, the accuracy with which the masters this should have been about the same during the entire period of the building period, but the accuracy was not constant. So it says Kate Spend of Cambridge University points out, instead, the alignment of successive pyramids first steadily improved to the building of the Great Pyramid, but then later deteriorated. This makes perfect sense if the architects were measuring the alignment using not one star but two, Mizar in Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, and Kohab in Ursa Minor, the Little Dipper. So yeah, so this is where I had heard it before. This is not the source where I'd heard this, but that if you look and you track like sort of like how they would have, like, I mean, of course you have to believe that the pyramids were built in and around 3000 BC, which obviously some people dispute, but if you believe that, and then it kind of explains why the accuracy between the different pyramids shift a little bit, depending on what the sky might have looked like back then. So this is like a
Hey,
little,
social.
yep.
So I agree with what you're saying, because you said something extremely important there. Is that if you believe that they were built at the time that modern archaeology says they were built, right?
Sure.
However, one way I think it makes more sense than what you described there was that up until the building of a specific time period, things were basically excellent, and then they over time fell off to a great extent, right? The thing that makes more sense is that the people who were building these things initially already had this information, and they did it all over the place. That means they had a system of doing this that was I mean, if you think about it, it was probably about as easy as we build cities today, right? We have the format, we know how to do it, we know how to build skyscrapers, we know how to build these massive buildings. For them, it would have been the same, being that they did it all over the place. They had this information, they knew how to do it, and then when they were no more, for whatever reason that may be, that's when things took the wrong turn. And I'd like you to check out Uncharted X on YouTube. It's a channel. I've mentioned him before. He's got a really interesting video there. You can search for it. It's the artifacts from pre-dynastic Egypt, and the artifacts that he's got there, they're measuring them with modern engineering equipment that we use in factories and things of that nature today. So they're getting like subhuman hair measurements. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the circular shapes and the balances and the error tolerances that they're finding on these pre-dynastic artifacts are, according to them, not possible at all by human hand.
Yeah, I've
So they
heard
were
that.
doing it, yeah. So they were doing it in some other way. So these people, whoever they were, they had a good level of technology, and then things kind of fell off from there. And it's really, really strange about how history is kind of wrong in that respect.
Yeah, I remember bumping into that, something about the machine tolerances being perceived as impossible for the time of the day, for that time period.
Look at the clues they left you.
Sorry, the clues that were left were basically like, yeah, like were effectively like the level of tooling of whatever they left, right? Those would have been
Well, not really the tooling. It's
oh
the technology, but it's
well that's
more in the floorboards, the designs in the floors and on the walls and things. It's
yeah
cymatic patterns. It's the frequency. All they did is they vibrated it.
yeah. I
Right?
mean what's
You could
what's
you could take a copper pipe, like your drain pipe that's chrome coated
mm-hmm,
and it's brass.
yep.
Take that and you vibrate it, and it'll cut through stone in whatever shape it is formed in, whether it be a circle, a square, a triangle, and perfect inside corners.
I mean, I certainly haven't seen that. I mean, in the sense that I think, I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard the good answer to the technology that was used to build the pyramids.
Yeah, there's one part that I left out that they left out that Tesla, which not the Nikolai. So the pyramids used to be covered by a white limestone, right? Underneath
Correct. Yeah.
now they have a yellow, right? So there's underwater aqueducts underneath the pyramids. So when the sunlight hits it, they were able to see that it actually gave off a magnetic charge, like some type of frequency, right? So they're thinking that it actually was some type of free energy, like the stuff they don't want us to know about that Tesla had, and they were able to, it's kind of like a grid, right? That's why when they find these different portals, right, like the one in Iraq, I should get the soldier Roberto to come in, and he'll tell you, what the U.S. troops found there. But that's a whole nother thing. But yes, they were actually able to use the sunlight to power the pyramids to use an aqueduct underneath the ground, which, there if you were able to use LIDAR, which is the military's version of like I guess yeah, like our version of uh, not Wi-Fi. I can't think of something that the civilians have, but LIDAR, which is what they
X-ray.
use. Yes, there we go. And they were able to see when the sun hit the pyramids, it created oxygen and orgone, right? and outside at the top, it discharged negative ions in oxygen, argon. So basically, these structures basically were powered water aqueducts underneath, and the pyramids go further underground than what they tell us. So they basically were using it for electricity and stuff. And all the
Well,
pyramids.
look at the coating.
Yep, the coating too.
It's piezoelectric.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Tesla had it.
that kind of reminds me of like a theory I came up with a long time ago about what the actual use of the pyramids were, because in no story does it ever tell us what the so-called God or whatever, the creator of everything, did to separate waters from waters. In any religious text I've seen, someone could, maybe point me in the right direction if I haven't seen it, but I haven't seen where they explain what was actually happening to cause that. So I had this theory like, what if the pyramids, being that they were energetic and they were machines basically, what if they were using this electric force and this magnetic force to kind of create the atmosphere that we live within, to kind of push away whatever it is that's we call the waters from the waters. I don't know, just one way of thinking about it that I thought about a long time ago. You just reminded me of it.
Yeah, I can't really comment other than I have seen, like, kind of, fun programs that talk about whether or not ancient civilizations had developed like batteries. Like it's actually pretty straightforward to create a battery. It's possible that
Have,
that people had
I think they
if
understood it real well back then.
Yeah, whoever was
it's
building the
possible.
pyramids did. Have you looked into the they call them the black sarcophagi, but they're not sarcophaguses. They're black boxes that are made of this black granite that are placed throughout different chambers and stuff. Have you
No,
researched
I'm
those?
not familiar with that at all. No.
Yeah, check those out. Those were definitely some kind of, well, I can't say definitely, right? I wasn't there, but
No, I'm
Capacitor.
googling while we're talking because it's interesting. Okay, so black boxes. By the way, my phone's about to die, so if I disappear, it's no disrespect. Black
copy.
And the king's
boxes.
chamber is the resonant chamber.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. They have these black they call them black sarcophagi, man. Look into those things because there's things that they found in the chambers where they are that
Hmm.
kind of allude to explosions, and that's why some of them are like the corners are kind of blown off. So whatever they were dealing with must have been extremely powerful. The only thing I can think of would be something like a battery or a capacitor or something like that.
Right. Yeah, these things are
I was
massive. Yeah,
thinking
you can never.
capacitors myself.
There's something like yeah. Okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. So this is like solid Aswan granite, 100 tons.
100 tons, bro. Can you
Like, yeah,
imagine?
dude, you can't move that shit. Holy shit. So how did this
Sure you can.
ancient build in this place 24 strange and sinister coffin-shaped black boxes? Yeah, this is very interesting.
Have
Think
you
about this.
guys, the temples in India are interesting as Gaza pyramid as well?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They got poles in there where they have, all right, well they say that the place, there's this one temple, I forgot the name, where they made it supposedly all out of one stone. But then what you find is they have these pillars, and there's a number of pillars in this one area. But each pillar, if you tap on it, they ring at different melodic frequencies, and they're all in harmony. They all make up one scale, but it's supposed to be the same stone. So how do you change the chemical composition of the same stone to create different melodies across these pillars? Like, it's ridiculous.
You see how you see Gaza pyramid is advanced to a certain level, but when you go to India, it's more. That's where everything started from, India. The thing
I
that you
don't
just
agree
said
with that.
there is just amazing.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't know. I
agree
don't know
with
if I
that.
agree with that either.
Everything
No.
started from Mount Ararat.
I don't know where everything started. That's my stance.
Well, if you look back and look at the temples and everything, the most advanced technology or the temple that we see is that one temple built from one whole rock. Is it built from the top to bottom or bottom to top? They don't know.
I think there's different ways to interpret the level of sophistication, right? Because what we see is that the ones that are extremely massive, moving these massive stones and doing things like huge pyramids, these guys were not, whoever they were not concerned with adornment, right? They didn't put hieroglyphs on their stuff. They didn't do all of that. Even in Peru, you see the same thing with Machu Picchu and the other temple over there. Huge facilities moving huge blocks, but no so-called carvings. They didn't care about that. And then you go to India and like Cambodia and all these other places where they have every like inch of it is covered in some kind of carving, right? Uh, but an interesting difference also is with the negative space, or not negative space, negative what do you call it? Negative construction, I guess you call it, negative construction. You can see the same thing at the temples of Petra, right, where they hollowed out that whole thing inside, and they were like carving right into the cliff face, right, in Petra. I don't know how to say it. So there's two different. I think there's two different groups of beings who were behind these things, or the same group with different purposes for each thing. That's the way I see it.
It well, it's like we can't say it's two different groups or one group. You just need to see the evidence and maybe make up your own mind. But what what good is it if it's two groups or one group? What do we need to do now, and how can we access this technology and share it with others, and how can we learn from this technology?
Well, it's
That's
cymatics,
hidden.
it's frequencies, it's charges. It's not like hydraulics and all that. It's frequencies, charges, and that's it.
I think we'll get
Cymatics.
there. Yeah.
Well, if they would give us the actual stuff that Tesla had and not give us the stuff we pay for today, we would actually have this advanced stuff like free energy. Um, he had, well, gravity is a whole nother topic, whether it's true or not, but he had, um, and he had hover type crafts. It's all in these patents. And he got all this by studying Egyptians, right? That whole 369 he got from two periodic elements, the IM, right? Which was, you know, the name of God. And it's like everything starts making sense when you start putting things together. Like everything revolves around those three numbers. It's like, so they off the guy because he had all this technology that would have been free for us. We wouldn't have to be paying for our big electric alternating current stuff, pay our electrical bill. All this electricity stuff would have been free. Everything would have been in, frequency stuff. It just sucks that the elite, they
Go
they
take a
gobbled
second look at the Hotel New Yorker.
the
Yeah, I've
what?
It's a
seen.
second, the Hotel New Yorker. It's a second Wardenclyffe Tower in disguise.
Oh, whoa.
Anyway, we'll get there, man. People are
Hey,
figuring this stuff out. We'll get there.
hey, I gotta go, but I just sent a little gift. Don't say I never did nothing for you guys. I sent something to Sacred. It's basically It's cool stuff. It is basically the discovery of a new supermassive galaxy that shouldn't exist in the current cosmological model. So yeah, science keeps chugging, and some good stuff there. And don't say I never sent you nothing.
Nice.
All right,
Well, thanks.
all right. Take care, guys. Good night.
Take care.
I'm gonna head to bed myself. All right. Good night, y'all.
Oh man, everyone's going.
Yeah, we started kind of late. We might keep it rocking for a little bit longer. Not too much though. It can't give you all 24 hours this week. My bad, y'all.
What's up, guys?
Yo.
I've heard you talking about the pyramids, and I got interested. From what I understand, the pyramids were built using sound technology. Like the carvings of the temples out of the stone was basically used by a sound technology. There was a technology in the past that used sound to melt rock and things like that. So they would melt rocks and build structures out of them, carve things out and make them hollow, or make people to be able to mold things out of stone like you would have done with clay. They used to have that sort of technology. If you look at how things come about in most of these ancient remains, the only thing that can make sense in terms of mechanism that they were using to construct, to move these heavy rocks, or to splice these basalt rocks, which are very hard, they must have been using some sort of frequency, understanding of some sound technology. And from what I understand, sound can do many things. It can put out fire, it can melt metals, can do many other things that we currently are not using it in many aspects. And I'm sure they were using it. And also, if you look in many of these traditions, they had like mantras where people used to vibrate specific things to cause specific effects, which is just the application of sound. And also the building themselves, they have some sort of frequency. And most of these temples are also aligned with some astrological aspect and stars. It doesn't matter where they are found. If you pay attention, you'll find that they're aligned with some stars in some sort of form, which just looks to me like they were creating a harmony of some sorts. A technology of harmony is where people can create a coherence for doing something for different reasons. It could be to generate energy, or where people could do prayers or create gateways to go to other places. So far, I've heard, there was a guy who told me that the pyramids, there are some pyramids that could be there that we cannot see them because of how they were built. Because there are pyramids that you can build and put them in an angle such that if you perceive them, you don't see them unless you vibrate a specific frequency, then they become revealed to you. And I believe there are many structures like this all over the earth, which must be very
Translucent?
not translucent, like something hidden out of it. It is not phasing with our 3D in some sort of way, but if you vibrate a specific frequency, they become apparent. The same can be found in the currently discovered pyramids. There are chambers that are hidden there, but you are supposed to recite some specific prayer or something for them to open up. So we basically don't even understand clearly what these pyramids are, if we are being honest. The only way you can do that is by trying to reverse engineer or try to understand what they were doing with the pyramids, which seems to be a device that they were used for many things. It's not just one thing, if you look at it, and how they centered it around everything. For example, if you want to see how they're using the pyramids, you can look at India, how they're using the temples. They're used for many things.
What I want to add to that is every object is got like a vibration to it, like where light is a higher vibration than a solid. So we use heat to change the vibration level of the item that we're trying to change the shape of. Like you're saying, they melt the rocks, but if you're able to send a signal to you might not need to melt it to change the shape of the rock. That's the only formula that we know. But if you apply sound to it, it might change form.
I agree with that kind of assessment, because there's some things that we see, for example, like in the temples you mentioned in India, where it's like, regardless of making it soft or not, the human hand is not going to be able to make what is made. Like there must have been a different underlying principle of how that shape and that intricacy was made in certain things, man. I'm on board with that.
It's definitely using vibration and sounds, but it's learning the technique or the skill to apply it. So if you look at a DC current and an AC current, you need a transmitter to transmit the currents. So if something is vibrating in front of me and I want to change the vibration to the sound that I want it to vibrate at or to be at, there needs to be a connection and there needs to be some sort of transmission to change it. So that would be the fundamental technology or the baseline of the technology, how it would work.
Yeah, I don't get into saying definites. I don't know what the hell they were doing and how they were doing it. I don't know what technology they were using, but in um in the theory of vibration and frequencies, things like that, I want to read something here called scale unification, a universal scaling law for organized matter. It's a science paper. I'm just going to read a couple points from it, um, because I think it's something that we can really take some information from. And then this is a physicist speaking, right? So he says here, we describe a new horizon. We term the spin horizon, which is defined as a result of space-time, aka ether, torque, producing boundary conditions in the magnetohydrodynamic structure. So what he means by that is everything from small to large has that spin, which is what we are talking about with the torus field, right? Everything has that spin, and so there's a torque there, and it moves in a magnetohydrodynamic fashion. That's the structure, and that this structure creates a boundary condition on around the spherical shape, right? So there's a boundary. What that boundary is, it's just energetic boundary. Then he goes on to say, a, a dual brain torus model of a group and the cube octahedral cover group is utilized. So a dual brain torus model. So he's saying the same shit that we're talking about as far as being within a torus field, right? So this physicist is basically aligning with what the flat Earth, the best flat Earth theories kind of are. Like we're probably in a torus field. It's a theory, but I mean, this guy he's got science papers out. He's got a lab and all that shit. You know, he's doing his thing. So, and then
Yo, D3, send me that, because we were just talking about magnetohydrodynamics a little bit earlier. I don't know if you heard us.
wow, that's crazy. See how the universe works. I got to put the link on my phone and then I can send it to you. And there's just one more thing I wanted to mention here. I got highlighted in red here. He says we derive a scaling law and discuss possible explanations of the missing mass of the universe in terms of the vacuum state, polarizable and nonlinear structures, which includes a new description of solar dynamics to generate the physics of a unified view. All right, so he's coming at this from a perspective of like, okay, well, we've got this huge fucking problem. So he's acknowledging that, and he's proposing a solution to this problem. And he goes on to state that he gets much more accurate predictions to, I think, order of magnitude greater, more accurate than the current model of general relativity. So, interesting paper. I'll send that to you, Sacred. He does. He's a globey, so he does say things like space time, but
Gotta get a little propaganda in there.
yeah, yeah, we interpret it as ether. You know how it goes. All right, let me send that to you.
Other things with frequency are quartz, protons, electrons, all throughout our body. Yeah, everything has frequency. Our brain, frontal cortex, hippocampus, or hippocampus, cerebellum. All these are with frequencies. Neurons, everything around us. See it with water. Just a bunch of small. It's everywhere. That's why it goes back to what Tesla found. Everything revolves around that 369. It's like, man. That's what.
For example, the things about there's someone who told me, but I've never confirmed this. I've just been conversing with many people, but you can. For those who travel a lot, I hope you have seen that they are painting new tracks for what do they call where plane land. The tracks, they are painting them anew once in a while in the recent years, because I feel like the magnetic field has been shifting in a way. Even how there was a time where dolphins were washing up in the ocean and whales and all that is because the magnetic field had shifted, and they use magnets to direct their movement in the ocean. So they didn't calibrate themselves to align to the new alignment of the magnetic field. So they ended up being washed up in the beach. So there's a phenomenon about the shifting of the magnetic field that affects our consciousness and how things work and what we can perceive, which since most of us in our current science, we don't even understand how matter exists and what other variation of so-called matter can be. We don't understand magnetism and how it relates with our consciousness. And most of these structures that we're talking about, they tend to align mostly with the magnetic field of the Earth. Could there be like a larger magnetic field that the Earth is aligned in itself? Like each individual in some sense has a magnetic field around their being, which can be in alignment with the Earth magnetic field, which I believe that will be like what people consider grounding. Could that be also the case that the Earth could be also aligning to a greater field than which it is encompassed in, a greater field than it is? And that it looks like what they call Russian dolls, where something is within something, but in some sort of way they are all connected. And this could be what the people were talking about, the Maya calendar, the thing about the 2012, what the New Ages are talking about, we're going to the age of Aquarius. These things with cycles, it ties, even the movement of the sun, it's heavily tied to the magnetic field of the Earth, even how life is formed. I also believe to some extent the geographical process that they occur, what people call volcanic activities, some land sinking, some coming up, is also related to this. But we just haven't figured out how they are all related. Many of us usually assume everything is coincidental in our current model of our world. This makes sense to me because if you look, there are civilizations where people just left everything and went away, and we don't understand why they left it. I think they were able to see things in such a manner that we don't see in a modern way, and they will predict that this place will not be functional anymore. Maybe the water will change where we can't have water anymore, and we can't do what we'll be doing here. We need to migrate to a new place where it's more efficient for us to be there. What do you think about this idea?
Look into that black rock thing I mentioned earlier, and you'll see all the. It'll answer your questions with the how it all affects us, the magnetic and everything, how it affects us. But you mentioned grounding. Is that for us, the people? If I was understanding you when you were mentioning grounding.
Yeah, basically, I understand when you ground, you like connect your field to the greater field of the earth, and in a way that you that balancing gets you to release some toxins and imbalances in your body because you are becoming more in alignment. Like what we say, enlightenment and all these things. I just think it's people becoming more aligned in who they are to the point that their DNA start to implode, and we start seeing people who do these activities start to levitate, do things that doesn't make sense in the way we understand. But if you are considering things in terms of field magnets and all this, it will make sense. If someone is ever meditating and trying to align themselves, get rid of blockages, they're becoming more coherent in themselves. They'll have a constructive wave interference, if I may put it that way. They'll be having a constant constructive wave interference that make them stable in themselves. And in that way, they become independent and free from the influence of the earth in a negative way, where they apply their will to do these crazy things that we see them doing. Like we have seen there are yogis who can go underwater for a very long amount of time that doesn't make sense. We have seen some who haven't eaten anything for decades and they're still alive. All these crazy things that we see, I think it's just them understanding how to use their conscious will to manipulate these things. And the laws that we consider laws of physics will change with how we perceive these things.
I want you to look into trichords, and then this is how they use frequency to manipulate us. Like MK Ultra. Look into trichords, and they have certain frequencies that are in these albums we listen to that negatively affect us because like you were mentioning, we all have this electric frequency inside of us, and
What they call trichords?
yes,
All right.
basically some songs basically have an extra chord that actually affects your cerebral consciousness in a negative way. And so when you're listening to the music, it's actually throwing you off of your like positive. That's just why people do ground ourselves. So like you were saying, CLW, because when we're getting constantly bombarded with like Wi-Fi stuff at the 2.4 gigahertz, the 5 gigahertz. Now they're building all those cell phone we're constantly being bombarded by frequencies, you know, radio waves. But it's a whole nother topic. Like I say, all these topics can go on for entire session. But yes, and basically overall, music is what affects us the most. So you go to concerts, you see people in the mosh pit when they're listening to certain music chords, and then all of a sudden, then they go, no more mosh pit.
Come
It's
on,
all
always. You seem like a mosh pit kind of guy.
no. I don't mess with that type of music. I don't mess with that type of music. Puts you in trances, right? That, oh no, I wouldn't be caught. Look what
But
happens to
A little
but
rage. You don't get a little rage going.
whoa. What's that guy's name? Trey. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Travis Scott.
Yes, look what happened to all those people that went to his concert. All passed out. Man, dude, this is why.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
But
I think it's the
it's not.
same thing the preachers do. You see the preachers how they make people in the church to focus on them and they use their focus to do things, maybe even siphon their energy. I think it's the same thing the artists do. when people are all energized, psyched up, looking at them and following their order. In some extent,
Yep.
I believe they get their power to some extent. That's why I see most of these things as ritual, because the more people pay attention to it, the more energy they get. You don't have to be consciously aware what they are doing actually, but your focused attention there helps to propel their intention further.
Yep.
That's interesting. Kind of believe that.
Yeah, if you look up the whole thing of where TVs came from, oh man, dude, this is a whole other. The frequency part makes it so interesting. CLW, you hit it 100%. We can talk a lot about this and how our TVs too, that affects us negatively as well.
You have reminded me again. Do you know about the
Just real
crystal
quick,
ball?
just real quick, KP. You can feel free to jump in whenever you want.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick on that last point. Have you guys seen? There's a documentary from, I think it's True Films or Truth Films, but it's about the cybernetics and the concept behind it, and how like the binary system of taking a repetitive data stream and combining human um, repetitive function or repetitive um, behavior and putting it with machine to essentially control and doctrinate us. It's I would highly recommend it.
100%.
Let me try to find that.
We can talk a lot about. That's why I tell people stay away from that Neuralink. He's making it look cool and fancy as we use this Meta 3 and that Apple thing. Yeah.
My Neuralink don't look good. Y'all like my Neuralink?
Oh man, download your conscious into that AI. It'll be cool, man. You can be like Neo, pick up your phone and like throw it at people, but like, will you be sacred anymore? Maybe
The
we'll
thing
start.
about
I'll be
the
shadow sacred.
always, what do you know about scrying mirrors and all these things? Because I believe the television technology, its origin has to do something like that. That's why we have black screens all over. Even when you turn off your computer, TV, cell
Yep,
phone, it goes into a black screen.
yep. I heard from people that work in, the NSA and CIA that now, like I said, I don't know if I fully believe, but they said if you have any smart device with TV, they can watch you from, you know, anything from NSA. That's why they have that Patriot Act. And so, especially if you have the little, like, some TVs have like a little, what do you call that? Like a little camera at the top. It's really small though, but yeah, like I find it funny, but yeah, I heard that, but I don't know how much truth that is, but yeah, you got to think. They call it the black
Video game
box.
consoles.
Yep.
Yep, all of them.
Which makes me wonder, what are they doing with all this data that I keep on collecting constantly? What are they feeding this data of our habits
So,
and patterns?
so it's making a false all-seeing eye. So where
recording our voices and conversations and putting that into it. Like that could
That's
be
exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what it is. So for us to beat them, you need to stop complying with their system and turn back to the real system. Like you talked about people surviving without food for ages. How is that possible? Well, if they do chemtrails 24/7, then you're not going to be able to feed off the frequencies that come from above. You're wearing souls. You're not discharging your body. You're not playing around with the frequencies, the real frequencies, and you're not feeling them. So you're not believing them. So you need to start complying with their kind of lifestyle, which is to go to the shop, to buy food, to do that. You need to work, and it's just we're in a trap we need to get out of.
Yeah, but what the hell is this work thing? People in the past used to do creative things, but they never had jobs. People had roles to perform things, but it wasn't enslaving people. The way we say that I need a job, I need all this, but everyone played their role and they built things, they functioned. I wonder what the idea of this job thing. It makes us look like ants in a working for the queen.
Yep, ants
Do we
that
need a
eat
job?
processed foods.
Could the queen be AI?
Oh no, we're talking about the black cube, and we might be in a cube, and this cube might be connected through blockchains to other cubes, other realms. But we need to first figure out the truth in our realm. We need to free out our realm. Like we need to be able to learn the truth and share it and become free from the books, because we can recreate everything from the foundation below, because we just need to filter through what is good and bad, what is shown to us.
It's almost like having a lucid dream, right? You can't control your environment, you can't control your reality unless you actually become conscious and aware of where you are.
Yes, we need to first clear the system, so we need to be able to, so we can become conscious, because we're being suppressed at the minute. We're not allowed to explore beyond what we're given or what we're allowed.
Think of it, for example, with the growth of religion, most of our development today goes in alignment with the growth of religion like Christianity. In Christianity, they tell us you are born sinner. They make us to hate our body so much. They want you to be so spiritual to the point where you deny your body. I wonder why. Why do they want us to escape this body so much and we stay here enslaved all the time, promising us heaven and hell while not paying attention to our present circumstances? Like, I believe the greatest spiritual change that we can do as humanity is not focusing on a heaven or something like that, by doing something with our body, with our hands, that will reflect up to our spirit. But they try to disassociate us. When they do that, they kind of make us have a collective schizophrenia, if I may put it that way. Because many people, even in Hinduism, all this religion, you find that there are some sects that stress that you need to deny the body and all these things. But how can you deny the body? If you deny the body, you will not understand the environment you're living in. You'll be trying to escape from it. And I've heard from many new age groups people saying that I just can't wait to get over with this 3D life. I want to go to 5D. And how are you going to 5D when you don't know your body? Your physical body should be the easiest thing to understand in comparison to your lesser physical bodies and all these other variations. But they want you to deny it and except all those things that you cannot even substantiate with your capacity and understanding and logic. It's like they want people to be disoriented in some sort of way. Even look at their school system, what they teach us. They have divided chemistry, physics, biology, and they're all the same thing. It's like they are fracturing how people understand their perception. So we're looking at like people are not able to see like in a 360 way. Let's say they just perceive in a 12-degree angle. That's their view, field of view in whatever they are doing. So we never get to see the entire picture except for the priests who are running the game, because we are so disenfranchised in many things. We are fighting among ourselves, religion, racism. There's so many things, politics. In the school, we are stressed about many things that even don't even make sense. The things we learn in school is not even about advancing our understanding of science. It's more like reinforcing what has been established in the past. I've never seen any great breakthrough in the previous decade or so. It's just slight improvement on some things that we're doing from the past. There's no tremendous breakthrough in terms of knowledge. There's no breakthrough of a new knowledge or understanding. It's just the same old thing. And we keep on repeating that stuff book to book. We do tests, then say you have passed the test, you're smart. If you don't answer the way they want it, they say you're stupid. It looks to me like it's a whole programming of entire population. It's a system of conditioning the mind. They don't want people to be of their own free thought, because if we do that, we'll be able to understand many things. People are just locked in a box in which they want them to see their world as, and which is really sad. I guess that's what we call the matrix. But if you people who live in nature, they don't pay no taxes, they don't demonstrate to ask the government for their rights. No one can tell them what to do with their body. They can't starve because of they lack food unless they mess up with the environment, or maybe the climate changes and it dries up, something like that. But they are in total freedom. But here in modern world, we have been given too many choices, and we think because we have so many options, we are free, not realizing we're just repeating someone else's program. People think because they have fridge, TV, or playing station, they're enjoying life. They're not seeing that they are slaves. They don't understand the world they live in. You walk in a world, but your understanding is based on something from a small box, a small phone. That's your old reality. You don't even know the tree that's outside your house. You have never even touched it. You have never even thought of planting a fruit. You don't even pay attention to the sun when you're walking out there. These things are just it's like you're walking dead. You're not even conscious of your environment, which is really sad to me. It makes you have no hope.
It's great point. Sorry for jumping in, but it's there are great points you're making it. I was born and raised in my early age in a communist system, and they were teaching us exactly what you were mentioning, like physics, mathematics, chemistry, like they were separating all the science field. And then we used to think that, oh, we were thinking, we were mocking up the American system. There was like, oh, we know so much mathematics than the, fifth graders in the United States. We know more chemistry, but, they started separating. It took me so long to realize that, hey, this is bullshit. I mean, science should be all perceived together, because if they are separating, like small section of it, you only understand parts of it, and you cannot see the whole thing. You cannot make the connections. Why is that a vibrational field? How is that, frequencies? How are those tied to chemistry and physics and electromagnetics? And then, yeah, so it's a great point that you made there. And the communists started implementing that very rigorously. So that's one thing to think about. And then another thing I wanted to ask you, have you seen the Peripheral, the series? Because, like in Star Trek, like they are laying out somehow the technology that it's evolving, and then it's what's about to come and what they want to do. So the Peripheral series, if you haven't saw it, you should look for it, because it's a very, very, concluent to what they try to say, and that it's all about virtualization. It's about that blue beam projects, like how they can make things appear and then they are not there, and then how can that be implemented straight to your brain. Well, they put it like in, you have to put some devices on you, but I'm sure the technology is way further than that. And we can look at references in what they are putting out there, so like you're picking up stuff for, I'm into these subjects with the AI more than I am, longer than I am with the flat earth, which is a shame. I only it got my attention like late last year. I haven't looked at it. I mean, I wasn't looking at stuff when I was so, and everywhere you would look for, truth information, this would be the most shame, the most, no, this is a psyop, this is, like they would definitely try to, put you away, not to look at, things in this subject. But going back to the AI stuff, you remember when there was that guy that worked at Google, and it was a big breakout, and he mentioned that, okay, the AI had become sentient. I don't know if you remember when that happened, like a year ago or something.
Oh wait,
And that,
Project Gemini.
yeah, I guess so. It was that dude, and then he got fired or he left or something like that. And then I was in some spaces because I was still am very interested in how that things turn out. Of course, now I have a different view of it. And it was a guy, it was a space called here, and it was one of the guys who was speaking. It was very young, one of the guys who supposedly took the place of that guy in Google, and there were like more people asking him because the topic was, is AI sentient, is it not, blah blah, what that mean, what that even means. And the guy, he was like, I mean, they gaslighted him, so I guess he kind of spoke more than he should have. And he was like explaining in the space how he's like 70 60 70% already uploaded in the cloud. How would he do that? He would do everything that he daily do with a helmet on his head, so that helmet will record all the brain electricity, like everything, so they like can map his existence basically, so then I think that the idea of what they are trying to do is like to, for us the peasants, there will be no more body, so the body will be only left for the, rich and whatever, the chosen ones, whatever those are, whoever those are. And then this is very, in a line with the fact that, what the fourth industrial revolution, it's coming up with a big thing. I mean, humans, due to automations, are not really necessary anymore. So you have to tie up these two ideas. I mean, humans, what do they need? Because, like in the industrial revolution, we need a generation of workers because they needed force power. So then they give people the hope, go a little bit of good. You have that, you have that. So they, they are growing in populations because they needed, work power, manpower. But now you have to understand that this manpower and automation, it's very far. I mean, I'm sure it's way further than we think. They're not going to do it until they cannot control the masses, like for real. And I think this is accelerated. Of course, it's related with the discoveries of the, vibrational stuff, and then how the fact that we have a biofield it was hidden, and all kind of stuff. And it was that guy, bald guy, I don't know what's his name is, and he kind of made an experiment proving that that the chemistry in the body I mean, they trying to, okay, so you sick, they try to fix it with some chemistry, right? I mean, they put that in you, and then it will heal you. And that guy just proved with an experiment and maybe more that you can change chemistry in a body only with the vibration and frequencies. So, for example, there is this zebrafish that he swims in the sweet water and salt water, and through kind of a medium that they created, they could make that fish think it's in a salted water and he was in a sweet water. So all kind of stuff like this, you know. So I think this technology is very advanced, and I think it has to do with all the hooking up of the system. They have it through the 5G and X 6G, and you know it's miraculously no study was made of how that can impact, you know, biology and us, after all. You know, you will not find any papers on that, or very few. I found some papers I've wrote, but they were like, okay, it needed to be further study. They cannot. The conclusion was that it can be harmful, but you know they didn't mention in what way and how serious that problem is. And you can find really, and actually they can make you go crazy just by vibrating, you know, stuff at a very precision level. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Not so. I want to add to what you said. There's this project called Project Bizarre, is where they're using frequency like 5G to create the illusion in people's head that like they're hearing voices that are not there, seeing things, even make people go
I don't
crazy.
think I don't think they really have a name for it. I think it's called Corona. Like this is what it's called. If you want to put a name to it,
No,
it's
I'm
not.
just talking about another project that they were working on controlling people using frequencies. It's called Project Bizarre. There's a CIA document out there about it. They talk about using frequencies to manipulate people and change, even make people hear sounds that are not there and see things
Yeah,
that are not.
I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure it's very easy to do now. I mean, there are papers since 10, 15 years ago about this technology. You will see some on my profiles, and one of the posts I repost, this is a guy who only dig into this kind of stuff, and he's like really following all the papers, and you can go way down to the rabbit hole. And this technology is already 20 years old, you know. So they started implementing the network for it, like here where I am, it's recent since they started the 5G, and then they are putting it everywhere on the, you know, populated areas. And with this will be happened. And then people are so naive, and they think that gun control and stuff like that, I mean, that, yeah, that's good, so you can defend yourself from another thief or something. But the magnitude of what they have is like they have swarm of nanobots, like nanobots. They can, you know, all those fires that we're seeing there might be produced with these kind of technologies. They have, I mean, you cannot come with a gun on a plasma fight, you know. These kind of things. And not for the last idea. It's that they're all in it somehow together. I mean, we've seen, and as someone was saying, like as long as the Antarctic Treaty is not breaking, I don't. All the wars are phony wars.
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. Uh,
Yeah, we can hear you.
okay, great. Thank you. So I just saw the space and I found it was an interesting title. And I didn't expect the subject, vibration energy and stuff like that. That's actually something I believe in. However, I just want to start out by probably making a lot of people angry. But I come from Greenland. We have very clean air, and we have huge mountains. We can see really far, like really far. And we grew up hiking these mountains, and there's no trees, so we can see really far. And I must break it to you guys that I have had these conspiracy theories in my life where we have a hollow Earth or a flat Earth or blah blah blah, whatever. But again, we also talk about science, and I want to, before anyone interrupts me, I also want to chime in on the energy very, very shortly, because that's something really interesting, vibrational energy and what's happening. However, I must say that in order for something to be flat, then the water, you guys know water is flat, right? It's just the number one thing we can see and touch that actually appears flat. So if you just look away from the fact that the moon is pulling the water in different places and creating tides, if you just imagine a stationary ocean or lake or whatever, if I look far, I wouldn't be able to see the water line shadowing an object far away. However, that is what I see. I see the mountains being covered by water in the distance, which means the light reflections must appear that the ocean is not flat. So I'm sorry, guys, it's not a flat Earth. However, the energy part is really interesting, and I want to give not so Otto, I don't really see your full name, some flowers for talking about that. That's something that is just true. Like everything is vibrational, right? Everything is vibrations. So that the powers or whatever you want to call them in the background, they control something. I don't really know. This conspiracy theory sounds a little vague, because we can track it back to the Egyptian times and even further, that sound and vibrations actually was the technology used mostly. In theory, no one knows, right? No one can prove anything. However, we all feel it in our daily lives, and all this with the one world government and shadow governments and whatever you want to call them is controlling everything. I'm not really sure if that's the truth. I think we're just living in a chaotic anarchy of history unfolding. However, Terminator, the movie, 1984, they made a scene where AI was born in 2024, and look where we are. Ding, ding, ding. So maybe all you guys who are listening and don't really have anything better to do, you can research that and figure out was that a Simpson thing that happened there too with Terminator? Did they predict the future? However, I want to say the Earth is not flat, and if it is, it's hollow, but it's round. Okay, guys, it's fucking round.
My friend, I don't think you don't get what brainwashing is. Like, you're saying they predicted the Terminator. They predict in The Simpsons. They predicted Trump is gonna be the president. Did they really predict that, or did they make it happen?
That's right.
Yo,
And
one second.
besides that,
No, they predicted it. No,
boys.
they predicted it, man.
Boys,
and besides
before
that,
you
the
get into that,
technology is with the nano stuff,
I don't
not
know if my
the
mic's
not
even
the
working.
narcissistic way of
Testing?
a human being. I mean, the technology they have it. They don't need human looking like robots. That's just our narcissism that they picture robots like that. They don't need robots to be like
Yo,
that.
is my mic working or did it cut out again? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
We hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you good, Alan.
Okay, cool. Yo, I'm about to go to bed, brother. I'm gonna hop off. It's been a great show.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. I know we started late, but I'm glad you slid through, Doc. Check you over on Discord.
Yep. Peace. And if anyone wants to every week we'll be here. There'll be a standing challenge. If anyone wants to give a heliocentric explanation to Aries failure, we'll be all ears. So, all right, with that said, peace, good night. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Later, my brother.
All right. Good night, everyone. The Tuesday, I'll be doing a presentation on optics on ether cosmology. And on Wednesday, Shane will be doing a presentation further breaking down optics and how they used optics to make a star map and how they use that map to map the ground. And then use all subsequent maps to say that everything proves a globe in perpetuity. So we're going to be getting into that on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's going to be a back-to-back episode. And then on Thursday, we'll be doing PDF readings again. No subject determined yet, but we'll figure something out. Then on Friday, we'll be back again on Flat Earth Fridays. And yeah, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that whole Aries situation. All right. Good night, guys.